Hello, everyone. It's Pops. So, title of my show is "Have you made the deal yet?" So, we're gonna go over some people that have made, I believe, have made the deal already. Let's explore who has made the deal, and have you made the deal? All right. So, who do you people believe have made the deal yet? Oh well, I believe the Senate and Congress have all made the deal. They just don't know it yet. Some people, I think, made the deal already. They don't even know they made the deal. So let's uh, let's see what's going on in today's world and who made the deal yet. Uh, let's go check out the great world we live in today. I love this place. The dream. All right, here we go. So here we go. There's one of the demons. Georgia's corrupt governor Kemp and Lieutenant Governor Duncan block election integrity bill. Yeah, keep blocking it. Let everybody vote. Doesn't matter if they live in Georgia, they don't live in Georgia. Doesn't matter. Yeah, let me put that up on the screen, actually. I didn't realize I didn't do that yet. All right, here we go. So, we got these guys. They look real nice, don't they? They don't look like demons. They want to knock down an election integrity bill. Maybe they'll say it's racist. 15-point analysis revealed electronic tampering. Over 500,000 ballots. So there's all kinds of stuff going on. But anyway, these guys are knocking down election bills. So they already made the deal. All right. And let's see who's here today. Somebody's in here. Hello, whoever you are. So let's see who makes the deals with the devil. Let's see how many. You think she made the deal with the devil already? I think so. What do you think? Judge Ryan McCabe in Trump versus Clinton case recuses himself. What's going on, Mindy? And Mindy's in the house. Self-made. What's up, Pops? Oh, I'm doing all right. We're talking. Want to talk about who you guys think made the deal with the devil already? I think this lady definitely made the deal. She's probably one of the leaders of the cult. So we're looking at what's going on today. See who made the deal with the devil. I think she made the deal with the devil too. She's working for the devil's disciples, right? Let's see anything good though out there. This is good news. Judge acquits Trump supporter of misdemeanors for entering Capitol on January 6th. Police waved him in, but not before defendant gets a good earful of BS. So, we all seen it. The police were opening up the gates, telling everybody to go in there like it was a tour. And then they started arresting people. I mean, it's a real clown show, right? Let's see what else we got going on. So here's Jada Pinkett. This thing will never go away. This is the greatest publicity of all time for the Grammys. So first of all, if you watch the video, she didn't laugh when Chris Rock said that. She actually looked at her husband with a really pissed off look. You ever see a woman when she gets really aggravated and she's letting you know? Well, that's what his wife looked at him like. She looked like she was the devil at that moment. So let's see if we got anything good. Nothing really good here. This is a little Senate Republicans block Democrats' $10 billion COVID bill over Title 42 fight. Big deal. Another like trying to make believe we're the good guy. So they block 10 million and they'll let like 10 billion go through for some other bullshit, right? So their leaders are talking before the House about, I don't know, what do you want to go to war with Russia? Is that what you want? Kill more of our soldiers? Go fight a bullshit battle again? Now they're saying that, is this real? You know, they're telling us they're dropping poison gas on people. So they're dropping it on their relatives because half the people, like I said, in Ukraine are related to people in Russia. Anything else? When will food shortages arrive? So I don't know if you people are aware, there are food shortages throughout the world that are getting really bad. Germany's just limited, Spain had just passed a law to limit certain purchases that you can only buy a certain amount of. All right. So it's starting. Once you start to see, like when you go to the store and they tell you you're only allowed to buy 1 case of, let's say, toilet paper, or you're only allowed to buy, 2 pounds of beef or something crazy, you'll know it's starting. They're going to start out like that. They're not going to start out and go, we'll limit you. You can only go shopping once a week and buy. No, they're going to start out with something small. They're going to say you're only allowed 2 loaves of bread per customer. Something just to see the reaction. See, they're going to test it first. They want to see. So if Americans go, oh, okay, then next week it'll be you're only allowed a gallon of milk and 2 loaves of bread. Oh, okay. And the next week you're only allowed to buy 2 dozen eggs and 2 loaves of bread and a gallon of milk. Oh, okay. And then the next week, make sure you're wearing your face diaper while you go buy your 2 loaves of bread, your gallon of milk, and your 2 dozen eggs. Okay? Okay. So this is what they're going to keep doing. They are going to test us. And when you see it, don't say Pops wasn't right. It's going to come in small. They always do it small first. And then they just keep nibbling away. That's what they do. So that's another thing. The sham January 6th committee. Who cares? Who cares? All right. You see the headline there? They're saying now the red states have more, more damage done to them from the magic potion than the blue states, they're claiming now. They're saying, they were different batches. I don't know. It's all crazy shit. There we go. So what's going on here? Yeah, see, now they're telling you, like I'm saying, the price of food seemingly has doubled. It's almost double the price it was from last year. And they're trying to tell us it's at 7%, 8%. Food here, look, food price index hits all-time high in February, 24%. So are they taking every piece of grocery in the store and saying it went up 24%? Like, because maybe some items didn't go up that much, maybe, I don't know, say oregano is a food item, right? Now, oregano, probably the profit margin was so high, they didn't even raise it yet. So this 24% to me is bullshit. It's way higher than that. But even at 24% is a lot, but I'm saying at least 50%. And I think it's going to be double by the end of the year. So I see it almost doubled already. I mean, you used to pay $1 for a box of pasta. If I go in the stores now, I see a lot of pastas are at $2 a box now. So I'm Italian, so I know what pasta costs. I'm a pasta expert. And Exile's in the house. So Exile, did you make the deal yet? That's what we're trying to figure out. Who's made the deal? If you got the magic potion, you may have made the deal already, but I don't know yet. So here we go. More news in the news. Hey, who likes this guy? You think this guy made the deal yet? Look at this guy. I mean, how can you look like that? Like, does that guy look normal to you? I don't know. He looks possessed, if you ask me. All right, let's go to another news channel. See what else is going on. I mean, that's all we can do today. You know, nobody wants to get on, so I gotta just do something to pass the time here. And from human, so another thing they want to do to Russia now. Check this out. So I'm watching a show, and let me pull up a map of Russia, and I'll show you what they're trying to do now. Let me show you what they're trying to do now. They're trying to pull this shit off. All right, let's put the planet, map of the planet, because I need to show you what they're trying to do. All right, so no, that's not a good enough one. Here we go. Let's see here. All right. I need something with Russia in it to show you. All right, maybe that'll show it. Anyway, I'll explain it to you. So there's a way to get into Russia through the ocean, right? And they can't block a certain spot because the Russian Navy still has control of that area. But as you get more towards Europe, there's a way to get in, and they want to block that so Russia can get deliveries, let's just say, from other ships. You know, it's one of the ports that you could get into Russia. Now, they're obviously on the other side of Russia. They got water, so you could probably get in there. But so they want to put NATO ships to block deliveries going to Russia. Like, are you really asking for a war? Because could you imagine NATO had ships outside near the U.S. blocking deliveries coming in, like to Florida and California? They were blocking the ships from coming into the spot. Could you imagine we would let that happen? Will we let that happen? We'd be at war the next day. What's up, OGT? So this is now the next shit they're trying to pull off, where they're trying to block out certain areas so Russia can't get deliveries. So it wasn't enough that they put sanctions on Russia. Okay. Oh, here's a perfect example. So you see this area right here? I don't know if you guys see where my thing is. They want to block this part. Okay. Because in here, Russia controls the waters, right? So the deliveries coming like from, I think it's Turkey to here would be no problem, or Africa. But right here, where I'm wiggling the thing, they want to put NATO ships to block off deliveries to Russia. Are you fucking serious? Is that, you really want to push the envelope and try to play with Russia that bad? Like, when did that ever happen? When did you ever hear of they're going to block? I mean, like, are we at war with them? I mean, is NATO at war with Russia? Because if you are, then have the balls and declare it and let's do this. But it seems like they're just playing bullshit. They want to lure Russia into World War III. Thank God, if it was the United States, forget it. We'd be at war already. You know? So what's the object of that? What are you trying to do? You want to put sanctions is one thing, but now you want to try to physically stop them from getting deliveries with ships? NATO? Are you out of your mind? I think they're just talking about it. I don't think they're going to do it because I think Russia would just go there and take them out if NATO thinks they can fight Russia. They want to fine Trump $10K a day for failing to turn over evidence. Yeah, okay, bullshit. Listen, Trump's got the best lawyers. You think you really believe that? Give me a break. Let's see what else we got. So you think this guy's with the devil? So the transports ban vetoed by Kentucky governor. So the governor of Kentucky saying it's okay for men to participate with women in sports. It doesn't matter if they break every record. If your daughter, she worked her whole life to play on the USA soccer team, and this guy comes along and says, "No, I want to be a soccer player now." I told people I should just go try out for like women's softball and be a professional softball player. Maybe I'm gonna put a wig on, little lipstick and mascara, have a big gut hanging out, and go there and just start like, listen, if I played in women's softball, I would crush it. Maybe I'll do that. Even at the age of 57, I could probably make the pros in women's softball. So maybe I should do that. I could become a pro. Hey, we got Uncle Guns in the house. What's up? What you doing, Uncle Guns? Are you working and making money while you're here? Because you probably are. Yeah, Uncle Guns. I worked on this project. It kind of drove myself nuts, so I had to step away and clear my mind and tackle it tonight. I avoided work for a couple of years. I'm currently paying for it, literally. Hey, I've avoided working for a while. I haven't even gone back to work. I'm gonna go back this week and next week again, but I don't even want to go back. I'm sick of taking orders from people. I gotta get I don't know. I gotta do a job where I don't gotta deal with bullshit. Go there and they promise you all this shit, and then they end up just trying to make you a slave for peanuts. Anybody you work for almost today treats you like shit. It's not easy to work for corporate America anymore. I compare it to I used to watch the movie Ebenezer Scrooge, okay, with Christmas Carol, and I used to look at the guy how he treated his worker. Basically wouldn't even let him off for Christmas, paid him like shit. The guy lived poor and he didn't care. The guy just lived his life, and Scrooge had all the money. He was greedy. He wouldn't even give him like a penny raise. That's how the bosses are today that work for these corporations. They're ruthless, like those fucking Ebenezer Scrooge people. Everything's about production and all their bullshit. And you could be the best salesman for a company for a year straight, 12 months straight, be number one. 1 month, you're number two, they're busting your balls. You're not producing. What's going on? It doesn't end. They're all bloodsuckers now. And the people that see me, even if I became a boss for a corporation, I probably wouldn't last long, but I would play it along. Yeah. And then I'd become the manager, and I would treat my people fairly, not like a tyrant, but all they want are tyrants. So I can understand having a manager. You're not doing your job is one thing. But these people just keep pushing the envelope. They're not satisfied ever. This is a good idea, Uncle Guns. I have a friend that does the same thing. I choose jobs I can do while I listen to pods, music, movies, haha. Actually, I have a friend that does that. And most of the jobs he was doing were like delivery jobs and things like that, because he didn't want to deal with bosses or nothing. He used to work for a pizzeria, go in with his music on his ear, and he wouldn't even hear the boss. He'd just look at the pie, see the place he's got to deliver it, so jump in his car and make the delivery. And he made a decent living. He was making like $150 a night, laying out $20 a night for gas. But he was happy. He said he don't have to. He would go after a delivery. He'd go pass by a park. He would get out of his car, go sit in the park for 10 minutes. Then get back in, go back, pick up another pizza. So he liked it, But even that, I mean, it's to the point where you work for a pizzeria now. They want to put like a fucking tracking device in you or something. And most places now we're just using, these delivery companies, like Uber Eats and, a few other companies. I forgot the name of them all. Grubhub and all that bullshit. So now they don't even want to pay delivery people. You just sit in your house, they just sit and look at their phone like Uber, and if they like the job, they push the button. You know? So that's the point it's getting to. They don't even want to pay employees no more. I don't know if it's a better thing or a worse thing. Seems like it's better. Pop, start your own personality security company. Oh, personal security company. Yeah, I could do that. I probably have to do it with Uncle Guns. Uncle Goombads. Let's see. I don't really know who Uncle Goombads is, but we'll bring you in. All right.
It's me, Pops. It's me.
Oh, all right.
It's me.
Well, let me put my headphones on. I thought they were on already. Yep. I thought it was you. I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
So what's going on?
I don't know. You said nobody was hopping on. I thought I'd,
Oh,
I thought
yeah.
I'd clue you in on a few things you've been talking about, like, Jacksonville and driving jobs and whatnot.
Oh,
You
all
know,
right. Yeah, fill me in.
I recommend it. I took jobs like what I do, so I could listen to podcasts. I mean, now I'm known as like the Manosphere moderator. I mod freaking 20 channels now,
Yeah.
and yeah. So I mean, it's like I started I took jobs to where I could listen to my favorite, Tony and you and everybody else. I did it to where, okay, I could listen to my favorite thing. I pay for YouTube Premium to where I could lock my screen, have it on the black screen and put it
Uh-huh.
in my pocket, and and listen to you guys, while I work. I'm in the grocery store shopping or delivering food or just delivering different things, and that's a job for you. You don't have to deal with anybody but yourself. Now you got to deal with people out in the public, but that's real easy. They see what you're doing, and they don't bother you.
Right. Like I think it's called Instacart or something like that. You go to supermarkets.
Yeah, it's a company like that.
Yeah,
I won't say which company, but it's a company like that.
right. Like my friend does that, and he's doing really good with it.
Yeah, and you can double dip. Okay, let's just say I work for the XYZ company, and
Right.
they do both grocery and fast food delivery or whatever,
Right.
right? So you could do either or. They don't care. You could you
Right.
could you could just switch. All you got to do is switch accounts, and you could just hop right on. They don't care. So I mean, if it's late at night and all the grocery stores are closed, or you're not really getting any orders, all you got to do is switch over to restaurant delivery, and boom, you're picking up
Yeah.
4 or 5 orders in a row.
What's there's one food delivery service that's real big. I forgot the name of it.
There's DoorDash,
DoorDash. There you go.
Grubhub. I,
Yep.
I don't I don't like the food deliveries. I will do them. I really enjoy the grocery deliveries because I'm real fast with the cart. I'm real
And you
fast
get
with the
bigger
cart.
tips, right? You get bigger tips.
Well, that and it's just easier to do what I do, like I said, with the streams and listening to music and movies and whatnot. It's a lot easier to do, like it's a lot easier to do what I do, especially modding the channels, because I could be in the middle of the store, have the stream open, see some troll in the stream, and boom, you're gone. And then if I'm really busy, then I can see another mod in the stream and be like, self-made, hey, cover me or whatever. Can you
Yep.
cover me? Yeah, cover me, and I'll go check out I'll go check out all the groceries, put in my car, and then hop back on the stream. It's so easy, it's ridiculous.
And
But yeah,
once
I
you know
mean,
where all the groceries are, once you know the map of the layout of the store, it
yeah,
even becomes way easier.
yeah, it
Hmm.
is. It's easy, and you can pretty much do what you want. I mean, like you said, even if it's not a podcast, or somebody streaming, you can listen to whatever music you want. You put on your music, nobody bothers you, because they see what you're doing.
Yeah.
They see
But
what you're doing, and nobody bothers you. In fact, a lot of people, what I get a lot is you'll see people because of the shortage of workers,
Mhm.
the shortage of store employees. You'll have people in the store that see what you're doing, they know what you're doing, and they'll be like, "Hey, where do I find the box of pasta? Oh, it's on aisle 7."
Right.
You know, so you get to interact with people. You and me, we're social people. Hey, how you doing? And
Yep. But the thing I like about it is more or less you don't got to really deal with a boss. You just do your job
exactly.
and boom, it's no dealing with a manager telling you you're doing this, you're doing that, and fuck you. I don't want to deal with that shit no more.
No, that's one of the reasons I switched to what I was doing. I can't tell you how many jobs throughout the decades, right, Pops? You don't count years anymore. You start counting decades. you know,
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many jobs throughout the decades to where I worked it on purpose just for the extra money, and I put a time limit on it. And that's what I still coach guys to do to this day
Yep.
is find a job and put up with it part time and put an end date on it. It's like, hey, hey, hey Smith, go take this trash out or whatever, do this, do that, and you're like, this guy's a moron, but you know what? 147 days, motherfucker. 147 days. I got to put up with you, and I'm out
Yep.
of here.
I've actually did the same thing, but almost in a different way. I didn't even I didn't put an exact time limit, but I go, all right, I'll last 3-4 months in this job before I quit because I know they're gonna after 3-4 months. When I'll give you an example of what I mean. Like I'll sell cars, right? So they
Right.
give you a $500 base salary plus your commission because you're just starting out. So they want to help you get a little after the 3 months goes, they take away the 500. Now you got to just work off of the
Yeah.
commissions, and 99% of the time it ain't enough. So I'm like,
Yeah.
well, time to go. I
Yeah. You
milked you
can't.
for the 3 months. Now I'm out.
Not no more, man. Not no more. Before I started driving hardcore, full time, I
Yeah,
was I was doing little jobs here and there, and it used to be. Now, don't get me wrong. Some jobs are still the way you're talking about, to where you have companies and bosses that kind of screw you over per se. But
right.
nowadays, it's like everywhere you go, at least where I'm at, is so shorthanded. You can command your own damn schedule now. You
Oh,
can.
I
They're
believe
so
that.
they're so shorthanded. You could go in and say, okay, like I was doing part-time working at a grocery store because I knew they were so short-handed I could get hired the same day, right?
Right.
So you got to game the system. When you're from the streets, you know how to game people, you know how to game situations, look for that weakness so you exploit the weakness, right? That's how the streets teach you, right? So you
Yep.
go in and you say, hey, uh I know the shift is an 8-hour shift, but I tell you what, I can give you 6 hours and that's all I can do. Well,
That's it.
it's really an 8-hour shift. Okay, well, best I can do is 6 hours. So do you need somebody or what? Because I could start today.
Mhm.
I could start today. If you got a 6-hour shift for me, I could start today. All right, well, I guess we'll have to do that. They got no choice. They'll
Right.
take whatever you can get. I know guys still. I made a couple of pals in the grocery stores, and they do the same thing. They're like, yeah, I can only work 4 hours. They'll take it. They'll take it. You can command your own schedule and your own. Oh, I can only work Tuesdays, Thursdays. A 6-hour day on Tuesday from this time to this time, and a 4-hour day on Thursday from this time to this time. That's my availability. Do you need somebody or not?
Right.
Oh, let me
And
let me get let me get back to you. Okay, well, you better get back to me fast because I'm pounding the streets. I,
yeah,
I give you I give you 72 hours, motherfucker.
and the key, Gunny, is to that. What you're saying is 100% true. But here's the key: you can do exactly what you're saying. Once in a while, they're going to tell you, okay, goodbye. But most of the time, what you're saying is true. So you got to be willing to understand that that's not every single job. But a lot of the jobs, you can dictate your terms now. So a couple of jobs tell you, no, we don't need you. Don't be discouraged. When you go to the next job, throw your terms out there. because most of the time they're gonna accept it now because there are no workers.
Right.
And
They
yeah,
like us. That's what I was saying. You find the guys in the chat are making fun of me. Hey, you guys are the ones that said game is manipulation. What did I say? You got a game. You got to see people who are vulnerable. You got to see people who are vulnerable, and you know, because like Pop said, they're going to take advantage of you. Now the tables are turned in society. Now you could take advantage of them. So you know the tables are turned. You gotta do what you can, because you know you're only going to be there. You know you're only going to be there, you know, part time anyway, and you know you're only going to. It's a short term. They don't know that.
right.
You know, they don't know that, and they don't care. They don't even ask those kind of questions anymore. They need people so bad. You know, they need people so bad to where they don't even ask questions. You just walk in and you say, "This is what I can work." I don't even tell them. Like, what was it, a year and a half ago when this whole thing started? It was like, I walk into a place and they say, "Oh, well, you know, fill out the application." I'm like, "No, I'm not filling out squat until the HR manager agrees to my terms and conditions.
Right.
This is my availability. I'm not filling out any application until I get an email back from the HR managers, you know, recognizing that this is my availability." But why can't you work? None of your business. That's why.
Yeah, they're desperate right now. People, you know, I think just a lot of people, I even think a lot of the young kids, they realize that the money they were making, it wasn't even worth the stress. People don't want to go back to work. They just don't want to get abused anymore. They're sick of it. And now it's getting better though, because there's less of them. So you can abuse them back. But most people though, Uncle Guns, will not do what me and you do.
Yeah, no,
I
go
sit
ahead.
down in an interview, right? And they're interviewing me. And after they're done asking me questions, I start interviewing them. And I'll ask them all kinds of stuff. Well, what kind of benefits do you give me? How much are you going to pay me? You know, and most people just go for a job. They sit down, they get interrogated, and then they get told, okay, you could start next week. And they go, all right. And they walk out. They don't even know how much they're going to get fucking paid.
Yeah.
This is the type of people that go for jobs today.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? You're going to go get a job and not know what they're going to pay you?
That's what I tell guys. That's what I tell, you know, because again, you know, I coach guys on the side. I have for a long time. And, you know, when you coach guys, the number one reason they come to anybody for coaching is that they need help with stuff, you know,
Yeah.
as Tony would, you know, I'm stealing Tony's bit. Shout out to Tony Bruno forever. You know, his big thing, and I'm stealing this. So, you know, is I don't give advice, I give solutions. You know, and it's the most genius thing. One of the most genius things I ever heard the great, you know, legend Tony Bruno say is that, you know, a lot of guys, oh, well, you know, I got money trouble. Okay, well, you got to sell this, go get your part-time job. And I give them the exact program that I just now laid out for the entire stream, you know. So, you know, I mean, you got to get your money up. Yep. And it's everywhere. Drive up and down the street. Go up and down the 3 or 4 main streets in your city, and count how many storefronts have help wanted. Count how many billboards outside. You'll see 99 cents, you know, chicken McNugget deal, you know, now hiring, open interviews. Come on in.
They're all hiring. And I just want to announce everybody that's in here. So we got Crazy Frenchman, OGIT's in the house. Asfaron came in a while back. I didn't get a chance to announce. And OG Patrice in the house. The future maybe winner of The Voice again. But no, you know, here's a great one. I'm in Florida at the time. And this is before all this shit, when they didn't need people, but I didn't care. And I went and sat down for an interview. It was a call center. I knew kind of what it was. And they tell you can make all this money in their ad. So before we even start the interview, the guy looks at me and he's starting to pitch me. I go, excuse me, I don't want to be disrespectful to you. and I don't want to waste your time or my time. How much are you paying me per hour plus the commission? And he sat there and froze because he didn't want to tell me. Well, no. I go, look, I don't want to waste your time. How much are you going to pay me per hour to sit in that chair and make a couple of hundred phone calls for you plus the commissions? And he gives me the price, how much they're going to pay me per hour. I stand up. I go, thank you. We saved ourselves a lot of time. Have a nice day. And I just walked out. And as I'm walking out, though, I had to turn around to look. And I turn around and I see him. I swear to God, the guy was sitting in his chair in fucking shock. Like, because nobody does this. That's what everybody should be doing. I want to know how much you're going to pay me. Why are you going to waste an hour of my time trying to sell me to take a job that you're going to pay me shit?
Right. That, and you and I have talked about this before. That one or the other, and I'm giving away a lot of free game today. Because there's a lot of good people here. Your streams, you're no bullshit guy. Pops, we get a lot of free game here. A lot of, you've heard me talk about your favorite thing, and I'll expand on it now. Of making yourself indisposable, making yourself so valuable, not to be confused with a fucking high value man, but making yourself so valuable that you'll actually have companies, in different industries fight over you.
Yes.
I know guys that play this. I know guys that play this very thing so well, it's ridiculous. And it all began by what I was telling you, is working part-time at a quiet little job and learning a skill while you're doing it. Maybe every minute you get, you're working on a college course. Every minute you get, you sign in and you get some learning done. You put in time towards a certification, and you do this thing called stacking paper. You stack certificates. You make yourself so valuable to where you could walk into any job. In fact, you don't even have to walk in. These guys get a bachelor's degree, and then they either get a double bachelor's or a master's, and then they get certifications. Like, they'll go to a community college, they'll get like a project manager thing, right. Or they'll get multiple computer certifications. Windows, all the Windows certifications.
Big. You do all those,
right?
Oh, big when you put it on your resume.
Right. They'll get these little things. They'll get these little certifications that you can get. Hell, you can in a lot of industries. Not a lot of, again, I'm giving away all the secrets here. A lot of industries, if you join their forums, if you join that industry's forum and you start talking to people, 9 times out of 10 they'll have those industries will have seminars.
Yes.
And just by you attending a 2-day seminar, 2 days, and it's like $200-$300. You attend a 2-day seminar, you can, that becomes a certificate. Oh, I attended this seminar, right. And it's, oh, they've looked at that. Oh, this is a reputable company. You went to this seminar. Oh man, you know how to do this. And now I can name a dozen guys, and I'm going to try to have them on the shows when I get a show, but I can name a dozen guys that they call it how they want it. They got different companies that said, hey, we're gonna offer you this. I know guys that got companies to fly them out. Okay, we're gonna pay for your moving costs. We're partnered in with a local realtor, and we're gonna get you a special price on a nice house in a nice neighborhood. We're gonna pay all your moving costs. We're gonna give you this bonus: medical, dental, vision covered, 401k match up to 80%. I mean, just, it's ridiculous out there, and people don't think it's possible. Anybody that tells you that certifications or a college degree is BS is full of BS. Are there degrees that are worthless? Of course there are. But for the most part, if you only have just one degree, back in the day, having a GED was, was the same thing as a high school degree. You couldn't get certain jobs if you didn't have a high school degree. Okay,
Right.
you remember this.
Yep.
Nowadays, the college degree is the new high school degree. You can't get certain jobs without a college degree. You know.
And that's just one of the tricks that you could do. Listen, Gunny, I even go beyond that. I mean, look, I understand what all the certificates help you. But when you're actually going out there getting jobs, not like bullshit jobs, like decent jobs, you got to have different resumes for different jobs. Okay? Because when they look at your resume, if you worked in TGIF Fridays as a waiter, and then you worked in this place as a car salesman, and then you worked in this place doing that, and you're applying for a job like a financial job or something, it looks retarded. So you got to almost fake it till you make it. I've got resumes. Like if I want to be a waiter, I'm just throwing something out there, a bartender in TGIF Fridays, I got a resume for that fits that description of experience.
Right. It's
and
within the industry.
Right. And some of the times I never even did what my resume says, but they really don't check it. It's all bullshit. Like certain things they can't check. I'll give you a for instance. I just wanted to try it. So I had a friend that was a waiter in a big restaurant like Hooligans or something. This kid was making like $400 or $500 a night. So I was like, I got a good personality. I think I could kick ass. So I put in a thing to be a waiter. I didn't have any waiter experience whatsoever. So I watched a couple of YouTube videos, how to hold the dishes coming out of the kitchen, bullshit. And I put in that I worked in Outback from this year to that year. They can't call corporate Outback and ask them, oh, well, we're doing a little thing about this guy. Did he work for you? They're not going to release that information because that's corporate. You got to go through a whole chain of command to get to that. So you can fake it till you make it too. I mean, beside being truthful, you got to bullshit the bullshitters because they're all bullshitters anyway. And really, what kind of fucking qualifications do I really need to be a waiter? I mean, come on. Carrying a fucking dish to somebody's table and going, thank you. I mean, and I did it, man. And I got hired. And it actually, the job sucked though, because there was too much on my legs. After what happens in the waiter industry is it's not being the waiter that's the hard part. It's they make you come in an hour before. You got to roll silver. I don't know if you know what that means, rolling silver.
Right.
Okay, rolling silver to the people out there means you got to take the fork, the knife, the napkin. You got to put it all together. You got to do all this shit. They make you do bullshit jobs. Then at the end of the night, you got to clean the whole fucking restaurant, pick up mats, put up all the chairs, do all this bullshit that a cleaning company should do. But now they're making the waiters do it. See? They make people now do 2, 3, 4 jobs. Stock the shelf.
Yeah.
So when I did a waiter job, I thought it was just going to be a waiter. I make my money, I go home. No. I was in the fucking restaurant an hour and a half after it closed.
Yeah.
And they were making me do like cleaning, but like slave shit, mopping floors, like I was a dirty person, like a filthy scoundrel or something, like I'm the lowlife. I was like, you know what? I'm not cleaning fucking toilet bowls. Fuck you. And I just quit, I left. But you got to have different resumes for different jobs. This is the point I'm trying to get to. But now, like even when you go, now though, I'm going to just be doing shit like that. I'm going to work for Instacart, I think. And then maybe if I feel like going back into something where I could make some decent money, I'll still have an out like, well, you know what? You guys are assholes. I'm leaving. I got a backup. Because when you got a few backup plans, like let's say you work for DoorDash, right? And you're only doing it 10 hours a week because you got a real job. You in your mind don't know. If they fire me, I could do DoorDash 40 hours a week and still pay my bills. So you got a security blanket. Now you probably got 3, 4 jobs like that. So you're untouchable because if you fire me from one, I got 3 more that I could work for. It don't matter. And that's when you start calling the shots and you start getting what you want. Because now they have to make a decision. Do I get rid of this guy that I can't replace, or do I keep him and let him get what he wants? and now you're starting to get what you want, which is good.
Right. That's one of the things that I teach is you've heard me talk about this. Build up. I teach a program. Um, I teach a program called the 2-year program. Okay, it's a 2-year program to where you basically work, you know, 12 at least 12 hours a day, if not 16. You work 7 days a week, and you build up to where you basically have no life, and you take 2 years out of your life, and after that you're untouchable.
Yep.
You become if you do exactly the program, you become untouchable. Like I got a guy. One of the things, again, giving away the free shit. One of the things that I teach is one of the most underrated jobs to double up. What I call is where you could do 2 jobs at once is security guard. Okay, one of the best part-time jobs, full-time or part-time, is doing security guards work, because nobody bothers you at night. So guess what? Now you can find products to sell. Now you can find something to do. You can double dip and get paid for doing 2 jobs at once. Okay, I did this myself. I did this for myself for a while, to where I would work a part-time security job on the graveyard shift at night at in a warehouse, or somebody's property. Nobody's there but me. Okay, and I would have my I found a guy. He's military, of course. You gotta network, and he had a merchandise company. Okay, he had a merchandise company, and I worked out a deal with him, and it was basically packaging stuff up like T-shirts and merchandise and whatnot. And I would package stuff up. I would go to my vehicle once an hour, and I would work for 20 minutes. I would go to my vehicle 15-20 minutes at a time, put T-shirts and mugs or whatever it was into boxes and bags. you know uh
Right.
Print out labels for it, put it on the thing, and then when I left work, I would take it to the post office hub, the big post office hub, and
Right.
I would drop off a giant, a carload of stuff at the post office hub, and then I would either go work another job straight from that one, or I would go home, get some sleep, and then go work another job. So I mean, there's a lot of jobs, and I know a guy right now.
You
I
can
know a guy right
multitask while
now.
you're working. Right.
Right. I know a guy right now who, uh, you know this, um, who does newspapers. Okay. He
Right.
he partners with a guy. He partners with a guy who throws newspapers for a living, or
Mhm.
for as a side job. And what he does is his partner will come and he'll go and get the newspaper. Now the newspapers come stacked in the bundles. Okay, they come stacked in square bundles, and it's up to the thrower, with the delivery person. It's up to the thrower to take it off the stack, roll it up, fold it in half, put it in a bag. Okay,
Right.
that's how the newspapers get delivered. It's how they've been delivered for what, 40, 50, whatever years.
I've done it. Yeah, I've done
Right.
newspapers.
So he gets, his partner gets the newspapers. He drives the newspapers to his job. Same thing. And the two of them,
Fold them
he
up
he
while they're working.
right. He bundles up the news. He puts the newspapers in bags, and his buddy goes out and throws them. Now,
Yeah.
and he can get more. He can get more newspapers thrown because he's got somebody to help him bag up the papers.
Yeah, because bagging up the papers takes up half the time at least. Like,
Exactly.
like I give you a good example. You're a security guard, but you're a security guard in your car, and you got to drive around and look at different properties, like two
Right.
or three different. Now, in between that, you do DoorDash. Now you grab a delivery, make a delivery, you deliver it, then you drive to the next place you had to check, because they're not monitoring you from place to place or where you are at night. We're talking like late night shifts.
Right.
So You could do shit like that. I mean, there's a lot of ways to actually multitask while you work. If you're going to multitask, now let's get 2 paychecks, not one.
Oh, definitely.
You know, now you're not making $15, $20 an hour. Now you're making $35, $40 an hour. You're doing 2 jobs during the same time frame. And that is big. When you can master that, that is huge.
Yeah.
Huge, huge. I love it because that's how I think. Even when I was a cop, okay, this was the best. I was a cop and they decided, because I didn't listen, you know, write tickets and do shit. So they decided to punish me. So I worked in the 17th precinct, and what they have are booths that basically you go sit in them and you got to guard a mission, like the South African mission. So I'm sitting like in a little booth, maybe twice the size of a telephone booth with a chair and a desk. So I used to go to work with the patrol guide and recordings. And I would be listening and studying to become a sergeant while they're paying me. And people would go, "What are you doing?" I go, "What am I doing? I'm going to be your fucking boss. That's what I'm doing."
Yeah.
And they wanted to take me out and put me in the car. I said, "Nah, don't even bother. I'll sit in the booth." And I used to bring a television with me, a little one. And I had to hide it, though, when the bosses came around, because if they see me watching TV, they would flip out. But I'm watching TV, 12 o'clock at night, 1 o'clock at night. I'm watching all them late night shows like Tales of the Dark Side.
Oh, yeah.
I'm watching that, reading the patrol guide to become a sergeant, and I'm getting paid to do it. So that's what you got to do. Like, you got to multitask at work. Your time is valuable.
That's what I'm saying. A lot, you know. Oh, you know, how do I, you know, the number one indicator of building wealth is your income. So you know the only way to make more money, not really the only way, but one of the best ways to make more money is to make yourself valuable to an industry. And so again, if you work at night, you know, second or third shift as a security officer, then again, nobody bothers you. So guess what? You could study for and get an associate's degree. You can study and, you know, get your EMT certification. You can study and get something in the medical field. You could study and get and basically crank out, you know, again, if you bury your head down, then you can do 2 things at once, 2 birds, 1 stone. You can get a degree while you're working a job. I mean, it's you just got to pick the right. Simple.
You got to pick the right shifts, though. Like in security, the graveyard shift is the way to go.
Well, the big hang up with a lot of guys is that they wanna work. The biggest problem, and again, coaching guys for 20 plus years, the biggest, almost 20 years rather, the biggest thing that I hear from a lot of guys is money problems. And they don't understand until I have to point it out that you get sold this bullshit fantasy of, you know, of you got to buy these things to be happy, or they sell you the idea of, you know, you work hard and you deserve this, or and a lot of guys get trapped in a job or an industry and they end up hating it because they think they can work an 8-hour day and then they spend more than they make, and they spend the other 16 hours a day doing dumb stuff. You know, like, I'm going to get a lot of flack for this and you can hate me, and I really don't care. But again, this is a lot of the biggest downfall of guys is, you know, movies and video games and watching dumb stuff instead of utilizing that time. You know, a lot of people, they get up, they go to work, they come home, and they just kind of sit around, and, you know, and they next thing they do that for a couple of years, and the next thing you know, oh, you know, I hate my life and I hate my boss. And well, you're trapped. You trapped yourself. Yep. You trapped yourself in this doomsday freaking lifestyle, and now you can't get out. and you want to do stuff like you want to do things like justify what you're doing with your spare time. Well, but I enjoy my video games. They're fun. It helps me relax. Bro, you're in fucking debt. You're in trouble.
Right.
You're in trouble. You're living paycheck to paycheck, and you think you have a right to enjoy yourself? No, you're in trouble.
Yeah, wait
You
till you're
know?
financially set up, then you could do that shit.
Right, and that's what I teach. I'm like, if you just bury your head and grind it out for 2 years, tell them, pops, you and I,
I'd
yeah,
grind it
you ain't,
out
but
way more than 2 years. And
2 years ain't nothing. 2 years ain't nothing.
nope. But you
It,
really gotta grind. You gotta suffer. You
yeah,
can't think you're not gonna suffer or be unhappy. The
yep,
problem is people are trying to be happy while they work, and they don't go together all the time. In the beginning, you have to suffer first, then you could,
yeah,
enjoy, but you need to suffer.
yeah. It pays
Nothing
off
comes
that,
easy. Yep.
they get sold this bullshit ideal of, here, take this loan, take this credit card, buy this car, buy stuff
Yeah.
you can't afford, because those things are designed by the banks to keep you trapped and working these jobs for people that you hate, like you were talking about 20 minutes ago.
Yep.
It was designed to keep you trapped in the rat race. It keep you trapped on the hamster wheel.
Yep.
Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy.
Even this YouTube is trapping a lot of people, believe it or not.
Yeah,
Now,
because
myself, I know eventually I'm not going to be able to do what I do,
right.
go on do talk shows, because I'm going to be too busy making money.
Well,
I'm only doing this because I have the free time right now. I'm not going to have that luxury soon.
what I thought about doing, and I'm working with a guy right now who may or may not be in the chat. I'm working with a guy right now on the side I need somebody to, I don't have any kind of tech skills, but I can learn if I'm shown, because, military. If you
Right.
show me how to do something, and and I have the ability to learn. So what you might want to think about is, what I'm thinking about is, while you're driving around, you can make little 5-minute videos.
Yes.
Come up with a topic, write down a little semi script, and then while you're driving around, hey, here's what's on my mind. What about this? And
that's what I'm going to start doing. You're
the
right.
number one thing why people are miserable is because they got sold a fantasy that doesn't exist.
Absolutely. You can, if you're smart enough, no matter what you do, you can figure out ways to actually do other things while you're getting paid to do what you're doing. Like, even when I sold cars, believe it or not, I would have a lot of free time sitting at the desk looking at the computer. And they wanted me to make a certain amount of phone calls, call old customers. And I would do that, but I would do it fast. And then I would free up 30 minutes. And then I would go on the computer and try to figure out a way I can make money while I'm sitting in their place with their internet, with their computer.
Yeah.
I wasn't going on playing. I see guys, they're going on, they're playing solitaire, they're playing video games. No. I'm thinking about, how can I make money while I'm in this place right now, playing with my twiddling my thumbs, waiting for a customer.
Yeah.
You understand? And you got to be able to figure that out. And once you do, you'll be a master of your own destiny.
Yep.
And by the way, Donna, are you still in here? I was going to answer your question, but Uncle Gunny was talking.
What was the question?
She's asking me, there was a show I went on, Doc and Tommy, this guy, Doc somebody, and she's saying they are not messing with me anymore. I don't know. I thought I was still friends with them, but obviously they must have been saying stuff about me. So I went on this show one day on an open panel, and I don't know what happened. Somebody passed a remark, you weren't a cop, and he asked me a stupid question that I didn't have the answer for. He asked me, what's a DT3? You should know that. Yeah. Because the show prior to it, I called him out, actually, and told him he wasn't a cop. And I asked him real questions, like, what's a 61, which is a complaint report, These are things you have to know as a cop. So we went back and forth, and I said, I don't know what a DT3 is. What the hell is it? I never heard of it. He goes, oh, you should know it. It's detective third grade. I said, well, I never called the detective third grade a DT3. I called him a detective. I didn't even call him third grade. I said, I know what third grade is. My father was a third grade detective. So we start getting into it, and the whole panel starts jumping on me, like 8 guys. Because this guy's show is how he does well is he causes chaos. So the chaos is beginning, right? And you know me, I could shoot it with the best of them. You're trying to abuse me, I could just spit it out. So I start abusing them all one by one. I told one guy, look at you. Your nose is so big. You're ugly. I said, look at what you look like. You should be ashamed of yourself. This one guy, he has his giant nose. You know, I just started, but I was having fun with it. I wasn't like really pissed off.
Yeah, you busting balls.
I was busting their balls. So they're going back and forth. And I go, listen, I'm busting your balls. You want to bust my balls? Well, I'm going to bust your balls. And they couldn't handle me busting their balls. So make a long story short, I got off the show, right, after about an hour or so, because, you know, I stood there for a while to save face, and then I left when it was time for me to go. So then I realized, I said, why am I going on these fucking open panels dealing with all this non-educational bullshit where there's not even a subject they're talking about? They're just going on there like a bunch of washwomen complaining about bullshit. And I stopped doing it. Like, I just stopped going on open panels that are like a waste of my time. And I realized that I was correct, because those open panels that are just drama were making me miserable. Like, I would get off, I wouldn't feel good. I'd be like, I'd be fucking aggravated. So I started to make it my business not to do too many open panels, which I started doing again, but do more educational, whether it be like what we're talking about right now. To me, that's educational. I'm not going to go on an open panel that has no subject, no meaning, nothing. It's just total bullshit's coming out of their mouths. Like, oh, did you see what Will Smith did? Oh, yeah. Oh, wasn't that like, all right, we could talk about that for a minute, but you're going to make a 5-hour show, the topic of Will Smith and fucking Chris Rock, and keep going back and forth on it, and then developing into racism and all the bullshit that they want to get into. And I don't got patience for that shit. You know, I don't got patience for racism just because it's a dead subject. I'm not going to talk about this is fucking ridiculous. If you don't know that this is ridiculous, then I don't even want to talk to you. If you want to consider like it racist, like I'll give you an example. They're trying to say now on some of these panels that if you don't understand why Will Smith hit Chris Rock is because you're not black. And I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? Like, well, that, you know, it's because you're not black. You don't understand. White people would never do that. And if white people did it, it wouldn't be no big deal. I'm like, yo, if Robert De Niro got up and smacked Al Pacino on the fucking Grammys, it would be a big deal. It don't matter what color you are. I said, so why is this all of a sudden become like a racial fucking thing? It's because people got nothing better to do than invent bullshit.
Well, that and it's always been a hot button issue for hundreds, if not thousands of years. So it's going to drive traffic and get clicks and subscribers.
Right. But me personally, don't have the patience to make people understand that it ain't about racism anymore. It's they want to push your fucking buttons, and they want us all to fight amongst each other, even when we get along. So let's stop with the bullshit. Like, let's stop playing the race card. Let's stop making it, you know, only a black person can understand that bullshit. An Italian can understand that. We got hot tempers too. I mean, the thing I think is Chris Rock's a pussy because he didn't hit him back. So if he didn't hit him back, it was a setup. You know, it was all, you come up on a stage and crack me in the face, I'm going right at you. I don't care if you're Will Smith or not. We're doing it right there, right on the fucking stage. So Chris Rock stood there and took the shot and then made believe like it was no big deal. Like, oh, he made a comedy out of it. So I think it was staged, but what am I going to do? Waste 5 hours of my life thinking about Will Smith? Who gives a fuck Will Smith? Who cares about Will Smith? He's got more money than all of us combined. Why do I give a shit about Will Smith? Why would I feel sorry for Will Smith or feel sorry for Chris Rock. Fuck Chris Rock too.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I'm not gonna. You know my stance on just about everything. I don't care. You know,
Right.
unless it has to do with helping people or like you said, educational, making men better, people better. You know, talking about helping people who might need help. I don't care. I really don't care because
No.
you know,
Yes.
you can't debate. That's why I used to get upset about, you know, you and I have gone at it several times
Yep.
about the damn, you know, you cannot argue about stuff where there's going to be different opinions, especially about the topics old as time. And for a while I let that get the best of me of like, okay, well, I'm sitting there arguing about politics and religion, you know, two of the biggest most controversial topics since the beginning of time, and I'm wasting my time. You know, people just have different opinions and different beliefs, and just leave it at that. And that's it. I refuse. I'm with you. Not that I refuse, but I'm very cautious from now on about which conversations I enter into. I only hopped on here now because you were talking about work and, you know, and moving and stuff, and you know, it's a good topic and I enjoy talking about it, you know. Other than that, I really don't care, especially about people that I don't know, have never met, will never meet, and oh, by the way, they're freaking fake. They make their money being fakes anyway.
I agree. And I'm not going to sit here, though, and tell you that I don't go on a rant once in a while. Here's what I do now, though, my new thing. If I'm doing an open panel, I try to talk about whatever it is, current events, new. I just got to talk about something that's educational, more or less, anyway. But when I'm going to go completely bonkers, because you know I can, I go I'll do it by myself. I won't let people on the panel. So now I'm entertainment. Now I become like almost a comedian, I think. I'll give you an example. I made a show. It's called It's All Bullshit. All right? It's 2 hours. I woke up in the morning and I was raging when I seen an article about I don't know if you know the kid Cawthon, the congressman, the kid in the wheelchair.
No.
All right, so there's a congressman, he's in a wheelchair. His name is Cawthorn, his last name. He's been going after Congress relentlessly, like when he gets up to talk, like going after Pelosi, right? Like outright just telling them you're demons, like, right? So the kid's a patriot. So another congressman gets on and he goes, well, he's a liar. I'll tell you what he said in a moment. He goes, he's lying. We're not all like that. This congressman is a doctor. He saved a man's life in the airport. This congressman only drinks milk. And what this kid said was, he said, look, they're having cocaine orgy parties in Congress. They invited me to one. And I can't figure why they invited him if he's in a wheelchair, but maybe it still works. But beside the fact, the kid's telling people like the shit they're doing up there, like the House of Cards, like the TV show. And they're destroying him. Like they're trying to make him like he's not reputable, all this bullshit. So I woke up and I seen that and it triggered me. I don't know why. So I made this show called It's All Bullshit. Let me tell you something. If you want to see me in rare fucking form, that's the show. Like,
Yeah, I saw you and Tommy last night going cuckoo.
yeah. So I made that show, but I didn't let nobody on. And it was like, I swear to God, it was like a 2-hour comedy special. Because I almost felt like I was performing, even though I was telling what I felt, but I was actually making it more funny. Like, you know, screaming and yelling, like just making it funny. And but I'm not going to do an open panel and do that. You follow me? That's the point I was trying to get to.
Right.
If I'm going to do an open panel and I'm going to invite people to get on and talk, come with something. Talk about something. Like you always come with something to talk about. But I'm not going to just get on there and you want to talk about real bullshit. Like I'll do the real bullshit on my own gig. But open panel.
I think you and I forget whose show we were on one time. It was me and I think it was Woody or somebody, and maybe Woody. I don't want to speak the wrong thing, so you know, Woody, if you're out there, shout out to Woody. I think it was him that was asking. It was like, so did you, you know, did Pops and Uncle Guns, you know, make up after all that fighting? And you know, and Pops was like, no, we just disagreed and we keep moving on because we're men.
You were
You
on
know
my
what I mean?
show. I think you were on my show the next day.
Something like that. I mean,
He didn't
it's
even
like,
give a shit.
right. I mean, that, you know, but that, you know, that's rare nowadays. And that's what I try to, that's what I, again, to plus one to what exactly what you and I have been talking about since I hopped on. That kind of mentality and that kind of work ethic you and I are talking about, that's going to make you thrive. That's
Right.
going to make you thrive in today's world, in today's society, in today's environment, is the willingness to do what nobody else will do or wants to do. I mean, again, if you drive up and down the street and see that help wanted sign, if you live in today's society and you're not taking advantage of that, I got nothing for you, bro. I got nothing for you. I don't want
Yeah.
to hear you opening your mouth about
There's
how
no
I'm
job.
broke and don't have any money and I'm not in shape and you got no excuses. It's the 21st century. We live in the most amazing times ever. No matter what the news tells you, we live in the most amazing time to be alive. You got no excuses to not have the life that you claim you want. That's my new thing for the past couple months now. So you either want what you want or you just say that you want it. And I don't want to hear about, you know, you say that you want it, because there's really no more excuses left. It's easier now to get what you want out of life than it ever has been in the history of ever.
Well, I think the workforce, it's a lot easier now than it's been in a long time, like because of what you said for sure. I mean, I went to ShopRite, right? And I'm going in there to get some food. I don't know if you know what ShopRite is. It's like it's a big supermarket like
Right,
Publix.
right, right.
And I see on a desk, not even a sign, they had a whole desk set up with like 10 different signs. Help wanted meat department, help wanted deli department, help wanted dairy department, help wanted front end manager department. Like, they not only desperate for workers, they're desperate in every department. That's how bad it is. Nobody wants to work no more. So you almost had, okay, well, let me figure out what department pays the best, right? Usually in a supermarket, if you work in the meat department, you usually make the most money because usually they're in the union, the meat cutters union. So you could almost pick and choose not only what job you want, but what department you want to be in.
Yeah.
I was going to put an application for assistant manager, like
Yeah.
of the whole fucking store.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say I wanted to be the store manager because I didn't have enough experience, but I probably could run the store better than the store manager. I was going to put in an application for assistant manager who starts out with like, say, 60 grand a year. That's what I was going to put in for. I wasn't even looking about the meat department. I asked the manager, you need an assistant manager? He goes, why? I said, because I can run this store. And he looked at me like, holy shit, I don't even want to hire this guy. I think he said he may take my job. That's another thing. You got to know you can't be threatening to the person that's hiring you, though. That's the big trick.
Yeah.
You know,
And
if he feels you're going to take his job, if you're overqualified, he won't hire you.
yep. You know, and I'll say I'll say this one last point. I don't want to get too far with it, but if you know you I'm really not a big believer in the news, but when everybody is saying that, you know, the tough times are coming, if you're not out there double and triple dipping on jobs right now to get ahead of the curve, you better start today. You better leave today and go get an extra job. You better
Well,
go do
I
something
definitely
today.
think,
You better
yep,
start now. You better do something now,
that is
you
definitely
know?
the way to get ahead of the curve, though. I
Because
know,
if the inflation does come, then it's
right.
going to go back to like it was before, where people are going to go back to work and there's going to be stiff competition at jobs. So
Yep.
you better go get you an extra job right now today. You know, tell them you could start today. They'll probably start you tomorrow, but you know, you better go get something right now, because you know, go find somebody. If you don't already have a roommate or something like that, you better go find a situation. Go find somebody in the manosphere. Find somebody in your church. Go find somebody in an organization that needs a roommate, a room to rent, some situation like that. You better start making steps right now, because you know, You really look. Those of you listening who know me, I rarely say this shit because I don't really believe in much of it. But I'm telling you, it's coming. And nobody has ever heard me say that. And I've been in the sphere for a long time, and I've been in the really active in the sphere for almost a year now. And I'm telling you, the craziness is coming. So you
Yes.
better get started today.
This way you can be ahead of the craziness.
Today. If you don't look around your life and start adopting minimalism, okay, to where you can be very happy with very little, if you don't look around and start selling everything that you got that's not nailed down, you better sell everything to the point where the dog and the squirrels outside think that they're next. You better sell everything, because if that inflation I don't think it will. Let me preface everything that I'm saying. I don't think it's going to get as bad as they say it's going to get. But if it does, okay, you want to be more safe than sorry, because guess what? When the inflation comes and you go to sell that PlayStation 5, guess what? Everybody else is too. And it's not going to be worth what it is today, right now. You better get out there and start selling stuff and go pick up a second job today.
Well, I do believe it's coming, Gunny. I don't think it's going to be where there's not going to be food. What I think it's going to happen is you're going to pay double what you used to pay a year ago for food. So a box of pasta that was $1 is going to cost you $2. Now, a guy making money, it ain't going to affect him. And people that don't want to increase their income, what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to cut down on something to buy like if your grocery bill used to be $100 a week for one person, now your grocery bill is going to be $200 a week. So you're going to have to do something. You're either going to have to stretch out your food, which means stop buying that $5 bag of Doritos that you really don't need and just buy your regular basic groceries. And you're not going to have those snacks while you're watching TV, which you really shouldn't be doing to begin with. Okay? Or you're going to suffer, and then you're going to have to go get another job and to be ahead of the curve and still buy everything you like. But I really think the food is going to be close to double in price. Like, it's almost there already. I mean, a pound of chopped meat I remember like a year ago, was $2.99 a pound. And now it's like $3.99, $4.49. I could see chopped meat being $5.99 a pound. People are still going to buy it.
Oh, definitely.
Okay. So it's coming. It's just not coming, like you said, the way we think it's not going to be you're going to go to the store, there's no food. And if that happens, if that does happen, then it's going to be real chaos.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you don't start making the cuts necessary not now, but right now, like literally today.
Yes.
Today, if you got, if you're a musician and you're listening to me, and you got like extra guitars and extra musical equipment, cool, keep a guitar, but sell everything else. Seriously.
Get rid of the shit you don't need.
Right. If you don't think, if you're, a lot of people, especially in the past couple of years during the the interest rates went to zero, and if you owe money on credit cards or any kind of loan, they're not really calling like they used to. They're not really calling because the interest rates are so low that, they're not really hounding people because the banks have kept the interest rate so low that they want you to keep, they want you to keep making payments. They're not going to hound you about it. But if and when the interest rates go back up, yeah, the bill companies and the banks are going to be like they was before. They're going to be calling you every day, twice a day from different numbers. Hey, where's my freaking money? Where's my money? You better get ahead of that quick.
And we got Tony Bruno here, Gunny. Tony Bruno in the house.
The legend.
Yeah, he's here. And we got knowledge and relationships in the house. But yeah, Tony, Uncle Gunny was talking good about you before.
I said he was a no good Guinea wop greasy mug.
But yeah, for you to say it, it's even going to make me go double time now because when you just telling me it's coming, which you never thought I would hear from your mouth, it's coming. I've been saying it's coming for a long time. It's coming.
Well,
There are going to be
I
there are
said it.
going to be issues.
Yeah, I said it when we first started hanging out a while back. Is that, if you ever hear me say it, or if you see me disappear from the manosphere, if and I'm telling you right now, I'm making this announcement. If you guys see me like not show up on streams like consistently, I'll probably email Tony and he'll probably put the word out. But if you see me not appear on streams like consistently, you better grab your ankles. That means I'm gone. That means I'm running for the hills, man.
Yeah,
It is better.
game time.
Sell everything that you got that you can that's not nailed down. Sell everything that you got that you can that's not nailed down, because guess what? Then if I'm wrong, then guess what? Then you can always go rebuy it later. You can
Yeah.
always recoup it later, because I'm telling you, I'm not calling for catastrophe. I'm not taking the asteroid pill. Shout out to Hold the Truth. I'm not taking the asteroid pill and saying doom and gloom. I'm saying better safe than sorry. It's better to have a plan and be wrong than to not take action.
Yes.
Think of it like, look, think of it as it's tornado season, it's hurricane season, it's blizzard season, it's rabbit season or duck season. Think of it as it could never hurt to be prepared. Never hurt. Stay ahead of it. Get ahead of it.
It's true. I mean, look, I hope it never happens, and I'm gonna say I'm telling you, I think it's gonna happen if we can't stop. And I know you don't maybe believe some of it, but I believe there is some type of new world order they want to put into play. All these corporations, and I believe the only way they could bring down this planet, especially America, they have to flip the switch. They have to shut the power. I think if we have no power, let's say 2 years from now, they say Russia launched an EMF pulse up in the air and shut us down, and we're going to war. They're going to blame somebody, even though they flipped the switch. If they shut the electric off to the whole planet goes dark, it's chaos time. There ain't going to be that much food. There ain't going to be deliveries. There ain't going to be heat. There ain't going to be air conditioning. It's going to be chaos. So I hope this never happens, but I think that's going to be the last thing that they do to us is flip the switch.
Well, there you go. I mean, if you, what the old saying, hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, they say that, but they really don't realize the implications of those words. Prepare for the worst. And I mean the worst. A lot of people joke around, and I like to use this. I'm guilty of this because it's a great metaphor. If you're prepared for the Z apocalypse, then you're prepared for anything. And that's true. It's a fun way to say it, because, again, a tornado can come along and take everything that you got, a hurricane, a monsoon, a blizzard. Wherever you live, there's trouble, volcanoes, whatever it is. You live in the possibility of some God forbid, some sort of crazy disaster. But the time is now, the hour is short, the clock is ticking. The time now is to move, because if you wait, you're gonna be hurting. You're gonna be hurting bad. Now, I don't think it's gonna be as bad as they're saying it's gonna be, because about what we've seen in the past 2+ years, that 90% of what of how bad they say things are gonna be, 90% of the time it never turns out to be that bad. But
right.
there is still an element of bad, and bad can always turn to worse at the blink of an eye. Believe me, I speak from plenty of experience. You and me and Tony, guys that have been around for a while, can tell you that, bad can turn to worse in a heartbeat. So get ahead of it now.
In a heartbeat. Ain't the word for it. In a heartbeat.
Yeah.
They flip the switch in a heartbeat. It'll be chaos. Like, remember Texas when they had the power for them couple of weeks? What happened over there? It was chaos. People were bugging out. You should at least have some type of, I don't mean a generator with gas even, but if you have one of them, fine. But you should at least, like, I have a generator. I have two of them. I have a little one, and then I have a big one that I could probably sit on my computer for 12 hours or sit on my laptop for 5 days and not worry about, like, I could power up a whole room with electric lights, computers, a fan.
There's two things, you know.
It's solar powered.
I'll give away free apocalypse game. Free apocalypse game, okay? I was gonna save this for the channel, but you know, I'm still gonna put it on the channel. But two of the best things you can go out and buy right now are an alcohol distiller, like a still.
Yeah.
Okay. Go to your local brewery, see if they have equipment for distilling alcohol, like making moonshine is what I'm saying. And don't make moonshine, but if you can distill alcohol, you can also turn any water into clean drinking water. Okay, and you could put it over a fire. Okay, so learn how to chop wood and go get an alcohol distiller. Yeah. If you can't do that, I recommend it because you don't need electricity. But if you also, my second number one thing for obtaining fresh water, especially in an urban environment, is to get a get a solar panel and an inverter, and get a room dehumidifier. Yeah. Okay. Get a dehumidifier. This pulls the moisture out of the air, and when you dehumidify a room, it has a little collection tray where it takes all that moisture and it collects into basically, water. You know, a container. Okay. Yeah. Now that's not the cleanest water in the whole world to drink, but guess what? It's still somewhat potable. So if the power does go out due to a hurricane or natural disaster, then you could put the solar panel out there. Oh, you got to have batteries too. So you can run it at night, and if you have to, you can plug the dehumidifier into the solar panel and battery, pull moisture out of the air, and drink that if need be in an emergency. Yeah.
Like, you got to have a bug out bag almost, like, but better than a bug out bag. Like, I have a portable generator that's the size, I don't know, maybe it's 2 feet or 2 feet by 2 feet or like a square. And I could go like in the woods with this generator, and I got solar panels for it, and I could live in a tent literally in a warm climate. If I was in like cold climate, I would have to have a heater, which I could run off this thing. But say I live in Florida and the weather's pretty warm where you're not freezing at night, but I could actually take this and, let's say, a backpack full of stuff that, like, the clean water and things like that, flashlight, knife, and I could actually go live in the woods if I had to.
Yes and no. And again,
I mean, the best bug out is your house, of course.
Well, it's best to bug in. It's best to bug in, because if you're going to bug out, you have to have a location. Right. One of the biggest misconceptions. I'm not to shit on what you just said, because again, when I'm not in the before I was in the manosphere, and for the past, I don't know, 2 decades, you know, I'm in the natural disaster communities where we talk about, you know, how to handle natural disasters. You know, one of the biggest misconceptions that a lot of people say is, I'm going to go in the woods. And I'm like, okay, well, guess what? You and everybody else. So, I mean, I'm going to go in the woods and go fish for food and go hunt for food. I'm like, well, yeah, you and everybody else. You realize there's only one deer per like 400 or 500 people. So there's going to be an amazing amount of competition for food.
And there'll be no more deer.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So you're going to have a huge amount of competition for food if you go into the quote unquote go into the woods. You know, you have to have a location to go to. That's why it's important to have people, to build a community, to say, hey, if things get bad where I am, I'm going to come to you.
Yep.
I'm going to come to you, and again, have those emergency supplies. To
Yeah.
where if you have to come to somebody, then you'll have at least plenty of water and some sort of food. As you've seen me say, the most important thing. A lot of guys, oh, I'm going to have gold. I'm going to have coins. I'm going to have bullets. I'm going to have, beans. I'm going to have this. Well, that's great, but the most valuable thing in any kind of survival scenario is skills. You've got to have skills. You've got to have skills. You have to have somebody teach you those skills, and then you have to practice those skills on a consistent basis. You can't wait until you can't go buy a book and say, "Oh, well, when things get bad, I'll just open this book and figure it out." No, no, no.
Like farming. People think they can just go grow stuff. You've
No.
always said, go work for a farmer
Yep.
once a week for free and
Yep.
learn how to do it. People think, oh, well, if shit hits the fan, then I'll start growing my food. No, it ain't working it don't work
Nope.
like that.
Grow it now. Plant today.
Yeah,
Today.
because my son, the reason why I went to live with my son was because, I don't know if you remember, like about a year ago, it looked like really everything was going crazy.
Right.
And I said to my son, I'm coming to stay there, like you say. I was going up there to live where he lives because they're up in the mountains. And now I left and came back into the big cities because it ain't happening yet. So things calmed down. People think I had a fight with my son. No, I didn't have a fight. I just left because I only went up there originally because I thought the shit was going to hit the fan. And I actually wanted to be with my grandchildren, figuring if it's just my son protecting my grandchildren, me and my son is a double the size of an army, right? So we always had a plan, though. When I said bug out in the woods, we had a plan. Okay, we're going to be up where my son lives. If they get to him, then it's really bad because he lives up in the Ozarks in the woods. You can't even find his house. Okay, right now you could not find his house. It's hard. So anyway, if we had a bug out of his house, because I believe in bugging in like you, because it's not easy to live out in the woods. I told my son we have to find a location where we're going to go. Either we put a little camper home 20 miles deep into the woods or we find a cave because we need somewhere to go if we have to bug out. Like if they're coming around rounding people up, if it got like super nuts. So that was my plan. You always need, like you said, to have a location where you are bugging out to. You just can't go live in the fucking woods. I was saying that literally because if I had to, though, I could go do it.
Well, right. That's what I always say. We have a saying in the emergency community is if you're going to bug out, that you have to have a location to bug out to.
Absolutely.
Which means you have to practice putting on, a 50-pound backpack and walking to that location. It might take you a couple days. It might take you a couple weeks. And that's where the skills come in. You're going to need those skills to possibly get to a location on foot, because honestly, any kind of, if you're out and about, when a disaster, if you don't believe me, go look at what was the thing in Atlanta a year or two ago. There were people that were on the road, they were on the highway, and like a buttload of snow fell really, like a lot of snow fell really fast, and they were trapped on the highway. They were just trapped they were trapped in their cars, and you only got so much fuel to keep you warm.
Right.
So if you got to be prepared for, if a natural disaster hits, you're going to be on your feet. You're going to have whatever is on you or near you. That's what you're going to have. Period.
Yeah.
Like you said, the people in Texas, they saw that the storm was coming, and it turned out to be a lot worse than it really was. Shout out to Gonzo School. Go subscribe to Gonzo School. He'll tell you all about it. Gonzo will tell you all about it. He lived through that. You know, they didn't have any water, and him and his wife were limited on food. You
Yeah.
know, so you have to have a place to go to, you know, to where, you know, like Tony will tell you, you know, living here in the South, you know, a big ugly hurricane comes along, you know, and if it gets too much of a large category, you know, I have friends all over you know, in the US that I can call up, you know, and or they'll reach out to me. Hey man, you know, I saw that big category 4 storm coming your way. If you want to, you know, if you need you know, you and your lady need a place to go, you know, you're more than welcome here. Cool, man. I really appreciate that. You know, it's having a place to go to, having a network. One of the best shows for this is shout out to Tony Bruno once again, the freaking absolute legend. Is he had a show, one of the first shows that I was on when I first started hanging out with Tony. He had a show called the Bro Network, where we talked about it. I think it was me and Frank Pesci and a couple other, you know, Tony's always got the best panel, where we were talking about your network, you know, who you know is extremely valuable in a disaster or not, you know, in a disaster, just everyday life, you know, of, hey pops, you know, I gotta do this project around the house and I need a drill. Can I come and borrow your drill? Sure, Guns, come on by. You know, just little things like that.
But people they don't use their brain. Like, there is no excuse to me for anybody not to have 3 months worth of water sitting in your house. And I'll tell you how. It's not that you got to go to the store and buy, like, I drink spring water, right? I won't drink fluoride water from the sink. But
Right.
if I didn't want to go invest in water, right? I didn't want to go buy, you know, 6 months worth of water and store it in my house. This is what I did in my old apartment. I used to buy spring water in the gallons and in the small bottles, but I started going. So when I was done with that gallon of spring water, I would fill it up with tap water, put the cap back on, and I would put it in a storage area in my house. I had one area designated, and I built up a water supply of water from the tap. Yes, it has fluoride, but I can live off of it.
Right, exactly.
So I had a free water supply in case of an emergency. But here's the fucked up part. So I built up, like, I'm telling you, I had a couple of, maybe 100 gallons of water built up in these Poland Spring gallons, right? I had like 100 of them. I moved. I had to empty them all out because I didn't want to leave them with I had to empty all these waters out and throw out the containers. It was a pain in the ass. But you really should be building up a water supply. You could do it for free. Every time instead of throwing out the bottle.
You could do it for free. One of the low cost things that I recommend to people is go to the hardware store and go get the 5-gallon bottles for $7.
There you go.
Go call up one of your local water delivery places where they have the 5-gallon things, and they have highly purified water for about $7-8 per 5-gallon. You know, take a Ziploc bag, put it over the top of it, duct tape it so it won't, you know, because it's got a little hole at the top, so it'll fit into the dispenser, right?
Right.
But you got to seal off the top, you know, get a piece of masking tape, put on, you know, mark on the thing where you bought, you know, what day you know, the put a date on it, and it's good, you know, it'll stay in that it'll be good in that 5-gallon container for about a year, you know, and then the hurricane season comes and goes. And now it's you know, it's October, and you know, no more hurricanes. So you know what? And now I'm gonna do like you said. Now I'm gonna pour that out. I'm gonna take them back, and I'm gonna go get 4 more. Go to the grocery store or a warehouse and ask if you can have an old pallet. Yeah. Ask them if you can have an old wooden pallet. Put a wooden pallet in your garage and put 4. Put 4 5-gallon bottles on there. Yeah, you know, that'll hold you over for a couple weeks. It's, you know, that's always a good thing.
Right. But most people don't even do that. And I'll tell you another thing with water. let's just say you lose power to your house for 2 days only. How do you flush your toilet? So I used to have water. I could pour it in I could pour it in the toilet and flush it.
Well,
so I don't have to worry about if I'm taking a shit in my house, I can't flush it.
the thing I recommend for that, I'm giving away free Apocalypse game. I hope everybody's taking notes. There you can get it sounds crazy, so everybody listen and stay with me. Okay. I think Dark Stars put a few good comments.
You could buy a bucket.
Yeah, you get a 5-gallon
seat.
bucket. They make a toilet seat that'll fit on a 5-gallon bucket.
We had them. Me and my son, we had one in the house in case we ever needed it.
Exactly. You can get the large animal poo bags will fit that. Okay. And what you can do is, okay, if you gotta pee, then yeah, then of course men and even women too. I mean, men can go outside and women can go in the bucket, and then you can pour out the bucket. It sounds gross, but we're talking about an emergency situation here. So just get over yourself. But yeah, I mean,
you can buy them on Amazon.
Right, if you got to make solid waste, if you got to poop, then you can poop into a bag and then tie that bag up, and then again bug in. You find a spot in your backyard where you can dig a hole, and then you can bury a couple of bags and cover up the hole.
Yep, but nobody's prepared for this. 99% of the people, Uncle Gun, aren't prepared for anything.
Right.
They think they are. People got 4 or 5 cases of Poland Spring water in their house and a month or 2 months worth of groceries, and they think they're prepared. There's a lot more shit you need, but other than just Poland Spring and food. I mean, that food and water are the most important. But like you said, where do you shit?
And when you're preparing and for emergency situation, you got to hold frame, Tony. Tony says you gotta hold frame.
The good thing to have too, I think, if you have money, is have a little camper. You could just take off.
Yeah, that's always good.
State. You could go to another state if you have.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If you got family members in another part of the country, make friends, build a network. I have friends all over the U.S. So if there's any kind of disaster, they can either come here or I can go there. And guess what? I got these old-fashioned things called paper maps. Maps.
Right. Most people don't even have a paper map.
Right. If I had to go on foot, I could go on foot. I could go on foot if I had to. I wouldn't be happy about it, but I could go on foot.
Right. Like, let's say there's no internet. How do you go from point A to point B if you don't have a map?
Right. Skills. If you don't acquire these skills, get training. I'm a big proponent in training. You got to get training and you got to practice training, because let's talk about training for a second. So I love talking about training because I train people for a living with, doing stuff like this, or whether it be, sport shooting or whatever it may be. You've got to get training, and you've got to practice that training, because what is training? Training teaches you what and how to practice. Okay. Training teaches you what and how to practice. You've got to get those skills and you got to practice those skills, because you want to be proficient. You don't want to wait until it's too late, to be, like you said, a lot of people aren't prepared. And those of us who, live in Tornado Alley or wherever you live, I'm sure you have it just like we have it here in the South. They wait until the last minute to go get gas, to go buy a generator, to go get water. They, the grocery store empties real quick when the hurricane starts coming close. Try going to the hardware store and getting plywood and lumber. I'm sure Tony can tell you, that stuff is some of the first stuff to go. Is food, water, and gas and lumber. When that big ugly storm starts to come around. So don't wait. Make friends. Start building, preparedness supplies. Hurricane season's here. Before you know it, it'll be tornado season come fall. It'll be cold weather again before you know it. So don't wait until it's too late.
I mean, think about this. When a snowstorm comes, just a snowstorm, oh, we're going to get 12 inches of snow. People panic and go buy out all the water in the supermarkets.
Right.
So could you imagine if something really hits hard, like a catastrophe? There ain't no water in the stores left. It's done. You get in your car and you try to get there and get that water. There ain't no water.
Yeah.
So
I'm gathering. I got a stack. I got a collection of firewood in my backyard. Okay, I don't even have a chimney, but I got a collection of firewood in my backyard, and I rotate it. Okay, just like you rotate the food, just like you rotate the water, you got to rotate stuff.
Yep.
When it's time to rotate stuff, you got to rotate it.
Well, a lot of people too. I don't know where you live in South Carolina, I think, right?
Right.
I don't know how cold it gets there. But my son, where he lives, you got to have wood. So
right.
He has a wood stove. So if
exactly.
there's no power, his family, they don't freeze. And there's so many trees surrounding him that there's plenty of fuel. He'll never run out of wood. My son's property, just the property he owns, is enough wood for a lifetime. I mean, like, he'll never run out. He's got hundreds of trees, hundreds of them on his property. So, people don't think of these things, but the people that do will be the survivors. The only problem you have, though, in the big cities, I mean, if it really gets bad, the criminals are going to start going around taking.
That's who's gonna prevail in the apocalypse. Is like I said, skills. You've got to have skills, because the people that have a I don't take no for an answer mindset. The people that will do what other people won't or other people can't. Those are the people that are going to prevail.
Yes,
it's going to be the animals. You've got to get in touch with your survival caveman instinct. Those are the people that are going to thrive. Animals.
The wolves are going to surround the hyenas. That's for sure. But people, and ex-military has an advantage. Most people that were in the military, they know how to handle a gun. They know how to fight a little bit better than the average person. So, if I handed the average Joe where I live a rifle and said, go kill a deer, they couldn't kill a fucking deer. They don't even know how to walk up on a deer. The deer would run away. They would never even have a chance to get it.
Yeah.
But if you're a hunter,
most people, not really most people I know, because I know, hardcore guys like myself, but most average people, like you're saying, they might have gone fishing, but a lot of people throw it back. They've never caught a fish and cut it open and gutted it, right? Scaled it, and a lot of people who have been hunting, they kill the deer and then they drag it to the truck and then they bring it to a processor. They don't know how to process meat. They don't know what it is to cut open an animal and
like a deer,
skin it, and they don't know what that is. And you don't want to have to wait to learn how to do that when you need to know how to do it.
Right. Like I tell you right now, you never killed a deer, you never gutted a deer. You go out, let's say you get lucky enough, you shoot a deer. Now what do? Yeah. If you don't know how to gut a deer, how are you going to eat the meat? Because you got to know what you're doing to do that. I never gutted a deer. I think my son has, and then you got to have the stomach to gut a deer, man. It's not easy to gut it.
Exactly. People, I get a lot of this. Again, I get a lot of this in the wilderness community where I hang out when I'm not in the manosphere. And part of the manosphere is doing man stuff. By the way, it's not just talking about women or game or or looks or all that bullshit. There's a lot more to it. But it's, I'm going to go in the woods and I'll just set traps for, squirrels and birds and rabbits and stuff. Well, I mean, have you practiced doing that? Because anybody who has done that consistently will straight up tell you, you could set 40 traps and get nothing. It's really just the luck of the draw. You could set 40 traps, put out 20 baits, and then come back and there's only 1 or 2 baits left because the insects ate it.
Yep.
You know, I mean, you got to practice these things.
Yeah, like you gotta actually, you should go if you should actually go hunting. Actually learn how to fucking hunt. There's nothing wrong with that. I never did it yet, and I got to do it. My son has done it. I kind of
Well, that
rely on my son for certain things. I'm like, well, if shit hits the fan, I'm coming up here. At least I know you can go hunt. I'll
right.
learn real quick, but I should go learn.
Well, that's why I tell everybody to go to all of the farmers markets that you can. Okay, Pops has heard this, but I'll
Yep.
tell it again for the viewers that might be listening. Go to as many farmers markets as you can. Look it up on the internet and find as many family, not corporate, but the family farms that, you know, grow their own food, raise their own chickens, raise their own cattle, their own livestock, and you go find these people and you say, "Hey, can I come and take a tour of your farm?" And you drive out there and you go talk to these people and you say, "Hey, listen, you know, I want to support family farms because it's always good for the economy to stay as local as possible, but you want to say, hey, look, I have this passion about wanting to learn how to farm and raise chickens and raise, you know, cows. Can I come and volunteer on your farm?" And I've never heard of anybody being turned away from free labor. Just say,
Right.
look, I'm going to come and volunteer on your farm if you show me how. I just want some experience, you
Right.
know, on how to do this. Can you teach me how to do this? And they will, and you learn some skills, you know. And most of the time when I go volunteer, guess what I'm coming home with? I'm coming home with a couple of roasts. I'm coming home with a couple of dozen eggs. I'm coming home, you know, I don't eat many vegetables myself, but my lady does. I'm coming home with I'm coming home with a head of cabbage. I'm coming home with you know, some carrots and, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, because they'll always give you something, even though you're working for free. They'll feel bad.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Oh, I would like, I agree with that 100%. It's just that most people, 99% of people won't do it, even though you tell them. But hey, maybe a few of them will.
Yeah,
But
you
if
got
you
to
don't
go.
want to do that, you got to at least, you got to be I mean, you got to be prepared up to a point. I mean, no matter what. And people are not prepared at all, zero prepared. They
No,
think they got 4 cases of Poland spring water in their house. They're prepared.
yeah, and a couple of cans of spam and
Yeah,
some
and
trail mix, and you
tuna fish.
got it made. No,
Yeah, it
no.
ain't working like that.
Look,
I
that's
tell
a great
people, how long
start.
is that going to
Don't let me
last?
don't let me knock it. Okay, that's a great start, but it's not going to be enough.
No.
You got to have at least a year worth. You start building towards a year's worth of food and water.
And as far
It's
as growing your own food, Uncle Gun,
yeah,
if you have a family of 4, a wife and 2 kids, do you know how much you got to grow quite a bit of food to sustain that family to live off of that crop? It's not like you grow 2 tomato plants and you can live off of them.
right.
You need a lot. You need land. You need a big piece of land to sustain just 4 people
Oh yeah,
to live off the land. You need a lot of crops.
oh yeah.
Because then you got the winter coming and you gotta basically preserve that stuff on top of it. It's not easy. People make it sound like they'll buy the magic garden on Amazon and grow fucking vegetables in their house and they can live off of
Yeah,
that.
you don't, again, you don't want to wait till you need it to start,
Yeah.
you know, because again, like you said, plants take time to grow. If you're hungry, you don't have 6 months to wait for this thing for you to eat it.
And the
You know,
best
you
is the
just
people that think they're going to grow it in their house. I go, well, how are you going to grow it in your house? Because you need artificial light and you have no power. So how are you going to grow the fucking food in your house?
right. There are some things you can grow in your house and keep it near the window, but you have to have a dedicated room in the window space to grow those things.
Right. And how
You know,
much can
you
you
can
really grow?
exactly, you know, but the thing I recommend is again is the farm, and then if you have the space yourself, you know, is the having the farm connection, because if you do have to if you do have to bug out, then guess what, you can go to the farm,
Right.
you know.
Well,
And if you do have to bug in, then guess what, you can go to the farm, get a couple of get a dozen get a dozen chicklets, a dozen little
Make
chickies,
eggs.
and then you can raise those things. And if you know how to grow your own plants, they can eat the plants.
Right.
The greens are real easy to grow. Okay, collard greens, you can eat them. Okay, you can eat stuff like turnips and collard greens are very easy to grow.
Right.
um Red potatoes, very easy to grow. They grow really fast, and they'll ask any Irishman that potatoes will sustain you. Not great, but
No, they
it'll
lived off, I think it was potatoes and milk. They were
yeah
drinking
they
goat's milk and potatoes.
go, those of you listening, go research the Irish potato famine. But
Yeah.
the chickens, you can grow sunflowers. Sunflowers grow very fast. You can harvest the seeds and you can feed the chickens the seeds.
Yep.
And then you can replant the seeds from the sunflowers. So I mean, learn how to do all these things. Anything you can go plant today, go plant it today. Go to your local, look up on the internet, find your local place where you can buy seeds, and they sell this book called the Farmer's Almanac. And you go buy a copy of the Farmer's Almanac, and it'll tell you, oh, it's early April. What kind of food source can I plant in early April? What
But
kind of soil does it like? Go plant it today, like
but
like this
yeah.
week.
But
Not
Gunny, what I'm talking about though, see what you're saying is great, but here's where I'm trying to bring up a point.
okay,
You live in a house, let's say in a regular, like say Jacksonville, Florida, and you got a small little yard. You know, you can't grow enough shit in that yard to sustain your family. It could help. Like my son, I'll give you an example, had about 20 tomato plants that pumped out the little cherry tomatoes, which grow fast. Every day we would get a handful of tomatoes, okay, like a pint.
right,
So if you got 20 tomato plants only giving you a pint of tomatoes every day, which took up a lot of room in his yard. I believe to grow food is great, but I don't think it's practical for the average person. That's what I'm trying to get to, because I think you're better off getting canned goods and preparing that way, because to grow, now you're going to have to learn eventually. I mean, if it's really Mad Max and there's no
right.
food in the world, yeah, you're going to have to grow food. There's going to be no choice.
Well,
But then you're going to need to live like in a community of farmers. Like the perfect example would be the Amish.
right.
They'll
Well,
survive if they get guns though, because let me tell you, the first place everybody's going is to the Amish because they know they got everything.
I again, I'm in these forums, I'm in these communities when I'm not here. Believe me, there's plenty of patriots that know all this, and they will rally together and defend these people because
Yeah,
they know they
right. Like
they know. But
we
yeah,
go
I mean,
make
I'm
a deal with the Amish. We'll be your
right,
security force, and you feed us.
right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is have a year, but learn these skills, because you can live off of what you have in storage for a year, and then while you're growing and cultivating food for the future.
Yeah, I think the best thing to do is go live close to an
Yeah,
Amish village.
yeah,
Go move near them and become
yeah. they
friends with them.
they've been survive not they've been not surviving, but the Amish have been thriving.
Yes,
The Amish have
thriving.
been thriving since what, like the 1200s. They've been thriving perfectly fine without city water, city sewage, and city electricity. They've been doing just fine.
Yeah, they actually, I think most Amish people are happier than the average person.
Yeah, because it's a simple life.
Yeah, even though they do work hard though, but they're farmers, and
Right.
they work hard, but you don't see them getting divorced in that culture. You don't see all the shit that you see. Their kids being taught all this bullshit. Like they're living they're like Little House on the Prairie life. And I'm fine with that. I mean, I would like to have their life and have a little bit of the luxuries. I don't mind having electric.
Yeah, Dark Star just nailed it. Dark Star, if you can, hop on, please.
What do you say?
You know, he knows what I'm talking about. About you can't just plant stuff in your backyard. You got to most places work really well off of raised beds.
Yes, that my son's tomato plants were all off raised beds. You have that because but you know, beside farming, you got to contend with the wildlife that eats your plants. You know, you grow shit in your
Right,
backyard, all of a sudden you got raccoons at night or whatever coming
right,
in there eating your rabbits are eating your shit,
right.
the deer are
Yeah, and
eating your stuff,
if you're raising chickens and livestock, then you got to deal with coyotes and wolves and
right?
foxes and whatnot. You know, so yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying about your best chance in if like you said, let's say a big hurricane comes through, knocks out the power. The power is going to be out for months. You know,
Right.
you don't know when it's coming back on. It's going to take, let's say a super hurricane
2 months.
comes along and just
2
wipes
months.
everything.
Yep, 2 3
You
months
know,
to get your power back.
you're going to need you're going to need a community. You're not
Uh-huh.
going to need just one or two neighbors. Neighbors are great.
Right.
Neighborhoods are great. But again, if you're in the city or suburbia, guess what? The animals are going to come looking for you. The criminals are going to come
Yeah,
roving the streets looking for you.
that's
You're going to
right.
need a community.
You're gonna need basically, I don't know how many people, but you're gonna need like an armed militia to protect your own shit.
Pretty much. But then again, you're going to need a community because everybody in the community is going to have to rotate jobs. You can't be on security force all the time.
Right.
Everybody's going to have to take turns with the animals and the irrigation and tending to the crops and watching
Right.
the children and all of that stuff. It's
Or they'll delegate each. No, like say you, okay, well, you're gonna be security force. One of the, you'll be in charge of it.
right,
But I don't need you growing tomatoes. I need you to do what you do well. Now, I could teach you how to grow it in case you ever have to do it, but I think they're going to actually have, your guys that know how to fight are going to do the security, and your guys that know how to grow food, they're going
well,
to be the
no, I mean,
farmers.
again, your best bet is to have everybody learn everything.
No, without a doubt, because if you die, somebody else could pick up the slack.
Right, right. Like the most in a ultimate disaster scenario, a lot of people get this wrong. The the most valuable person in an ultimate disaster scenario is not security. It's not the school teacher. It's not the farmer. It's not the gardener. The most valuable person is
Mechanic.
the doctor.
Oh, without a doubt.
Period.
Yeah, because if you only got one doctor, then what happens if he dies?
Exactly.
You got to teach other people, even they may not be as good as a doctor, at least to be a nurse. But I would think also a guy that could just fix shit, like a guy that could fix things that break, like just a guy that's mechanically sound, that could just fix all kinds of different things. That guy's
Right.
valuable.
And that's what I'm saying about a community. I mean, part of joining these farms, part of going to volunteer on these farms is that all the farmers know each other and they can tell you, well, I can show you how to raise chickens, but if you want to learn how to raise, sheep and cows, then you got to go to, old man Johnson down the road. He could use some help.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And you get to meet people. And then I think Dark Star was saying it, again, Dark Star, if you can't hop on, but
unfortunately, people aren't going to do this until it's too late. That's the problem. Like,
well, yeah,
most people are going to wait till the shit hits the fan.
yeah, you're gonna make it to your community, and you're gonna have people coming from the outside. They're gonna be seeking refuge and resources, and
Yeah.
that's where it might get hairy.
Well, do you have a community right now, Gunny, that if the shit hit the fan, you're all getting together?
Oh yeah, I have several. I have several places throughout the country I could pick up and go to today.
See, I don't have that. Like, I have a place I could go, but it's not a community like, where there's like 100, 200 people involved. It's like maybe there's 10 people involved, which ain't good enough. I mean, it's better than nothing, I'm sure a lot of those little communities will end up becoming a bigger community because they'll start to merge if the shit hits the fan. But there's not too many
Right.
communities like an Amish community. That's a community. Like you go to Pennsylvania, some of those Amishes, there's thousands of them.
Well, yeah.
That's the place that I'm
That's
telling you, man.
that's what I'm saying. You gotta start today, man. Because I mean, a disaster can strike. I mean, look at tornadoes; they can happen any second.
Yep.
You know, they can happen any second. And if your your video games, your big screen TV, your computer, your laptop, your guitars, your coin collection, your freaking Indian arrowhead collection, all of that stuff is going to be worthless. It's going to be, your laptop is going to be a coaster for holding your drink.
Yeah,
it's going
like
to be worthless.
said, I can fix computers, but not tractors. Well, the guy that can fix tractors is going to be valuable. A computer, nobody's going to have a computer. We ain't going to give a shit about a computer. So, see, OGID said it. I mean, think about that. You fix computers, and this guy fixes tractors. Who's more valuable? The tractor guy. That's for sure. I definitely think the distilling machine is a good idea, too, you were talking about.
Yeah, because it'll turn pond water or salt water, or I mean, God forbid, it'll even turn, it'll even convert
sewer water.
It'll convert urine or unclean water into drinkable water. I mean, again, not my first choice,
right?
But I mean, there's plenty of videos where you can go and take a little 6x6 and build a rain catch, to where when the rain falls, it'll pour down this rain catch, like a Lexan or a glass roof, and then pour into a 55-gallon drum.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, it won't rain all the time. Now, it's better than nothing. I'd rather, you want to have the thing with survival. The thing with survival is redundancies. You want to have 3 of everything. You want to have 3 ways to procure water or purify it. You want to have 3 ways to start fire and 3 ways to procure food.
Yep.
So
in a real chaotic situation, you know what's worth, like, because you brought it up, so I gotta laugh. You know what's going to be worth a lot? Bic lighters. A fucking Bic lighter, you'll be able to trade it for a steak. I'm telling you.
Well, I mean, they're one of the biggest things that people are like, well, how do I find these people guns? How do I find people to link up with? And how do I learn all these skills? Well, dear and gentle reader, dear and gentle listener, I'm glad you asked, because Uncle Guns is here to tell you. Your best place to start. I mean, the usual places, talk to guys like Tony, join a martial arts gym, but the best place I found to start is go find a hiking club. Go find a hiking club. Go find people who enjoy hiking for fun. Okay? They have a lot of fun events. You get to it's a multitasking, what we in the military refer to as a force multiplier. Go join a hiking club. Because they will teach you how to pack gear, lightweight gear that'll last you a while, that'll perform the duties that you want to, and they'll teach you how to put on a backpack, how to wear that backpack, how to walk with that backpack for several dozen miles, how to take care of your feet, how to take care of your body, how to take care, because that's where you're going to be. If a natural disaster strikes, you're probably going to be on your feet when it happens.
Right. If you don't got the right footwear, it's bad enough.
Right. Stuff like that. And the hiking people are 9 times out of 10, they're also camping people. They're also wilderness people. They're
Yep.
also, a lot of homesteaders, living off the land kind of people.
Yep.
They know people. They're into the same things I'm telling you about. They're into local farms. They're into local food. They're not interested in all these technological wonders that we've grown to rely on so much. So, go find a hiking club. Go Ruck
There you go,
is
people. No excuses. Hiking clubs. Here we are. Look at that. Colorado has 38 in them. California 90. Well, let's see how many South Carolina has. Where are we? There we go. You have 11 only. Still there's some.
right.
They're
And
everywhere.
they meet once or twice a year, and and they'll teach you. But I mean, you don't even have to meet up with them. You just join their online community, and you say, "Hey, I'm new here. How do I get started?" And I'm here to tell you, they will pour out of the woodworks. "Hey, welcome. So glad to see you. We're so excited to have you interested in this thing that we love and enjoy doing. You
That's
know,
right.
what's your budget? Tell us what your life is like. Tell us, and they'll get you started. They'll tell you where to get started, what to do, who to talk to, and
I
hey,
like the hiking club idea. It's a great idea,
I'm
Tony.
telling you,
Because
I'm
you
telling you,
lose weight while you're doing it too.
right? That's what I'm saying. You get fit, and you learn how to, you learn how to live. Literally, you learn how to live with the least amount of stuff possible.
Yep.
You learn how to live out of a backpack, and it's the most thrilling, invigorating, freeing thing that you'll ever do. Because when you're only relying upon yourself and the stuff that you have on you, all these things that you think you care about quickly disappear.
I should make a TV show. You fill a house up with all kinds of stuff, like an average house, and you make people go in there and say, "Okay, you got this backpack, and you got to take whatever you can from this house, and that's going to be your survival pack. What will you take?"
They
And you will
they
be
have channels
surprised how
like
many
that.
people will take shit that is like not even relevant, and then people that are smart like me,
Yeah,
I would take a rope. A rope's important.
right. They have channels like that where they'll take survival experts and they say, they give them you got 45 minutes and $100 to go into like the dollar store and build a
Yeah.
survival pack.
Oh, forget it. I know exactly, like not
I'm just
exactly,
saying,
but right.
they have stuff like that. I mean, watch those videos. They're fun.
I was
They're fun.
watching Mike the Health Ranger. Did you ever hear of him?
Yeah, I know, Mike.
So he made a video and he built a survival pack with about $40. He went to
Right.
the Dollar General,
Right.
and he went not Dollar General, Dollar Tree, and everything.
Right.
It was like $1.25 now. It's not $1 anymore. But
Right.
he built a survival pack with the stuff he bought in Dollar Tree. I mean, and you've seen the shit he was buying that people wouldn't think about. Oh, why would I need that? Or why? And this guy, he shows you what you need, and this is, was pretty cool. Some of the stuff he bought, I was like, oh, that makes sense. And you could do it with like $50. You could go to the dollar store and buy a survival pack.
It wouldn't be my first choice, but it's definitely better than nothing.
Right. He just tried to show, like, even if you don't have money,
right.
You could go buy this stuff. I mean, obviously we can get better than Dollar Tree.
Right.
The quality is shit.
And then now we come full circle with where we started with, go get a job, a second job, a third job, and don't be don't be a person in your life that has to answer to somebody else. Yep. Go be free.
It's the best feeling in the world when
it is.
You can make money and not have to answer to anyone. I did it almost my whole life. I actually retired early from the police department because I didn't want to take orders anymore, and I had my own business. See, while I was a cop, I built my business up in my precinct because I had an ice cream company that delivered wholesale ice cream.
Yeah, you told me about that. It's
So
awesome.
I would go into stores while I was a cop, got friendly with the managers, and then ended up getting business in there. So
Yeah.
when I left the police department, I had like 100 accounts already.
Yeah.
I was making more money selling the ice cream, way more money than actually being a cop.
Yeah.
So I waited till I could retire and get a pension out of them, and I left early. And the reason why is because I don't want to work for nobody. I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
I want to be my own boss. That's
Yeah.
it.
You know how many people, I've done this myself. Okay, I'll give you another one. One of the best part-time jobs that you can do is dishwasher at a restaurant. Okay, dishwasher at a restaurant. You're in the back. You don't have to deal with the gossiping waitresses. You don't have to deal with the crazy cooks. You're in the back. Nobody bothers you.
And
You just wash the dishes.
That's it.
Right. You just wash the dishes. And now I know several. I did this myself. Okay. And I'm giving it away, free game here. What I did is that I would wash dishes and I would watch, and I'd talk to the manager. I mean, like, hey, let me talk to you real quick. You're paying these cooks. Some of them, they're making, whatever, they're making buku money. You're paying them hourly to clean up the kitchen, and then every once in a while they would pay a service to come in and clean the whole kitchen itself, like the ovens and the ventilation hoods and all that stuff. And I'd be like, hey, why pay your cooks $15 an hour? I tell you what, the end of the night, when the last customer is left, have your boy clock out, and I'll clean everything. I'll clean everything for $10, $8,
whatever,
$8 an hour, or you just give them a flat price.
Yeah, like I'll clean everything for $20. You don't got to pay 2 cooks.
Yep. I'll clean everything. I'll come and clean the hood vents for you. When you come up, when the restaurant's closed and you come up in here and catch up on paperwork and all the ordering and everything, I'll come up in here. I'll meet you up here and I'll come and clean the vent hood. What do you I bet you're paying them. You're probably paying them, $200 a month to have them come and clean the hoods. I'll tell you what, I'll do it for 75.
Yeah, whatever, even 100. But definitely, I mean, there's ways. You know what? Even working in a restaurant, right? I was a delivery guy in a pizzeria at one time, right? So now, what I'm doing in between deliveries is I'm watching them cook, and I'm learning how they cook, and then I'm learning how they make pizza, and that's the best way to learn how to make pizza. Go work in a pizzeria. Even if you're the delivery guy, eventually you see how they make the pizza. Then you tell the boss, hey, can I try to make pizza now? I mean, here, I pretty much think I know what I'm doing. I study what they're doing at work while I'm not doing anything. And you learn, I would learn how to cook watching the cooks cook. And even if you don't use it at home, you're going to use it. I became a good cook at home watching other people cook, because there's a lot of tricks that you don't know. Like I could never get shrimp scampi right. Shrimp scampi?
Yeah.
So I'm going, why can't I get my shrimp scampi to taste like a restaurant? Well, there's a couple of tricks. And if you don't know the tricks, it'll never taste like when you eat in a restaurant. And you got to know those tricks. When to put the butter in. When to squeeze the lemon on the shrimp scampi. So there's all these little tricks that people don't know about.
Oh yeah, well that's one of the things that I tell guys. Again, another tip is that I'm trying to lose weight and I'm trying to meal prep or I'm trying to save money on groceries and food. Well, you got to cook your own food. Well, I don't know how to. Okay, we'll start part-time at a restaurant. They'll teach you.
Even like I as a snack, because I want to cut away from carbs.
Hey, Marcus is here.
So yeah, oh yeah, I forgot to introduce
Shout
you. So
out. How you guys
Marcus is
doing?
in the house. I
How
like
y'all
beef.
doing?
Good. I like beef jerky, right? So beef jerky's real expensive when you add it up by the pound, what you would pay in the store. Like it's like 2.5 ounces cost like $5. So if you multiply that, it's like you're paying like how much per pound? Think about it. Like, so if you times it by, let's say 7, so 7 times 5 is $35. You can get a piece of meat if you got one of those like things to dehydrate it and make beef jerky or whatever for like 1/3 of the price.
That's
And
another thing. That's another thing I do off my solar panel. I run my dehydrator.
Yeah, and there's no chemicals in it. Like, all the shit they're putting in there, you're doing it on a more of a natural way, with salt and beef. I started getting into I want to learn how to make beef jerky. Because beef jerky is actually great a source of protein if you're on like if you got a backpack and you got to put you got to put food in your backpack weight wise, you want beef jerky.
Well, you want the most nutrient dense food possible.
Yeah, and beef has got to be
in a backpack. What I recommend to everybody, this will save you. The campers and the backpackers will tell you this straight up. You want the most nutrient dense food possible. Yeah, you want it lightweight, but my recommendation is in my bag I have 3 days of what I call guaranteed calories. I have 3 days of what I call guaranteed calories. Mm-hmm. Food that I know is going to have the most amount of calories, most nutrient dense stuff. But it's light enough, but not super light, because the more you lighten food up, the more you take away calories and nutrients.
So what do you got in your bag? Tell us.
I have superfood bars. Okay, like they make meal replacement bars that is a superfood. It has like greens and superfood, like berries and different things in it, and it's really nutrient dense. It's got different super nutrient density because it's packed with superfoods. And then I have what you just said. I have beef jerky, and then I have I make little packets of fat. So I have carbs, fat, and protein.
Yeah, I mean, even see, like tuna fish in the can, too heavy. How many cans can you stick? But I've seen now they make tuna in these flat packets. You ever see it?
Yeah.
And
Marcus packs tamales. You don't know nothing about that.
You can have a couple of them in there too, because tuna is a high protein, and you got those meals too. What are those meals?
Those the tuna things you're talking about cost like $1 at the store.
Yeah.
And then the other ones you call are MREs, meals ready to eat. Those ones, yep.
You can make your own MREs, because the ones you buy off of the internet, man, they're too expensive.
Well, they're good, and they're highly packed in calories, but they're also, like you said, they're heavy.
Yep.
And you can get freeze dried food, and that can kind of be somewhat, that's the lightest weight option, but it's not the most nutrient dense. And yes, for those who don't know, you don't have to boil dehydrated food. You just add water and just wait. Yeah, you don't have to wait as long when you boil it, but all you got to do is add water and just wait.
Yeah, I mean, and then there's some dehydrated food like fruit. You don't even got to wait. You just stick it on your tongue anyway. It's like eating dried apricots or something, I've eaten dehydrated, like, you ever buy it in the store? They have it, like strawberries in a bag, like a snack. Light as anything. People don't realize weight is big. When you got a backpack, you're gonna load it with 50 pounds of shit. You better.
Marcus don't know nothing about that. He never marched up Mount Motherfucker before.
Right. So.
Hey man. I'll tell you this, man. I'll tell you this, man. 10-mile hikes in the Marine Corps, they're nothing. They're nothing to me.
Yeah.
Tell him about Mount Motherfucker.
Like if I did 10-mile hikes, my legs would give up.
Oh God. You know what's crazy about like Motherfucker? Like, I haven't done it in years, but when I first saw it, I thought it was gonna be like this huge like pressure to overcome it. But that shit I knocked it out of the fucking park because I was just so fit, even more fit than I am now. But back then, because I was younger, you know, like by the time I got finished with it, I was like, oh, this is it. But you know, some people were like dying, their legs were giving out. Other people were like throwing up.
Marcus, would you believe me if I told you that I know 2 of the guys from the company that named that mountain?
Oh, really?
Yep.
No, I honestly wouldn't be surprised because these days, when I learned a lot of people throughout the military, you'd be surprised who they know and like the history they know and where they come from. Is like I wouldn't be surprised, honestly.
Hey, by the way, are the comments blurry on the screen?
Let me see.
Well, before when I was going, when myself, it kind of was, but then I had to like what's it called? Focus more on the picture.
Now, right now, though, like I put OGIT comments. Are they blurry?
No, it's clear. It's clear to me.
What about now?
Still
like,
clear.
I don't know if it had something to do with the size of my screen. How about now?
No, it's like I think it comes down to that like 140p or whatever
because
360p.
Yeah, I got my. Let me see what I got my camera set on.
Dark Star named another game, another tip, another great job for working at night is forklift driver at night. Nobody bothers you.
It's true.
Yeah.
Anything you do on a graveyard shift, you got a lot more freedom. Even when I was a cop, I liked the graveyard shift.
You can moonlight as a stripper. That also likes to.
No, but like when I was a cop, the graveyard shift was slow. You know, there wasn't too much shit going on. It was quiet. You know, besides just people like, you know, maybe somebody trying to rob somebody or like somebody drunk coming out of a bar. There's a lot less people out. So at 12 o'clock at night to 8 o'clock in the morning, you're in Manhattan. There's just a lot less people. So a lot less shit happens, you know? And I loved it. It was quiet, man. You just a whole different way of life when you work a midnight shift.
Oh no, because like sometimes for me, if it's quiet, I'm working late at night, I might just want to fall asleep. But usually, like in the other type of jobs that I've had where it's more active, like back when I was like a couple of years ago, I used to bounce for a nightclub, and like a couple of them was like one of them was like they're like the typical clubs where like women would go there, they want to pick up the guys, usually like these kind of MILF and like cougar bars and clubs, and the people that had money, you know. And I just worked there, and it's just like, I was like, wow, this is actually like pretty chill, but it can get pretty active, you know, when it needs to be. So I kind of liked it.
There's more freedom too. Like you just don't have bosses looking over your shoulder 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, you work in a place 3 o'clock in the afternoon, your boss is at work. But 3 o'clock at night, a lot of places don't have, you know, graveyard shift supervisors. They just have a graveyard shift, you know, if it's 1 or 2 people. Yeah. So you could get away with a lot more working on a graveyard shift because there's nobody watching you really.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd work. I remember working, you know, I'd sleep in the afternoon. You know, I'd sleep in the afternoon and then I'd get up. I'd either work an afternoon job and go from one to the other, and I would work it out with both, you know, one or whatever job at the time. Usually graveyard job. I'd be like, look, you know, I'm working this job. I'm gonna come straight to you. So if I'm a few late, you know, oh yeah, you know, don't worry about it. You know, just get here. You know, just show up. And most of them were cool about it. But you know, yeah, I would roll from graveyard to a morning job or from an afternoon job into the graveyard.
Yeah, and then some graveyard jobs, if you really want to go like deep into it, like let's say you don't want to multitask, right? When I was a cop in the 5th precinct, they had a security detail, and you would sit in a booth. So they had 2 cops every night would do it, graveyard shifts. You know what these guys used to do? One guy would go sleep for 4 hours, and the other cop would be sitting in the booth, and then he would go wake him up, and he'd go sleep for 4 hours. So now you're at work, you get your sleep, and then you go do your other job in the morning. It was like the greatest thing. People would say, I got plenty. You can even get sleep at work if you know what you're really doing. But, you know, the
I've done that
cameras,
one.
the cameras,
I've done
though,
that one.
took away some of it. You know, like they got cameras everywhere. That's another problem.
Did you guys ever bartend at all, ever in your life, or anything like that?
I've done it.
Oh, definitely. I've
how'd you-
done every service industry you can think of,
Bartending's great.
except for male stripper. Not like Marcus. He was the stripper.
No, I was more like the bouncer guy. I was the guy who was like, "Hey, y'all can come in. Pay me
Yeah.
up front to get in."
I've
That
done
was
that.
my.
I've done that too. That's great when you're the bouncer collecting the money in the front.
Oh yeah, man, I loved it.
Skate-
That was
I
one of my
worked in-
jobs in high school, man. That was one of my jobs in high school was washing dishes. I was a dishwasher in New Orleans on Bourbon Street for my uncle's nightclub. I would wash glasses all night. I washed glasses all night, working for him on freaking Bourbon Street, and then I'd get off there, and one of his club partners knew he was part owner of one of the like dirtier strip clubs off of Bourbon Street. So the better strip clubs are right there on Bourbon Street, but the kind of seedier ones where you got the older women, women
More
with
raunchier.
freaking C sections and freaking bullet holes, and aged strippers past their prime, past the wall.
Denim,
So I would
pure
go
aged
wash.
denim.
Right, I would go wash glasses over there.
I had a gig in Miami. Listen to this gig. So I'm working at a club. It's on the roof of a hotel, right? And you could be 18, but you could come in, but to drink, you needed a band on your wrist at 21. So there was like maybe about 10 security guards. 9 of them were all giants, monsters. And here you got this little Italian 5'10" guy with a gut running the door. And they all used to go, "Why are you running the door?" Well, here's why I was running the door. I used to, every time I would see young kids come, I could have let them in if they were 18. But what I used to do is proof them at the door, tell them, "Oh, you're not old enough to come in. So you guys stand over there in the corner. I'll get to you in a minute." And then another couple people come by. They're 21. I let them in. We put the band on their hand. I go over to the 18-year-olds. So you want to come in? Well, it's going to cost you 20 each. All right. Boom, 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 boom. 3 of them, 20 each, $60. I let them in. No band. They still couldn't fucking drink. And I let them in. But at the end of the night, the guy who ran the whole thing, I would give him half. So, we're making $400 or $500 each a night, on the busy nights, on the weekends. And they're wondering why I'm at the door. Well, the guy who's running the security wants me at the door because I'm making him money. And it was the greatest gig because I wasn't breaking any laws. I was letting 18-year-olds in that could go in, shaking them down because they didn't know any better because they're tourists. It wasn't like they lived there. So it was the first night they got to the club. They probably got in there and realized, you fucking took my money and I could have came in here anyway. But none of them ever once came back and said anything to me. So I got away with it. I did this shit for a couple of months, and then my friend lost the gig as the security chief. And that was the end of it. Then a new guy came in and took me off the door. And now, I guess he tried to be honest. They weren't making any money, and I was just like a security guard hanging out in the corner doing nothing, But I left because it wasn't enough money for me just to do that. The only reason why I took the job was because I knew I was going to run the door and make money. You're a security guard. You run the door. You better make money. These guys that work in clubs, how do you think they really make their money?
Man, I'll tell you, bro. I'll tell you.
And if let's say I was in a Manhattan bar running the door, oh, you want to come in? Well, there's the line. You're going to have to go. You're going to have to wait. But people that got money come to the front and they make a deal. I let them in. I don't care if the rest of the line complains. They can all squawk and scream and holler. That guy just gave me $50 under the table. I'll let him in. And then I go, oh, he had reservations. I don't give a shit, man. When you run the front door, that's where the money is. It's always about the money, man. But the
Yes,
Florida
sir.
gig was the best because I was letting kids in legitimately. The only thing we had a problem was the fire department because I happened to be letting too many people in, and then the weight from the building, with all these people on the top of a roof, there's a certain amount of weight I guess the building could support. I had this fucking thing so packed out you couldn't move. So my boss had to tell me, hey, you got to calm down. You got to let them wait a little bit, But I was more interested in making the money. I didn't give a shit. Yeah, that was a great gig.
Yeah. Memories, man. Memories.
Oh yeah, man. Yo, you get it. You're in the right place. I know people. I know a kid that's a waiter in a restaurant, okay, in a high class restaurant. You would have to. How about this? You know Joe's Crab Shack?
Yeah, I heard of it. Yeah.
When they got openings for waiters, 200 people are waiting for that job. Those waiters in Joe's Crab Shack make so much money because I guess the dinners, the average dinner in there is like $30, $40 with the crab's legs and shit, that the bills are always $200-$300. They get huge tips, like huge. That when their job, there's an opening, because you're talking about you're going to make $500 a night being a waiter. Do that shit 3 to 4 nights a week. You're making $1,500, $2,000 a week. And half of it is clean. You don't even got to claim them tips. Because a lot of people do tip you in cash still because, they know you're going to pay tax if they put it on the credit card. But those guys are making some crazy money. There are waiters that make bartenders. There are bartenders that make killings. My real fantasy is I want to be Tom Cruise in that movie Cocktail. That would be the fucking ultimate job of ultimate jobs.
Well, high stress, man.
If you're like a young man in the movie Cocktail, well, no, when he's not in the bar I'm talking about when he was working at the resort in Cocktail. Remember when he was working at like the resort in Hawaii?
Yeah.
Yeah, not the part where he's working in the club. Because working in the club as a bartender, you got to move, man. It's a lot of stress. You're right. I'm talking about when he was in like that resort and he's just like picking up women, chilling out, living like in Hawaii or wherever the fuck he was. And making like some crazy stupid money off of tourists, oh, what do you want? A pina colada, hanging out with the girl, talking to her, she's throwing you $20 and you're picking her up anyway afterwards, taking her back to your room. I mean, like, I wanted that lifestyle.
Man.
That's the perfect bartending job. Like, imagine you're a bartender in the Hyatt Regency in the pool area in Hawaii. Woo!
And check this out, right? My first job, actual W-2 tax write-off job, was working in high school was the Marriott. But what I did was, because you guys are talking about the food service and stuff and learning how to cook. I learned a little bit how to cook as I was home when I was younger, right? But my first job, obviously working in the deli at the Marriott, and it was part-time. And the only reason why I got it was because my mom had got really sick. She had technically started before I started. The only reason why I got it was after she got into the bed rest for a bit. I had worked there, but it was only 25 hours, maybe 20 hours a week. And I was doing sports in school. And then all of a sudden my hours started going down and down and down. And I was like, well, you know what? I was going to tell the manager of the department, hey, I was like, if you don't mind, boss, I was like, I'd rather just take my leave and just go get another job somewhere so they give me more hours. Because it felt good to make money, right? It always feels good to make your own money.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden she's like, no. We'll find a spot for you here somewhere. And then so she bumped me to the grill by the pool. Oh, it was it's awesome. You get to learn how to cook, you get to learn how to hang out with different people, different staff, and then you get to see the pretty women in their bathing suits and stuff. So it was +1. And then some of the guys, I got to see them how to make their drinks. And then next thing you know, she not only did she give me that position, but I get a position in the activity center. So it was a villa. So remember, this place that I'm working at, it's a villa resort. So people come here and they buy their villas, or they do like a little timeshare thing. And it was fun though. It was awesome. I got tips from time to time, and networking was great. So
there was a guy they showed. They made a little documentary about him, right? We're going back in the 80s now. Let's go back to like 1985, 1986, like that. This guy owned a hot dog cart right outside the stock exchange in Wall Street.
Yeah.
So they did a documentary. You want to know how much money this guy was making? This is in 1985. He shows his W-2. $250,000 selling hot dogs out of a cart.
It's all location, man.
Right. So you're looking at and he didn't even work on the weekends. It was just 5 days a week. He was making $1,000 a day. But prior to them asking you how much money you make, you know what he said to them? He said, well, let's put it this way. I make enough money that I put my 2 children through medical school. So you're laughing at the hot dog man who's making $5,000 a week in 1985. But now, obviously, in today's society, there's 20 hot dog carts out there. But this guy had a key location in Manhattan making $5,000 a week in 1985, which was like making $500,000 or better a year now. So you can't always laugh when you see somebody doing something. Like, I used to deliver ice cream to delis. I had a route. And this is when I left the police department and I went full scale on it, right? I was making more than a captain on the police department. Like, you would have people, they would come and look down at you. Even people in suits that worked in Manhattan would come and look down at me like, and here I am making $200,000 a year, and you're going to work for $50,000. You can't laugh at people that you really don't realize how much money they're really making. Because some of those people that you laugh at, like a plumber, even, right? People laugh at a plumber. He's dirty.
You make 6 figures.
Yeah, they're making more than the college graduates, man.
Yeah.
So, people used to look down at me, and I would laugh. Like, I would never forget. 2 girl cops came to my house one time over me and my wife were having a dispute. Nothing big. She called the cops because she wanted to be an asshole. Cops came to the house and they seen my, I had like a wooden shield on the wall, my shield. But I left, I retired after 10 years. And they were like, well, why'd you leave? You got fired. What's wrong with you? These 2 girl cops are going off on me. I go, no, you want to know why I left? I said, come outside. I'll show you. I said, you see that driveway? I said, you see those 2 fucking Lexuses? You'll never have one. This is like going back when cops were making shit money too. I go, that's why I left. You see this house? I'm living on the water at the time. I go, you see this house? You see my view? You see where I live? That's why I left. So I actually told them to go fuck themselves. And I said, and you know what I'm going to do right? You know what I'm going to do right now? They were 2 girl cops because they were trying to stick up for my wife with bullshit. I says, I'm going to get in my fucking Lexus right now and leave. And you 2 can have a conversation with my wife. And I got in the car and I took off. Then when I got back, nothing happened. I told her, if you ever fucking call the cops again, consider us not together ever again. Me and you, we're done. I'll fucking throw you out of my house. And you will never come. I told her this shit. I'm not kidding. Because you don't call the cops on your husband unless he hit you or something. Don't try to cause trouble for no. Like, I didn't hit her or anything. So why are you calling the cops? Because we're arguing? Like, she was just being a wise ass. This is my second wife. But she never called the cops again. But it pissed me off that she did it. But just to show you how people look down at other people. They don't realize. Everybody thinks they got the greatest job in the world if it looks like it's a good job, The guy cleaning the toilet bowls may be making more money than you, so don't laugh at him. He may own a cleaning company,
That's facts.
My sister, I don't really want to get into this, but she cleans houses and she makes more than, I would say, 95% of the population. Okay? Maybe 90%. She makes more than 90% of people because she's in a cash business, doing it a long time, and makes a lot of money, what she does. And it's just, she cleans people's houses. You would laugh, like, oh, ha, ha, ha. Okay, well, when you make the money she makes, you won't laugh.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah. It's all a grind. Like, I like Uncle Gunny's, though, logic, man. Multitask while you're working with another job.
That's true. That is true.
Why
It's
work?
not- It's easier to do nowadays than it ever has been because you can do digital nomad stuff. You could do,
Yep.
Work from home.
You could do
yeah,
shit
you
on
could-
your phone and make money.
yeah. You could do like I do and package merchandise.
Yep.
It's ridiculous.
There are
Yeah,
people.
I think
There
I'm
are
gonna
people
move
who
next
are-
door to you, Gunny.
There are people who are making money just off playing video games and put a camera and watch them play video games.
Yeah, but that's not many.
No, but
Hey.
you can do that.
But you can't do that. That's what I'm saying. Now we live in a tech world. We live in a world where you can work from home, from your laptop or your phone or your tablet, your
Hey, I
game
would-
system.
I want to do YouTube full time, just sit in my house and do like shows like this and have like a little thing where people could donate money to me. And if I can make enough money and not have to go to work, I'll just sit here all day and do YouTube.
Do you plug in a Cash App, Pops, to your channel?
No, I never did yet. I'm going to start doing it because I'm spending a lot of time. And if I could build it up where I'm making enough money doing this will be like my full-time job. And then I'll do something else because I don't need to go out there and deal with the bullshit. I'd rather be entertaining people.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm waiting to do the Cash App. I was trying to wait till I had, let's say, 1,000 subs because, I'm not begging or asking people for money. But, hey, when you got like 1,000 subs and you're putting some quality content on, people won't feel bad about throwing you a couple of bucks once in a while, or sell stuff, like sell shirts, like, Pops, like have a shirt, like something funny, like, with my name, Pops, on it or some shit, like get pissed off with Pops. Like,
Shirt that reads, "You're wrong."
Yeah, you're wrong again. That's a perfect one. You're wrong again. Yep. So, like what's his name? Alex Jones does. But, Alex Jones is annoying because he does it every 5 minutes. That's why I really don't watch InfoWars. I like it. It's entertaining. It's just that every fucking 5 minutes he's trying to sell me vitamins.
They're trying to take your money. They're trying to take your money. Hide your fucking money.
Yeah, he'll be doing like a really cool show because he does get big people on his show. And then after like 5 minutes, he goes, "Oh, I hate to interrupt you. We'll get right back. Let me just, I got to put this in because, we're going out of business and I had to mortgage my house. And, if you got to help us keep us on the air because we are the resistance." He's like a salesman, man. He's a good used car salesman. And he goes through this whole spiel. And I'm like, "Yo, buddy, you didn't fucking mortgage a house." Because he has videos where he shows you at his house, and he's got like this fucking mansion with this giant pool and all this bullshit, and he's over here trying to tell me you're mortgaging your house every week. Stop the bullshit. Just sell your products, but do it every half hour or every hour. Not every, well, I'm telling you, every like 5-10 minutes, Alex Jones stops his show to sell you fucking vitamins. It's like, yo, buddy, we all know you sell vitamins. I've even bought a couple of things from him. I bought the hat that I wear in this thing, because I said, hey, I'll throw the guy a bone once in a while, to keep the show up. But, and I liked the hat anyway, and the price was right, too. It wasn't an expensive price. So, but that's why what I'm talking about is with me putting a Cash App, I'm going to do it. It's just that I don't want to look like I'm begging for money. Because some people beg, man. I would like to do it just so if I made enough money with the Cash App on my show, I wouldn't have to actually go work for somebody. I'll just do my YouTube. And then maybe I'll do a side job, on the side. Like Gunny says, always good to have like a couple of jobs.
Yeah, yeah.
Only thing I'm interested in doing is getting the channel, and everybody's always wanting to hear, like, hey uncle, like, what what do you carry every day and why? What's in your bug out bag and why? That kind of stuff. And I'd like to do that, but like,
Well, nobody
just
knows what you look like, so that's the
tell
other
us
mystery.
tell us some more dirty stories, that kind of stuff. So it's like I'm gonna do that, but I won't lie. I'll do it, I'll do it on like Patreon and $5 a month, and you can hear me tell dirty stories or whatever.
Gunny, never show what you look like, because that's one of your things, that you're a mystery. Now, I can understand you showing a couple of people what you look like that really, become friends with you. But in general, never show what you look like. You're better off. Did you ever see the guy's channel called, holy shit, what the hell's the name of it? This guy's huge. Hold on, I'll tell you the name of his channel in 1 second. And you'll never know what he looks like. He never once showed his face. I'll tell you the name of his channel in 1 second. Hold on.
There's a bunch of creators that have been on for years, and they got millions of followers, and they could easily show their face, and because they got money for days, but they don't show their face.
Yeah, well, this guy isn't on that level, but he's on the level, let's say, of like 500,000 viewers. He's big. Call for an uprising. So this guy makes all these videos, and some of them will get a lot of hits. They're shadow banning the shit out of them, but you're never, ever, ever, ever going to see what the guy looks like. He keeps it a mystery. Now, I think sometimes people are real ugly and they don't want to show themselves. And then sometimes they just don't want to show themselves, If I could do it all over again, I don't know if I would have showed what I look like. I'm thinking about gradually taking all my videos down of what I look like and just being mystery pops.
Women love mystery.
What was that?
I said women like a mysterious guy.
Yeah, they'll hear this voice, but they don't know what the person looks like. Or maybe I should have used like this avatar from the beginning. Like this would have been better. I would have got a lot of girls.
Hey, right there. Bada bing, bada boom. Coolest guy in the room.
Yep, I like this one, Demon Slayer. See,
what are you doing today, Marcus? What are you doing up in here? You got nothing going on today?
Yeah, what's going on,
Marcus? Today, no, I got off today, but I got some PTO, so I need to take care of some stuff at home. So yeah, that's why I got it. yeah, but I wanted to catch Pops on his stream because he's usually on around this time. So I was like, oh, well, I'm gonna check what he's doing. And I didn't know. I saw you, Uncle Guns, on a different stream. I think it was it Black Men Unfiltered, or was it the Gray Pill? I know I see you over there.
I'm everywhere.
You probably won Hold the Truth panel that night.
Everywhere. I am freaking everywhere. I'm on every almost every corner of the manosphere. Almost. You'll find me, and again, full disclosure, I've disclosed this for months, going back to Tony's stream. You will find me everywhere. It doesn't mean just because you see me on somebody's stream doesn't mean I align with their beliefs or their teachings or their courses or their whatever. Right. You'll just see me there.
But eventually, you got to get your own show because everybody knows you so much. You'll have a following.
Well, it's in the works. It's just I'm working it out with somebody that everybody knows and is pretty popular, and it's going to be the Me and Him show. And when it does drop, it's going to be like, these two? Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm already guessing it's going to be Jesse Lee Peterson. I'm taking a guess.
What?
I know. That's why it's so random.
I'm just waiting for them to call me up and tell me they want me to take over Rush Limbaugh's show because the two guys they got in there now both suck. They need me in there. I don't know why. I really don't know why I haven't been approached yet. I'll be honest. I'm serious. I should have been approached by somebody already to start my own talk show.
You should be hosting InfoWars.
Yeah, because I know I could do it. It's not even a thought. I do it naturally. I don't even need you to teach me how to do it. I could be a real psychopath naturally. I don't need to, I don't need to be taught to speak the truth and go crazy. I'm just waiting.
I can see Pops. I can see Pops right there. Tell me the fucking truth.
I just figure it sooner or later. One of these
You're working
guys,
with the demons. Just admit it.
Yeah, one of these guys are going to get a hold of my video or something. Like maybe Alex Jones wants to actually quit and retire. And the guys he's got on there now, they're good, but they ain't me. You understand? I could be Alex Jones. I could do it. I can maybe even top him. I could do. They're making the frogs gay. I can do that. I don't think that guy they got with the beard on Alex Jones, you ever see his show? He don't got that. Like, he's good, but he's not real good. He's just like, you work for Alex Jones. You're still a peon. I could be Alex Jones. So if Alex Jones wants to retire and take a break, I could be the new InfoWars host. Because I would enjoy doing that shit, calling Hillary Clinton a demon, sucking baby's blood. Like, I would say that shit with conviction. I may be so crazy that they may even tell me to calm down on Alex Jones. They may say, ho, you're even worse than him. You got to calm down a little bit.
Don't you see? That's what the fucking, what's it called? That's what the Masons want you to do. They want me to calm down for no fucking reason.
Yeah. I mean, they're all demons. They're all fucking demons. I'll be screaming.
Hey, you feel like a more higher intense version of the Howard Stern meets Alex Jones show.
Yeah. But I haven't gotten the phone call yet. I check my email every day. I'm just waiting for like Spotify to say, hey, we got a new show we want to start, and you're the perfect guy.
Yeah, all the controversy stuff is it sells tickets,
when I'm going to negotiate my contract, I'm going to go, hold on, I got to call my Uncle Gunny here. He's going to negotiate for me.
If you don't fucking fix this shit, I'm going to go ape shit.
And then I got to find a talk show host. Like, how you always have to have like an anchor, like, a guy. So you got to pick somebody.
Wait a minute. The trick is to get a hot chick as a co-anchor. That's the trick. That'll get more views.
The weather girl.
Maybe.
Yep, the sexy hot weather girl.
You gotta get a sexy hot weather girl, and her name is Marisol.
But who has,
especially the Spanish channels? Oh my god.
But who's
Marisol?
Famous? But who's famous that got a hot weather girl? Nobody.
Wait a minute.
UPN. What's the channel, Marcus?
You talking about Telemundo or talking
Telemundo?
About
that's it. Telemundo.
Telemundo, yeah. But you got to pick somebody kind of like that's on the same page with you, but has a different type of view than you, though.
You mean kind of like
I need somebody like me, but calmer.
Yeah, just get a hot chick.
Yeah. Or you need the total opposite. This way you can have debates all the time.
Well, who's the opposite? The debates?
Oh, I got this guy, Tommy Pinoid. He's anti-conspiracy. He don't believe anything. He believes everything.
Yeah, me and Tommy need our own show.
Yeah. Tommy believes basically everything is the cathedral. It's all money. It's all global bullshit. Nobody's evil. Everybody's a nice guy. It's just about money. It's always about money. No, they're fucking demons.
And then Tommy's like, no, what the fuck are you talking about? It's just about fucking money.
Yeah, now I'm not going to disagree that they're sometimes they aren't demons. They're just greedy son of a bitches, that are businessmen. But sometimes they're so greedy that you got to be a demon to be that greedy. You can't be that naturally greedy that you're willing to kill people. You can't. Normal people, I don't care how rich you are. If you're willing to kill people, like I gave Tommy an example yesterday with Firestone tires. So I said, Firestone, when they did their recall, they didn't do it. They let people die first because they figured it was cheaper to pay the people that died than to have a recall. Because I said, Tommy, so if you own Firestone and You knew that 10 people were going to die because you made a faulty tire, but that was only going to cost you $50 million to settle out of court. Now you know that if you recall the tire, it's going to cost you $200 million. What would you do if you're the CEO? He goes, I'll let the 10 people die. See, there's where me and a demon differ. I would recall the tires and probably get fired as the CEO, but take the beating over the head because I'm not going to let 10 people die because of greed. You understand? So that's the difference. That's when you know you're either a demon or you're not a demon. So are you a demon, Uncle Gunny? Would you let them die or not?
I wouldn't let anybody die, but I am a demon.
No, but 10 people are going to die. Probably 2 or 3 of them are going to be children. Think about it, right? So
no, there's no unnecessary death can possibly be justified.
Correct.
I mean, there are. I mean, like super duper uber mega rare occasions where the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
Correct. That's
okay. But they're so incredibly rare that I mean, I don't think anybody can think of one real life instance where that was a thing.
Well, let's just say they were going to launch a nuke, and we had to blow up that silo, and there were 10 soldiers in that silo. Yeah, killing them 10 soldiers, they're just casualties of war.
Wouldn't
is
hesitate.
Going to save 1 million lives. I'm doing the silo. I'm launching. I'm going to destroy them. But when you have a choice of life or death and greed or money, I have to go with saving the people before the money, no matter what.
No.
I can't let people die. So when Tommy said, "No, I'll let them die," it's part. It's like part of business. That's bullshit. It's like you just made a magic potion, and you're the CEO of one of these companies, and you know it's going to kill a certain amount of people and a certain amount of injuries, and you let it go through because you want your stock to go up in your company. You're a fucking demon. That's it. There's no in between. It's cut and dry. You're a demon or you ain't a demon. So all these politicians that are pushing these bills through, some of them don't harm anyone. That's fine. The bills that do harm people, you're a demon. Look, if you push bills through that drain people's life savings of their 401k, and now they jump out the window and kill themselves because you just bankrupt the poor guy, you're a demon. You knew what you were doing. Greed up to a point. Everybody's a little greedy. There's nothing wrong with wanting to make more money. It's the way you go about it.
Right. Competitive market's always going to exist, but
that's fine. Undercutting another guy or whatever. Look, even if you cause people to lose their jobs a little bit here and there because you took away a few, I get it. That's business. But when you're killing people, nah, I can't deal with that. But anyway, Gunny, I think we'll end this. You're tired, ain't you?
No, I'm not tired.
Oh, all right. Well, I can stay on a little bit longer.
That's up to you, man. I'm
good.
I'm doing work, man. I'm working while I talk to you.
How great is that? See, I got to get that job. I got to move next door to you. I'll help you pack the packages.
I'm telling you, man, you got to do that grocery thing in Jacksonville. I'm telling you, Pops, I have extremely fun. If I wasn't living here, now, don't get me wrong, Jacksonville's not my favorite city in the whole world. But if I wasn't living here, I'd probably be living with, one of my Navy buddies that's in Jacksonville.
Yeah, well, you know what it is? It may not be one of the greatest places, but it's a big city, which is a lot better than most cities in this country. Because they got weather, and when you're in Florida alone, just having DeSantis as your governor is a blessing.
Well, I mean, it's not as big as like Atlanta or Houston, but it's not as small as some other places.
Right. Well, it's 950,000 people.
Right. It's not amazingly huge, but I mean, it's got everything you need. Plus, it's just a chill. I mean, at least when I was there, and I go there. I go there like
It's still chill.
I go there like once every 12, 18 months or so, because again I got military buddies there, and we always stay with them for free, and it's just chill. I mean, it's no different than where you are now. It's got grocery stores and gyms and
Yeah, it's a metropolis.
cafes and restaurants, but it's that beach. It's got that beach atmosphere that just makes it chill.
Yep, there you go. You hit it on the money. It's a big city near the beach. And the climate there isn't like Miami. It's a little cooler, a little less humid because it's more north. It's not as hot as Miami, man. I lived in Miami for 2 years. The one thing I hated about Miami more than anything is you really had to speak Spanish, man, to really thrive in that. Look, I speak Spanish, but you had to really speak fluent Spanish to thrive there, to really make serious money because it's a Spanish culture. It's heavy Spanish culture there. You would think you're almost in another country when you go there. Like, not in South Beach. South Beach is a tourist area. I'm talking about where the real people live. I thought I was almost in the Dominican Republic when I went there. It was that crazy with the Spanish. I walk into the Dollar Tree, and there's like 8 employees, and none of them spoke English. They went, no habla English. I couldn't find one person that spoke English. I was like, this is fucking crazy. I mean, I don't mind, but come on. I'm in America and nobody speaks English in the store? That was crazy. It should be the opposite, shouldn't it? It should be like 7 people speak English and maybe only 1 person could speak Spanish and English, But it was the opposite, man. I thought
Dark Star, be good, man.
Yeah. But even when I went for jobs, like it was, if a Spanish guy basically had the same qualifications as me, he was getting the job over me.
Well, I mean, that's why, in other parts of the manosphere where they talk about traveling, to other parts of the world. Again, there's nothing wrong with it. It comes with a huge list of caveats, but I mean, I've had a lot of luck traveling the U.S., man. I've had a lot of luck traveling the U.S.
Yeah, no, there's nothing like the U.S. as far as even safety. Even you're in a dangerous place in the U.S., like, I'm sure the crime in Jacksonville ain't like nothing. There's some crime there. But nothing's like America when it comes to like just security. I mean, you go to other countries, you really got to look over your fucking shoulder.
You just avoid those. You just avoid those states and cities, man. You just avoid them. I'm not gonna, I got friends in Chicago. I got friends in Memphis and St. Louis and all the big crime ridden. I got friends in LA, but I'm not gonna go visit them.
No, they do shit to the extreme in other countries, like in the DR, right?
Oh yeah.
When you drive, there's a road to go from Sosua to Puerto Plata. It's like 2 cities. There's a road, a 1-lane road, both ways. It's 1 lane. They would literally put like giant truck tires in the middle of the road, or even regular, and make you crash so they could come rob you. They're like sitting in the woods waiting for you to crash your car, and then they would come rob you in your car. You had to like be careful when you were driving home. Like, that's the type of shit you got to look for. And people don't realize. One day I was driving home from the Dominican Sosua to Puerto Plata, and I hear boom, boom, boom under my car. I was like, motherfucker. I knew exactly what it was. They put a tire with a rim in the middle of the road. I wasn't paying attention. Went over it, and that thing ripped up the bottom of my car. Like, ripped it up, man. Oil pan, everything. Oil's coming out. I didn't stop. I just kept going until I got home. And when I got home, I had hardly no oil in my engine, nothing. The car was, I had to basically throw the car out almost. But the point is, if I would have stopped, I was getting robbed. And beside getting robbed, if somebody gets killed over there, it's not like a big deal. It's not an investigation. An American, maybe there would be a big investigation. But life is not worth that much over there. It's like really not worth anything. Over here, you get killed, there's an investigation, cops are involved, it gets a little more. Over there, man, somebody dies in the middle of the road, they just pack them in the ambulance, bring them to the morgue, and they just go on. They just move on. No
Oh, yeah.
big deal.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, that's the way it rolls over there.
Yeah. There's places in the world you can still go and live cheap and thrive. You know.
Like, I'll give you another example. I'm in the DR and I'm driving back to my house. I had a girl with me, my girlfriend, and all of a sudden, a car comes on the other side of the road and just hits me. Like, literally, just the guy was on the other side of the road, just came and hit me, pushed me down a hill, and I crashed into a tree with I had a SUV at the time. Airbags go off, the whole thing. The car got totaled. The truck got totaled. I get out. I don't even know how the hell I get out. I'm bleeding, blood gushing out of my head, everything. The girl gets out. She's not hurt. She got banged up, but I'm bleeding. The cops come. The kids in the car, they're in a BMW. They're out of the car. They're coked out of their mind, Mo. You could just see they're so coked out. The cops come. They don't even take a report. They don't even call an ambulance for me. I had to get a cab. They leave. They come. They see. They talk to the guy. They talk to me. I said, listen, these kids came on the other side of the road and crashed into me. I says, look at them. They probably drunk or something. They're high. But I know they were coked out because I'll tell you why. I know. So they go, all right, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. They must have greased the cops to leave. The cops leave. They don't even call an ambulance for me. So I take a fucking cab. I got to flag down a cab, take it to the hospital. I walk in, blood pouring down my head. I mean, I'm really fucked up. I go in there, the doctors, the emergency room, they take care of me. But who do I see in the fucking emergency room? These 3 young kids that are all coked out of their mind. They're in there too because they got banged up. And their fathers are there because their fathers had to be probably rich. Because if you got a BMW and you're 18 in the DR, and I mean, this was a brand new Beamer, like a 740, you got money. So I look at this and I go, look at this. It don't fucking matter. Like, life here is not important. And I get it. But that's the example I wanted. Now in America, if that happened, probably those 3 kids were getting arrested. An ambulance would have came and picked me up, took me to the hospital. Nothing. They fucking cops left and let me take myself to the hospital. So there's the difference, Yeah. But I still rather live there. If I had enough money, I'd rather live in that chaos than live in this country. I'll be honest. Because to me, there's no freedom here. I don't believe we're really free here at all. I mean, you may feel you're free. I don't feel freedom. When you tell me I can't have a beer in a paper bag while I'm walking down the street, fuck you. I should be able to drink a beer in the street. I mean, I don't see the problem with the little bullshit things that they do to us here. And I mean, that's just a small example of freedom, but I just want to be free. I don't want you to constantly tell me what I have to do and what I can't do and what I can do. I feel in America, we're told what we can't and can do too much, like to the point of it's petty bullshit. You're telling me I got to pick up my dog shit when he shits on the grass? I'm not picking up my dog shit. I'm sorry. You don't like it? I stepped in shit plenty of times when I was a kid. You used to always know, don't walk. Like, I don't make my dog shit on somebody's front lawn. But, like, I'm walking on the side of the road where there is no houses. It's just a strip of grass. And my dog shits there. I'm not picking it up. I'm not fucking picking up dog shit. You want to go pick up dog shit? You go pick up fucking
If it's in a park, that's a different story.
Right.
I mean,
well, these people, I don't make my dog shit in front of somebody's home. I go like, when you turn the corner and now you got the side of the house?
Right.
And there's just grass there, but it's not in front of his house? I'll make my dog shit on the side of, like, a house, but not in front of it. But you think I'm going to pick up my dog shit? Fuck you, pick up my dog shit. And now you want to give me a ticket for me not picking up my dog? If you told a fucking cowboy you had to pick up your horse's shit, they would have laughed at you. It's like these stupid little things that annoy me, in this country. Like, you need a dog license. Like, where I live in the town I live in, if you have a dog, All right. And let's just say your dog, like my sister's dog, had a fight with another dog. And the lady called the cops. And neither dog really got hurt. The cops came right away. Where's the license? Why the fuck do I need a dog license? So you can take more money out of my pocket?
Well, I mean, I in a lot of places, a lot of states and a lot of cities are actually deregulating a lot of stuff, and they're actually going back to the way it was because they're starting to realize is that, this all the stuff that we have on the books is costing the taxpayers a buttload of money, and that's going to make people move. And if they move, then we don't have any taxable income. They're starting to realize that they can do math, and they actually need to listen to the taxpayers. And
Right.
So they're taking they're doing away with a lot of stuff. They're taking a lot of stuff off the books.
Right. The
So I mean,
petty bullshit.
right,
Like for an example here. All right. Seatbelt law. If I don't want to wear a seatbelt and I'm over, I say, okay, the seatbelt law should account to children. Yes. Even though parents may not want to put a seatbelt on their kid, I think that's the right thing to do. You want to make a law that if a kid is like, I don't know, 16 or under or 18 and under, they have to wear a seatbelt. Fine. You're telling me I'm a grown man and I'm driving through the street. I'm not even getting on the highway, so I'm probably not going to go faster than 30, 35 miles an hour. But beside the fact, it's my choice if I want to wear a seatbelt. You're telling me I have to wear a seatbelt? Fuck you. I don't want to wear it. If I die, I die. But they tell you you have to wear it, not because they really care about you living. I believe they care about making money. It's a money thing. It's all about making money. It generates a lot, especially when they first came out with the seatbelt law.
Yeah.
They were making now everybody wears their seatbelt. It's like a habit. I can't even get in my car now and not put my seatbelt on. I don't feel right. But prior to the seatbelt law, I never wore a seatbelt. I hated it.
Yeah.
It took me a while to get out of that. I hate that seatbelt going across my chest. Now it feels like second nature to me, But that's just an example. Like, you're gonna tell me I have to wear a fucking seatbelt. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, there's no real quote unquote freedom anywhere in the world, really. You're always gonna have taxes, you're always gonna have
Right.
crime, you're always gonna be up against something. It gets weird.
In the poorer countries, though, like the DR, the Dominican Republic, there's just a lot less laws. And the reason why is because they can't push. Look, you could push a middle class person with more like rules because they're willing to give up some of their freedom for that money. But when you got a lot of poor people, you can't be pulling that shit because they're poor already. You're going to tell me they got to obey all these petty ass laws, and then on top of it, the penalties. This is even the worst part. The penalties in this country are fucking ridiculous. Like the money penalty. Like, you get caught with no seatbelt, $150. Like, what the fuck is that? You're taking a whole day's pay from a man because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. I get it. You want to give me a parking ticket even? $20 of no seatbelt, $20, $10. Why does it got to be $150, $200? Because they want to hurt your pocketbook. You get one time you get pulled over and you get DWI, which the DWI level to me is fucking ridiculous. If you have 2 beers in a row, you could almost probably hit the, DWI meter. You want to ruin a man's life for it. Not just take, give him $100 ticket, or you want to suspend his license. You want his auto insurance goes up for the next 5 years. He's got to pay double the amount of auto insurance. Like, you get one DWI, you're fucked. It costs you like 10 grand, not 1,000, not a couple of hundred. Between your auto insurance and the penalties they put on you, and even to get a job sometimes because you have a DWI on your record.
Well, that's. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's a little different because you're endangering other drivers on the road. I mean,
Yes, up to a point you are, but the level they have it set at, I don't even think you're drunk. You
yeah,
just,
I mean,
I don't agree with the penalties. Like, all right, a parking ticket. So I park at a meter and I forget to put the quarter in, or I put the quarter in and it runs out. Now I come back and there's $100 ticket on my car for not putting the quarter in the meter. Now, okay, you want to give me a $10 ticket? How many times the quarter is the penalty?
right.
It's so $100 is 400 times the amount of the quarter that I didn't put in
Right.
the meter. That's fucking ridiculous. That's the shit I don't like. I didn't put the quarter in the meter. I get it. Give me a $5 ticket. Give me a $10 ticket. A $100 ticket. So everything in this country now, I believe, almost anything you do wrong costs you a ton of money. Like, even you do a misdemeanor and you got to get a lawyer to come into court with you. Somebody suing you for slander. You better hire a fucking lawyer because you're going to get fucked in court. This is what we're dealing with. Like, just petty bullshit that goes on in this country. You think in the DR, the Dominican Republic, you could take somebody to court for some like bullshit slander or something? Like, here, you could take somebody to court for anything. So I just don't like the way the whole setup is. You have no freedom here.
Yeah, a lot of it's hairy, man. I don't know. Sometimes it's a big mess.
Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. Me and you, we're smart enough to get our way out of most of all of this shit. But I've seen people's lives get ruined over bullshit. So, I mean,
Yeah.
your life could get ruined real quick in this country.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey, you're 18 years old and your girlfriend's 17 and her father has a hard on for you and takes you to court for statutory rape. You're a fucking pedophile. Go try to get a job. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, some of like that's like the DWI thing. That's another thing that's in place, I think, for a good reason.
I'm not saying it's not in place for a good reason. What I'm saying is the penalty is so harsh, especially when it's a low-level DW. I'm not talking about a guy that like blows the fucking meter up when he blows into it.
Right, I got that.
Like, you had 2 glasses of wine, got in your car, felt perfectly normal, drove home. I drove with a lot more than 2 glasses of wine in my body, and I never got into no accidents. But the limit, like, there's no regulation, there's no ruler of anything. Like, it's just whether you hit, I don't know, what is it, 0.05, you're drunk, or you hit
something like that,
or you hit 2.0, it's the same penalty.
Well, the funny part is that if I'm kind of with you. Me. I like to play the devil. If
Right.
that were a real thing, then they would pass a law to where the bars legally couldn't serve you more than 2 drinks.
Right. And how about this? This is even better than listen, have you smoked weed in your life ever? Pot, marijuana. All right, so so anyway, I have smoked marijuana in my life, right? I don't like it because I'm allergic to it to begin with. When I come down off of it, it gives me a major migraine. And I get really fucking high. I could take 2 hits and I'm fucked up. I can't drive. Now, we're testing everybody for DWI, but are we testing people for being under the influence of marijuana? No. So how do we do that? Because I think a lot of people, I've had friends, they were fucking high as kites, man, baked out of their mind, driving their car. That's just as dangerous as a DWI. I think it's even more because I've smoked weed.
I think there is a test in some states. I don't know what it entails, but I think there is a test.
The only way to test, you would have to have the guy, I think, pee in a cup or test his blood. Yes, there is a test. But here's the key. 99% of the police departments don't have that test. It's too expensive, too much of a. What you can tell a guy, whip out, go piss in this cup? You know, like, it doesn't really exist that much. But there are tests out there. There are tests that could test if it's drugs. Like if you got pulled over and the cops seen a little bag of white powder, there's actually a test that the cops have sometimes.
Right.
They can
If
test to see if it's
right.
drugs.
If it turns a certain color, yeah, they have that.
But
you know.
there's not really a test to test, and more people smoke weed than they drink, right or wrong?
I don't know, man.
Close. Well,
With-
the young
yeah, with-
generation.
With the prevalence of alcohol on the shelves, you know, there's more. I think more people drink. I think more people drink.
But a lot of people smoke weed now. A lot of kids. I mean, you know,
I don't know. I don't keep up with that
all right,
community.
well, a lot of the kids today, I would say, if I had to take I'm telling you, like a real good guess, I would say about kids under 30 years old religiously smoke weed at least a couple of times a week, at least 50% of the kids today, the young generation. To
You
them,
think?
oh yeah. I all my son's friends, they all smoke pot.
I think in states where it's legal, probably, you know, because it's legal.
Well, New
But in
York, it
other
ain't
states,
legal.
I don't know. I don't
New-
know. You know.
New York, half the school is smoking pot. The kids are all in there baked. I'm telling you, the number is really high anyway. Let's say it's 25%. It's up there. So you got a lot of kids smoking weed, driving cars, and they're doing what? It's just the same shit as DWI. So basically, you're better off smoking weed than drinking because you really can't get jammed up too much with smoking weed unless you get into a real accident and they take you into the hospital and then they test your blood. Then you could get fucked under the influence. But if you don't get into a major collision where you're basically getting rushed to the hospital, you could be high driving a car. And if you got a medical, if it's legal, let me ask you this. So if it's legal, are you allowed to drive on it? Is that I mean, I've never heard a law talk about it in California. So
Yeah, I don't know, man.
So if it's legal and I could drive high, then why can't I drive drunk? It's the same shit. It's just that too many, I don't know. I just feel in America, the penalties for everything you do are harsh. Like, you know, how many times you hear people going to jail for like bullshit? Like, how about this? If you robbed bicycles for a living, right? You stole bicycles. That was your thing. You would see people in the park and you would go rob his bike. And you got caught 3 times doing it. Do you know the 3rd time you're going to jail for life? Unless you got that shit knocked down. So there has to be there's no ruler for the laws in this country anymore. Everything's kind of mandatory now. You know? That's the problem, I think. You know, you punch somebody in the face and you get hit with an assault charge, you may go to jail. You know, years ago, you had to go to court, you got sued, maybe you got a warning, you got probation. They're putting you in jail now for giving somebody like breaking their nose, let's say, or a bloody lip. Yeah, go break somebody's nose. You go to jail.
Yeah.
I don't think you deserve to go to jail in a fight.
Yeah.
Say you started a fight with me and I broke your nose. Even if I was defending myself, I may go to jail.
There's some places that call the cops just because you hurt their feelings.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
There's some places that call the cops just because you hurt their feelings.
And you know what the shame of it is? The cops actually show up and entertain it. That's the sin of it all.
Well, I mean, you know, if you get a call, you know this. If you get a call, you gotta go. I mean,
yeah, but then they entertain it. The cops,
right,
instead of saying, "Hey, both of you, get the fuck out of here,"
right?
they
But
entertain it.
to enter, you know, they're gonna take the call just because they don't want it to escalate to something physical, to where, you know, the general public, you know, law-abiding taxpayers would get involved in it and somebody get hurt. Yeah, then now you really got to do some paperwork and it's a mess, you know.
Hey, I'll give you an example. My sister's dog was in the yard. Another dog came, went to the fence. My sister's dog jumped over the fence. And these two dogs were like sniffing each other, and then they start fighting a little bit. So the owner of the other dog, panics. He kicks my fucking sister's dog. And these two dogs are still fighting. Make a long story short, he calls the cops, come. Okay, fine. Get it. Cops come. They get his story. His dog got hurt a little bit. My sister's dog didn't get hurt. And they ask us the story. And I tell them, what I seen, what happened. I went out there. I heard the dog screaming. I went to the yard. They were out there fighting. So the cop takes the story. Now, my dog, sister, never bit the guy. And he even admitted it. It was just two dogs going at it. No human involvement. The cop takes both reports and he goes, yeah, the detectives are going to come here tomorrow. So, first of all, years ago, the ASPCA used to handle this shit, not the cops. So I go, wait a minute. You're telling me you just came, you took the report. I guess you take it, in case there's any lawsuits and you're covering yourself, or the guy turns around and says, that my dog has injuries, so he's suing us for the medical bills. But what are the detectives going to come here to do? They investigating dog on dog crime now? Is this what the fuck we've become? Where the cops came already, took the reports. Now you send the detectives to my house the next day to do what? What are they going to investigate? There was no crime committed. There was a dog fighting another dog. That isn't a crime. That's fucking, if my sister's dog would have bit the guy or some shit, I would get it. And he goes, yeah, that's just the way they do shit now. I mean, this is what we live in. This is the type of country we live in now, where dog-on-dog crimes are getting investigated by fucking detectives. Going to the next level. It's not even the cops come and they do what they got to do. Now we're referring it after the cops come to an investigation.
Yeah.
If two dogs had a fight in the Dominican Republic and the owners called the cops would probably come and smack both of the owners.
I was going to say, cops would just show up and shoot both of the dogs.
Yeah, because they tell the owners, why are you even calling us?
Yep.
Because there's more important things. There's crime out there and you calling me for fucking dogs? Really? But this is what we live in, And I don't say that the cops shouldn't come if two dogs have a fight and then a human gets bit. But two dogs fighting and the cops come, fine. They took a report. Now detectives are coming. Get the fuck out of here. I laughed at the cop when he said it, And then, anytime a cop starts to ask you questions, because, he's trying to ask me questions too. So he wanted to get my name, my ID. Maybe he was going to write me a ticket, for not having a dog on a leash or some shit. So I looked at the cop politely and said, by the way, I used to do what you do. So let me explain to you one thing. I don't answer questions. The cop, he was dumbfounded. Yo, you tell a cop when they start asking you questions, I don't answer questions. They don't know what to do. Because if you didn't break the law, I'm not allowed to ask you questions.
I'm the worst person. I'm the worst person to get pulled over or deal with police because, I just know how to talk to cops, and that's the first thing I say too.
Well, I don't go that route right away. It depends. Here, I'll give you an example. Say I just went through a red light, and I know I did, and the cop pulls me over. I'm not going to tell him I don't answer questions because I'm going to try to get out of the ticket. So I'm going to be nice to him and, hey, listen, I don't want to get the ticket, right? So I'm going to tell him, I was on the job, show him my ID and do all that shit. Now, if that shit doesn't work and he's still going to give me the ticket, then I actually get nasty. Then I tell him, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to your fucking station house and I'm going to walk in and tell him you gave a retired cop a ticket. And on top of that, I'm going to call my brother who's a cop to tell the PBA to bang every cop from your fucking area a ticket and tell them you're the reason why. I've never gotten a ticket from another cop anyway. But if that ever happens, I know how to get nasty too. But when they start asking me questions on like what happened with my sister's dog, like, oh, do you have ID? I tell them, ID for what? I'm not the criminal. I didn't commit a crime. What do you need my ID for? I bust their balls too. What, but I donate. The best thing with a cop, really, if it's a car stop, you may have to answer questions. Or you at least got to give him your driver's license. You don't really technically have to give him your driver's license. Okay?
Yeah, it's a whole can of worms by
But
itself.
you're going to get arrested, and you're going to end up in fucking jail, and you could go tell the judge your constitutional rights and all your bullshit, and they don't care. It's a kangaroo court. So your best thing to do, give the cop your license. You got no choice.
If it's a traffic stop,
yes,
which is so rare for me, I just take the damn citation because I know once they pull me over, I'm just gonna have to suck it up and take it.
Yeah, you gotta, because if you don't suck it up and take it, it's gonna cost you a lot more in court.
Yeah, that's one of the many reasons. One of the many, and I drive for 2 jobs that I do. So that's one of the many reasons that I'm like, I drive like nobody but my lady enjoys getting in a car with me because I drive like an old man. Like I go, I don't drive crazy. I know how to, okay, because I took a Secret Service and I've taken a couple of tactical driving courses. I know how to drive crazy. I could push a car to its limits. I know how to drive a car like a fucking stuntman, okay? But right. I don't, because I save that for if I need it, but 99.4% of the time I'm driving like an old man. I come to a stop. When I do come to a stop, I'm at least a car length away from the car in front of me. While I'm driving, I'm 2 car lengths away from the car in front of me while I'm driving. I use my signals. I come to a full stop.
You drive defensively too.
Oh yeah. Plus, I got cameras and stuff in the car. That way, if anything happens, I can go back and say, and use physics to prove them wrong. Oh well, you ran the red light. Okay, cool. Write me the citation. I'll see you in court.
Right.
And I'll review the footage. And if I'm in the wrong, cool. I'll plead guilty and I'll take my point. All right, I'll pay the ticket, pay the fine, take my point or two. I haven't had a citation in it's got to be at least 10 years now. I haven't had
one in, I'm going to knock on wood right now.
Yep.
In about 40 years.
Yeah.
Because I bullshitted my way out of them, most of them. Some of them I just got pulled over, but being that I was an ex-cop, I get away with a little more.
Well, yeah, you got that blue privilege, you could do that.
But a couple of times, man, they wanted to write me. And then I started to give them a little bit of a hard time. Once they asked me for my license after I talked to them, I kind of go, what do you want my license for? What do you want to write me? And if they tell me yes, I get into a whole spiel. It only happened to me once or twice, and then the guy ended up letting me go anyway. But I've had a time where cops pulled me over and I was on the hood of the trunk with cuffs on.
Yeah, you told me about that.
Yeah, but no, the best look. But if you don't get pulled over for a moving violation and something bullshit, and the cops asking you for your ID, and you didn't do anything wrong, I don't answer questions, and I'm not giving you my ID. Now, what do you want to do?
Yeah,
if you're recording them, they're fucked.
Yeah, I've only had to use it once. I've only had to do this one time. This is why I recommend everybody, once again, have enough money to where you don't have to worry about life. Have plenty of backup plans. Have things at your disposal if need be. And one of the big things that I coach guys to do once they get some money is find a decent lawyer, pay him his money, and keep it on retainer. And you keep a lawyer on freaking retainer. You find a good lawyer. Just a general law firm, a general defense attorney, and you give them $2,000, and you just say, hey, hope not to use this one day. They'll gladly take your money and they'll send you a calendar every year, and you send them a freaking Christmas card. Appreciate everything you do for me. But one time, I won't say what it was, but I had a cop start questioning me, and I went into the whole I don't answer questions. He started to get serious, and I stepped away from him, and I, pulled out my phone and auto dialed my lawyer. He picked up the phone, and he picked up
Touched
the
it.
phone, and I left it in my pocket. I left it in my pocket, while I was,
Getting interrogated.
yep. And I was talking to him on speakerphone. Hey, Russ, hey, it's me. I gave my location, and I'm being questioned by Officer Smith. Badge number 431. I'm at this location. I'm at the corner of of Main and Magwood Street, and once I did that, yeah, he's like, I got another call.
Yeah, you ain't worth it at that point.
Yeah.
The best is, when you're recording a cop, and you got to be a little nervous. He's going to grab your phone and break it, so you can't record him. You tell him, "Oh, by the way, I'm recording you, but this
Yep.
is going to the cloud. So if
Yep.
you grab my fucking phone and break it, it's going to show you took my phone."
Yeah, they don't ever with the advent of body cams. Yeah, they ain't doing that anymore.
Well, I like the body cam. Even a good cop will not mind having a body cam because it's going to
Exactly.
protect him. A cop that does shit that he's not supposed to do doesn't like the body cam.
Exactly.
But if you're doing your job correctly, the body cam is your best friend.
Exactly.
And I tell people that. I would have had no problem wearing a body cam. I would have loved it.
Yep.
Because
You're
lie and get me in trouble.
Yep. Your officer harassed me. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Your officer said this to me. Oh, really? Here you go.
Yep.
Let's play back the fucking tape.
Yep.
Because I did treat everybody respectfully. I wasn't an asshole. But there are a lot of assholes, and there are a lot of non-assholes. And the problem is the non-assholes have to pay for the assholes.
Yep. They make it worse for everybody.
Yeah, and there are way
big
more
mess.
non-ass. I really say now it's a little worse. It was better years ago. I would say now it's like 50% of the cops are they're power hungry, and the other 50% get it. When I was younger, it was like 90% got it and 10% were power hungry. Like now, a lot more cops. They're just, I guess it's because of the way they trained them in the academy that basically everybody's your enemy. It was never like that when I was a cop. You had to have morals, and you treated people because that was your job to protect them, not to hurt them. The work.
Well, yeah. I mean, you and I have had this conversation a million times, and it does bear repeating. But again, when you and I were growing up, it was officer friendly, and he knew everybody.
He knew your mother. He knew your father.
Right? How you doing, Smitty? Good to see you. You eat today? I just got some ham and some fresh bread. Let me make you a sandwich.
Right. Well, how's your father doing?
Right.
Like that.
Right.
Well,
you're
it
in the
ain't
neighborhood.
like that no more.
You look tired. Let me get you a cup of coffee. I just made some coffee.
I remember when I was a cop, people would invite me in their house to eat. I had a foot beat in the Lower East Side.
Yeah.
And the Spanish people were like, "Come inside, eat. Oh, come on." They had some rice, beans, some. Sometimes I would go in and eat with them. Why not? I didn't care.
Yeah.
I want to be in with the people like that, But that shit
was what it was.
That don't exist anymore.
Once again, my favorite part, everybody in the neighborhood knew each other, and if anybody bad came into town, they would get together and,
Oh yeah.
and they would straight up tell all the cops, all right,
the
we're
cops
gonna
wouldn't even show up.
Yeah, we're gonna be handling this situation. We're gonna be handling this. Oh well, the four men, with 4 men that were wearing masks, beat me up with baseball bats and crowbars. Well, you shouldn't have fell down those steps. Have a great day.
Shit, it was even what I remember when I was a kid. I lived in Coney Island, West 16th Street. This street was all connected. It was all Italian connected street. Soldiers, everybody lived on this block.
Oh yeah.
If we had a problem, I'm not kidding. I've literally seen when I was a little kid, 6 or 7 men come out from their different houses with bats. And you got a fucking beating, and the cops never came on this block. They just knew it was taken care of.
Yeah.
And the guy that got beat up, he usually didn't call the cops
Yeah.
because he knew better. It was people that lived on the block still felt bad. They didn't want the guy there. But people knew, you don't fuck with this street. This street will take care of its own problems. They had their own police department.
I love going to the veterans events sometime whenever I have the opportunity to, and I live for talking to the old men. Hey granddad, tell me a story.
Right.
Tell me what America was like back in the day. Talking to some 80, 90-year-old man, tell me what it was like. And we would get to talking, and every single time, well, we never had this problem of vagrants or drug addicts or child touchers or anything like that, because the real men in the town would get together and run the guy out of town. They would take him they would find him, and they would hog tie him, put a cloak over his head, take him to a field somewhere, and say, you got 2 weeks to leave town. Don't talk to anybody. Don't talk to anybody. You sell everything you got. Have a yard sale, and we're gonna talk to the person at the bank, and they're gonna let you out with no problems, and you get out of town today. You got 10 days.
Yeah. Well, people don't believe this shit, though. This is the problem. They think we're making up like it's only in the movies. No, they made the movies now on the shit that we did.
Yeah.
Could you imagine this, Gunny? The way the world is going right now, right? Imagine when I'm 80 years old or you're 80, and me telling my story to a 15-year-old in the year 2050. Imagine it's the year 2050.
I get it all the time. When I left the military, one of the reasons they call me Uncle Guns, because I was that guy. I became that guy. Because I trained so many young men in doing their jobs and getting their certifications and whatever I was training at the time.
Right.
That was my department. As the older I became, the more I became more in charge of training young men. And it was like, they always wanted to know, what was it like back in the day? And I would tell them, that they wanted to know what it was like before, like cell phones and the internet. And, when we used to tell stories about, riding our bikes, and, mom would just let you ride off and then be home before the street light came on. And, they wanted to know stuff like that. And I'm like, geez, I'm that guy now. I'm that guy.
I mean, literally, no bullshit. We used to walk around like we were 9, 10 years old in a group of like, let's say 6, 8 of us. We would walk around to go to different like streets and play against other kids. Like, we were doing this shit at like 9, 10 years old, like walking around like little men, getting on buses. My parents didn't worry. My mother, I remember when I was like 11, specifically that number, 11, the doors opened up. Like, my mother would give me money, here, go take the bus, go to the mall with your friends, go do some shit.
Go to the movies, get out of my house.
Yeah, 11 years old.
Yeah.
Today,
no.
The parents don't want to cut the umbilical cord. And this shit was normal. Like, it wasn't like just we were. It was normal. The shit that we did in those days was normal. And today it's considered like, oh, my God. Like, 2 kids having a fist fight in school was an everyday occurrence. Today, oh, my God, he's a bully. they're coming down. Cops want to arrest the other kid. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, this is the shit we live in now. Racism? Okay, there's always been racism, right? But the racism wasn't like this. Because if you said something to somebody else that was a racist slur, the fight was going down.
Yeah, your own, your own color people would have an issue with that. Hey,
yeah,
they
wouldn't jump in.
Especially amongst men, they would say, hey, because disrespect used to be a thing. Hey, right. You better have a good reason for calling that other guy what you just did.
That's right.
There better be something here, because otherwise, we're gonna handle it. We're gonna handle it with you. You don't have to worry about getting in a fight with homie here. You and I are gonna have a problem.
And people didn't have big mouths where, like, it got to the point in this country, now it's different, but where you could have a big mouth and then you had a fight and all your friends jumped in and beat that other guy up and nothing happened. Now the cops come and everything happens. But in my day, if you had a big mouth and you shot off your mouth to someone else, they let you shoot the one on. They didn't jump you. You got a big mouth. You fight that guy now. We'll watch. And Mike, we'll break it up like, when we know you're going to go to the hospital, we'll take the guy off of you. But we're not jumping on him. You got a big mouth. Now you got to handle it. See, today, there's no penalty for having a big mouth. Nothing.
Yeah.
No penalty.
Yeah.
So, the shit we used to do, though, man, thank God, in a way, I was born at the time I was born, because
I'm thankful every single day, man.
I know
like you said, people today wouldn't believe the stories. You could tell them a million times, like, that never happened. I'm like, yeah, it happened.
It happened all day. Do you really believe that if you went to a casino today, you would see a group of 16-year-old kids sitting at a blackjack table drinking scotch? No, you're not going to see that happen. In my day, we used to go to Atlantic City, 16 years old, fake birth certificate, no ID with a picture on it. Walk in the casino and start playing cards and drinking, and you knew we weren't 18. You just knew it.
Yeah, because if you didn't cause any problem, if you caused problems, then they run you out of here.
We tried to act like men. We went in there respectfully and did our thing, but we were allowed to do it. Today, forget about it. These kids can't do anything. They're just sit in your house and play Xbox. That's it. They don't even know what living life is. That's why me and you, I lived like a kid. I lived like that kid, that could grow up and do shit. Today, they don't go 16 years old, going out to clubs on the weekend, every weekend, going out, drinking, hanging out. We were like men at 16.
Yeah.
Now they're not men till they're 25.
If you weren't causing a problem and making a ruckus, then it was allowed. It was like, okay, you come into the city, you come into club, we'll let you have 2 or 3 pitchers of beer, and that's it. But you cause a problem, you're never coming back in here again.
There you go. So you knew not to fuck up because you wanted to come back.
You knew
better. Today, you couldn't even teach kids how to act like a man at 16. You couldn't teach them. They don't know what it is. They only know Xbox. And, I mean, it goes a lot deeper than just what I'm saying. I mean, we did a lot of other shit that I can't even talk about. But
oh, yeah.
How about just being a kid, though? You're 10 years old and you were outside playing in the street with your friends all day.
No, it's over.
That shit don't happen no more. That's why all these kids are fat.
It's over, man.
Yep. I feel bad for the younger generation.
Yeah, all that's gone,
Everything has to be organized now. Organized events. The parents have to organize for their children to play together.
Yeah.
Like there has to be a babysitter. We never had fucking babysitters. We used to do.
If it was a babysitter, guess who it was? It was Aunt Sheila or your cousin Tammy or
How's this for fun? Here's how we had fun. We would get 2 mattresses, put one on top of the other.
Yeah.
Go to an abandoned building that had like a garage that was like
Ye-
maybe the second story high, and
Yep.
jump off the fucking roof onto the
Yeah.
mattress.
Yep.
And that's what we did. Could you imagine people seeing kids do that today? Oh my God, child services would be there wanting to take your kid away.
Yeah.
You're letting your kid die. This is the shit we used to do. We used to go in abandoned buildings at like 14, 15 with like a quart, a Colt 45 malt liquor because it get you fucked up. And we would sit there and all drink and get drunk at like 14. Yeah. When did they do shit like they don't even know what it is today to do anything? All they know is the fucking computer and Xbox. Oh, let me get on my phone.
To be fair, you got 12-year-olds that can pull up, spicy movies and smoke dope. So, I mean,
right. Yeah. But like we did shit that was, I don't know. It was shit that kids did,
I'm sure today's generation is doing raucous stuff, but maybe not to the extent like stuff that we did. It's all, because half the parents, like you said, half the parents are helicopter parents and the other half don't care as long,
Right. Like Bronx Tale. You ever see Bronx Tale?
Oh, Bronx Tale's a movie and a half, man. You know that.
The kids are outside. They got the fucking fire hydrant going with all the water shooting into the street.
Yeah.
And the cars are coming, but the cars know. They stop. They let the kids get out of the way. Like, that's the shit we did. And at nighttime, on the weekend, it was fucking Ringalivio night or whatever you want to call it. Manhunt. Yeah. We had manhunt, like 10 on 10s, man. It was the greatest shit. You're hiding in people's backyards. And you didn't hear them calling cops. Like the shit that they do now is like a joke. Oh, we used to, here we go. Dark Star saying, Pops and I used to play tackle football, but had to stop because they were falling off the. No, we actually couldn't wait for it to snow. And people go, we used to play tackle football in the street in the snow. It was fucking awesome. You get banged up, man. You get banged into a car. I mean, we did all kinds of shit. You had tricks you would do. Yeah, I'm going to run a down and out right in back of that fucking car. So the other guy couldn't even get in front of you. Like, well, we used to do some crazy shit, but this is the shit everybody did. Like, it wasn't just us. We weren't the wild bunch. I mean, we're a little wilder than most, but still. Yeah. When do you think parents would even look at shit like that and go, oh my God, the mothers today, oh my God, my kid's playing in the street.
Yeah. And then once every summer, well, what happened, Pops? Everybody would get super serious during like the really hot days of summer, and that heat would drive you crazy, and everybody would get together and say, we're doing BB gun wars.
Yep. How about snowball? How about snowball fights? Oh my goodness. We used to make like you would make 100 snowballs, then build your little snow fort and go to war with the people on the other side of the street.
Yep.
I mean, like it just I don't see anybody doing this shit anymore. So I know it's not happening. I'm dying one day to come home and hear my doorbell ring and the kid's there with a shovel going, hey, you want me to shovel your walk? I don't hear that. I don't see that anymore.
No, that was me when I was a kid. That was the
shit.
I had the whole neighborhood on lockdown, Pops. You know that?
Yeah.
I had the whole neighborhood on lockdown, dude. I was cutting grass, washing cars, cleaning gutters, doing housework, getting rid of junk, helping clean garages, doing whatever needed to be done, pressure washing houses. Yeah. I mean, everything. I had the whole neighborhood on lockdown.
We used to have to fight for snow territory.
Absolutely.
Like, when that shit snowed, man, you knew what houses tipped the best. We would be at that guy's fucking doors as the snow was coming down, getting ready. And if somebody came near my house, we were brawling right there for that house.
Yep.
Like, all right, you want to fight? We'll fight over it. But we're getting, me and my two friends, we're getting this fucking house. Like, we knew that guy gave us like $40 or whatever, $10 each. Like, well, when it snowed, I had my own shovel. My fucking father, I went and bought my own shovel. I couldn't wait to go out there and start making money.
Yeah.
I would be drooling.
I had another client that called me up. He was a friend of a friend, so I gave him a discount because he was real rough. He's like, hey, Guns, I don't have I don't have a car. I said, well, you know, how far away? He's like, I can get a job, but the job is like, you know, the job is like 10 miles away and I don't have a car, you know, and there's no bus, you know, it's, I can only get there by car. And he said, it wouldn't be too bad if I had a bike, but I don't, you know, again, I'm not working, so I don't have money for a bike. And I said, you know, I had to tell him, he knew nothing about this young guy, right? I had to tell him how to do the neighborhood hustle. So I had to tell him, I said, you go, you know, I said, find somebody in the neighborhood that has like a printer, you know, get somebody who has a computer printer, and you print up, you know, you print up business proposals, and you print like, you know, 6 of them per page, and you cut them with a pair of scissors, right? And you know, mowed lawns, washed cars, whatever, and you walk around the neighborhood and you put one in every fucking mailbox.
Yep.
Or you go to the houses where you see people and you know they got money. If they're driving a nice car, like you said, like a Lexus or something, you go put one in their mailbox. You know, you go put, and you get phone calls, and you go work that until you get enough money for a bike, you know, and then you get enough money for a bike, and then when you start making money from the job, then you could still do the odd jobs on the side, and instead of taking the bike, now you can do the washing cars and cutting grass for Uber money. So you don't have to worry about riding a bike and getting hit by other cars and shit. Oh man, I never thought of that. I'm like, yeah, I mean,
no, we were brought up at a young age to be entrepreneurs. Think about it. I had a newspaper route.
Yeah.
So I had, let's say, 100 customers, and I had to deliver 100 newspapers, and then go collect money every Friday, ring their doorbell, and get my money. And had a book. I had to keep track of who owed me money, who didn't pay me.
Oh, yeah.
And you had to do it. And then you had to pay the newspaper company guy that would come around. He'd come around in a car, and you give him the money for the week's dues of the paper. And that's just a little example of how we were actually bred to be entrepreneurs. Like,
oh yeah,
we did all those little jobs that nobody wanted to do. Snow, I had flyers made up, Mike Snow Removal.
Yep.
And I went and put them in everybody's mailbox, and people would actually call my house because I didn't have a cell phone. And my father would answer the phone, and he knew, and I had a little business. We were taught to be this way. I used to sell shit on the street. I'll never forget, I was 16 years old, and I wanted to make money. So my dad had a connection in a stuffed animal company, and they made all the stuffed animals for like the bazaars, like the giant tigers and unicorns. So I went to this company, Fable it was called. It was in Brooklyn. And I had a van. I didn't even have a license. My dad would drive me. We picked up I filled the whole van up with like $500 worth of stuffed animals, which filled the whole van up, right? Then my father on Saturday and Sunday would drive me to a spot I had, and my mother would follow him in the car, and they would leave me there. 16 years old, leave me there. My father go home and come back, let's say, at 5 o'clock at night, pick me up and drive that. And I would sit there all day selling stuffed animals. I was making, no bullshit, 2 days a week, I was making about $800 a weekend, cash, for myself.
Yeah.
And they didn't bother me. Nobody bothered. Now the cops, you need licenses, all this bullshit. I was doing so good that the stores were calling up on me. I had lines. Like on Easter, I sold bunny rabbits. I fucking sold so many bunny rabbits. I think Toys R Us manager called up on me because I was taking their business. So this is the shit we used to do. You know, 11 years old, shoveling snow, newspaper routes. I mean, I had a newspaper route. I think I was 10. You know, and my parents didn't help me. I go out there in the fucking rain and deliver newspaper.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier in the show. I'm like, if you can't come to me and say I'm in debt or I have money troubles in today's society with all the help wanted signs. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear. My car is broken. I'm in debt. I got credit card debt. I can't go on vacation.
Mhm.
I can't afford this. My fill in the blank is broken. You can't tell me that. You can't tell me in today's society with all the help wanted signs. No, you got no excuses, man. You just don't want to do it. You just want to work your
Yep.
one job. You want to be the common person nowadays is I want to work my one job and I want to spend 8 hours at my job and the remaining 16 hours of my day bitching about my job. No,
Yeah.
no.
Oh, so Robin asked, why did I quit the stuffed animal business? So here's the real quick story to make it quick. Besides selling stuffed animals, I delivered Chinese food. I worked 4 hours a night. Okay. I worked from like 6 o'clock till 10 o'clock. And I made about $75 a night doing that. Right. So
Yeah.
between the stuffed animals and the Chinese food delivery.
Yep.
Okay, and I sold toys at flea markets, but that's another story. I was
Yep.
making way over $1,200 a week. Okay, so now I'm 20 years old. I'm in college, and I'm making about, I'm telling you, $1,200 a week. I get called for the police department while I'm in college. I didn't want to take the job. My dad was a cop. The girl I was dating wanted to get married. We married younger in those days. So, like an idiot, I take the job, and now I can't really do the ice cream. I can't do the stuffed animals because it's the police academy alone was torture of as far as work they gave us. They cramped 6 months of college into 2 years of college into 6 months. I had 5 hours of homework every night. So I had to quit both businesses. I kind of just dissolved them. And the funniest thing is when I became a cop, I was 20. I'll never forget. I had over 60 grand in the bank. And that's a lot of money back then. I used to
Right.
save my money. I remember I drove to the academy. I had a brand new Cadillac. Okay, Coupe de Ville. Every lunch, like we would go to lunch, I'm not kidding. I was eating lobsters in a pizzeria, like lobster dinners for lunch. And I would see like the teachers in the academy, sergeants, lieutenants, they're coming in there eating pizza. I'm sitting in the back eating like I was at a feast. And they used to get ticked off. When they found out like I had a brand new Cadillac, they hated me. But I had all that money from working since I was a little kid. But that's why I left anyway, the stuffed animal business. But I always wanted to work for myself. So I told you the other story. I started to develop my ice cream company while I was a cop so I could get out. Because cops weren't paid like they get paid now. A cop today makes a lot of money compared to the cost of living compared to when I was a cop. When I was a cop, we made $400 a week. It wasn't a lot of money.
Yep.
We took home I remember my paychecks were like $900 take home every 2 weeks. Or $900 before the take home. I don't even remember. It was really shit money. We were underpaid. Now the cops are actually, to me, I mean, I don't ever want to say they're overpaid, but they're paid according. Cops today, the basic police department, they make $100 grand with a little night differential and uniform allowance and a drop of overtime. I remember when I was a cop, it's sad to say, but like I never arrested anybody for no reason. But if you needed money, which I didn't because I always had a business or something, a lot of cops were making arrests. That really weren't called for, but they did it because they needed the overtime.
Yeah.
I never did it because I always had a little something going on the side, so I didn't need the money. But that's the way it was. Cops didn't make a lot of money. I remember I made like $22,000 when I first went on. It was shit. So it's a different world, but everything's so different, man. I could sit here all day and talk about how great life was in those days compared to now. I mean, shit, I was smoking in airplanes and movie theaters.
Yep. Those were the good old days.
Yeah, today everybody, you know what? I get the smoking laws up to a point, but here's what I don't understand. You can't smoke in a fucking club. People that don't smoke were smoking cigarettes in the bar when they were going to a club at night.
Yeah.
You know, I could get, you don't want me to smoke here. You don't, you're telling me a bar I can't have a fucking cigarette? Come on now. It's a little out of control. But this is it. You know, life was a lot easier, and it was so much simpler, wasn't it, Gunny? I mean, we didn't wake up. Did you ever wake up with all these problems? My father never woke up with all these problems going on right now.
No.
My father never had to worry about food shortages. Now, don't get me wrong. We had a couple of things. I remember there was a gas shortage. You had to actually, if you had odd plates, you could go get, people don't know this shit. If you had odd plates, you could go and get gasoline Monday, Wednesday, and let's say Friday. And if you had even numbered plates, the last number in your plate, even number, you could go Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday to get gas. And you had to have either odd or even plates to go specific days. We went through some hard shit, but never like now. Like now it's like, I don't know. I think it's just evil shit that's going on. You know, we were never told we had to get this put into our arm because you needed to get it or else. I mean, listen, you think there wasn't any things going on back in there? There was polio, all kinds of shit going on. We were never forced to do anything. Now you're getting forced by Big Brother to do everything. So it's a whole different world, man. Whole different world. And I'm sure people want to hear about it, and I'll tell you a little more. I just need to rest my lips for about 3 seconds here. You got anything, Gunny, you want to talk about? Something really like cool from back in the day?
Man, back in the day, I don't know. I mean, like you said, it was just a lot easier. It was, things were different, you know. It was like you just said, I can't say it any better. It was just different. That's all.
Family life. Families were together. I used to sit in the living room. We had I think we had 2 TVs in my house. We had one in the kitchen, a little one, and we had one in the living room. And in the bedrooms, nobody had a TV. So this is a nice thing. You would sit, let's say, on Friday night, and it was like a movie. The kids were sitting on the floor on top of pillows and shit, and the parents were sitting on the couch, and you're all watching a television program together. I remember we used to love Sanford and Son.
Yep.
And the whole family sitting there. That's what life's supposed to be about. Not your kid's in his room on his iPhone, the other kid's in his room looking at porn, and the mother is pissed off and she's in her room watching TV, cable on her room, and the father's downstairs with his gut hanging out watching sports.
Yeah.
This shit didn't happen. Like, we did everything as a family. You know, we ate together almost 95% of the time. You didn't weren't home for dinner. You didn't eat.
Yep.
That's it. So we were all home eating together, talking together, watching TV together. We were a family. Today, you're not a family because it was all planned. This shit has been put in your face on purpose. They broke up the nuclear family. And the reason why is because people let it happen. See? And it's
it was the devil.
Well, I'm sure the devil had a little something to do with it. He tempted people. You know, but it was just, that's the way it was.
No, you sold your life. You sold your life to an uncaring machine. And you handed over the keys to the rest of your life, to an uncaring machine. Yeah. And now we are.
And as kids, we didn't want. All we wanted was to go out and play with our friends. So you could give us one ball. You could give me a pink Spalding. I would go out and 10 kids would be entertained with that one fucking Spalding ball. We played punch ball in the street, stick ball, box ball. We didn't need a lot. We didn't want a lot. Today, the kids want. I want this. I want that. I want that. Because they're sitting in their house playing Xbox. So they want new games. They get bored of all the... I never got bored of going to hang out with my friends. As we grew up, we just adventured into more dangerous shit. You know? That's how it worked.
every generation has that story, though. I mean, you know, your father and my father had, well, we grew up in, like today, you and I could say, well, we grew up and we didn't have phones or the internet.
Right.
And our fathers can grow up and say, well, we grew up and we didn't,
Have television.
and we didn't
Maybe
have
have
television.
TV.
And then their fathers can say, well, we grew up and we didn't have a radio.
Right. Or we
just,
didn't have electric.
right. We didn't have electricity. So, I mean, it's
No,
like,
but when does it become, what I'm trying to say is, like, I think we were the last generation that was actually allowed to enjoy themselves a little bit. Like, yeah, my father probably had even more freedom than me, but at least I lived a life of a child. I was treated, I know what it is to be a kid. Like today, they don't know what it is to be a kid. My father knew what it was to be a kid. I knew what it was to be a kid. But the kids today don't know what it is to be a kid. They're trying to teach 3-year-olds masturbation in school now. I mean, come on. What kind of shit is going on?
I don't know, man.
If our kids, look, my father, when he was 10, he was in the streets playing. And when I was 10, I was in the streets playing. And when his father was younger, maybe they were 8 years old in the street playing. But I don't see 12-year-olds in the street playing now. I don't see 15-year-olds in the street playing. The kids ain't outside.
Yeah, I don't see anybody in the streets anymore.
They're not in the parks playing. Now, some poor areas, yes. There are some kids still out there because they don't have. But even the poor areas, kids have Xbox now. They got every fucking thing too. I don't know poor people that don't have computers. I don't know anybody that don't have a decent phone. But the poor neighborhoods, you may see some kids in the park playing basketball or playing baseball, but you don't see even in the poor areas that much anymore. Because it's dangerous for their kids to go out too. I mean, the way things are right now, it's crazy. Because the police handle it. See, like you said, Uncle Gunny, I think the biggest problem is that in the old days, people used to handle the problems. So when you did something, the cops come and you get arrested, big deal. When you did something back in your day, you got taken into the woods. So it's a little different, Yeah. I think that's the big problem, too. There's not enough fear for the criminal anymore.
Every generation just keeps getting softer.
Yeah. But hey, at least we got to live some type of a decent, you are younger than me, so you probably were the last of the Mohegans.
Oh, definitely.
Because I'm 57. How old are you?
Mid-40s.
Something? Yeah, so you're like, let's say you're 10 years younger than me or 12 years. So you probably are the last generation of actually knowing what it is to be a kid.
Yep. We were the generation that that remembers the transition from everything. From movie theaters to VHS to cable television to CDs, DVDs. I mean, we're the last ones that knew how to function before technology. When the phone rang, what happened, Pops? You just missed a phone call. That's it. That's all there was to it.
There's no big fucking deal.
Today, hey, I tried calling you.
Their phone.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's a big deal if you don't answer your phone today.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? Like, I would hate to be like a 15-year-old now. My parents could track me down. Half of the I mean, it was great when you were younger. You could do shit and lie to your parents. I mean, let's face reality. You did shit your parents never knew you did. Now your parents just get on the phone and call you and say, where are you? And you go, well, I'm in the movie theater. Oh, really? Put the phone on and let me see where you are. You know what I mean? Like, you can't get away with shit no more. They could track you with your phone. Your parents could go on the computer and see where the fuck you are with your phone. That's crazy. So this is the shit that, and you know what was great? Not only did I grow up, because I really grew up in the 70s, right? I was born in 64. So in the 70s, I was 10, 11, 12, 13. But then I became an adult in the 80s, which is even better.
Yep.
Because the 80s was party time.
80s was
Man,
great, man.
the 80s was out of control. I was 17 years old, 1981. It was the greatest time. We did shit in the 80s like it's unbelievable.
Those are the real stories that nobody would believe.
Yeah, like I did shit. Being an adult in the 80s was the greatest thing. A young adult, too. Like, you know, you're in your prime. You're 21 to, like, let's say, from 1980 to 1990, I was like 20 to 30. Perfect.
Yep.
In my 20s, in the greatest, I think probably the greatest decade you could ever be living as an adult was probably the 80s. I don't think it gets any better than the 80s because the 50s was great, but the 80s was a great, wild great. It was even beyond the no. I probably would take the 50s. I would like to be an adult in the 50s. Probably was a better life. But if you want to get real down and dirty and wild, the 80s blew away because we were making money. That's why the 80s was so great. America was, everybody had a knot in their pocket. Because America was just prospering in the 80s. It was like that was the decade where I should have saved a lot of that money. I'd be very well to do right now, but I thought the gravy train was never going to end. And I believe the Almighty God actually took it away from me on purpose because he knew I couldn't handle it. Man, it was just too much money to do too many things that were no good. You know, money makes you evil.
Yeah, the 80s was a good time, man.
We were actually living like movie stars, all of us. Like, it was that good. We were all doing it, man. It was like, whatever the movie stars were doing, we were doing too. We just did it a little less scale, but the movie stars didn't make the money in the 80s like they make now. So whatever those movie stars were doing, like you watch these movie stars now on TV doing all the shit they're doing, but you couldn't afford to do it, it was a little different. Whatever the movie stars were doing in the 80s, we were doing because we could afford it. Everybody was like upper middle class in those days. We were, if they didn't stop it, the rich didn't stop it, we would have, the middle class would have took over the country. That's what was happening. The middle class were getting powerful. Regular Joe was becoming somebody, you know? There were too many rich middle class people, too many millionaires becoming, I think more millionaires in the 80s than ever. Like, if you want to go by cost of living, like maybe $1 million in the 80s was like, let's say it was 300 grand. There were more people getting to the millionaire level in the 80s than there are even now. I mean, or even any other decade. Everybody was making money, man. I was making 100 grand a year in the 80s. What the fuck? They're making 100 grand now when people are saying that's a good job. What's a good job? We were making that kind of money in the 80s.
Right.
All my friends were making $1,500, $2,000 a week. We were all, so imagine making $2,000 a week, but a loaf of bread costs 50 cents, not $5. You know, a car back in the 80s, like a brand new Cadillac was like 8, 9, 10 grand. You make it $2,000 a week. It took you about a month to make that kind of money to buy a new car. You know? We bought cars cash. We didn't even take fucking loans. What loans? I walked into the dealer. I don't need no loan. How much is that car?
Because back in the 80s, the cars were cheap because you could still get a car from the 50s, 60s, 70s that still ran.
Yep.
You know, and just they still had parts.
Yeah.
And you could still mail order parts. You know, you could still mail order parts for cars from the 60s, or there was enough of them left over in the junkyard to where you could just drive a car left over from the 70s and it was still running.
Yeah, I'll never forget. I was 17 years old. I bought a 1978. It was 1981 when I was 17, or 1980 even. But I bought a brand new not a brand new, a used 1978 Coupe de Ville at 17 with like 30,000 miles on it, midnight blue with baby blue interior. I'll never forget, 2-door for $7,200. The car was probably worth at that time, brand new. It was like it didn't depreciate that much. But this car was in such mint condition. I negotiated a little bit. I think I got him down to 68. Cash. Here you go. Boom. I drive to school in a brand new Cadillac. That was my car. Not a brand new, but almost a brand new Cadillac. The 1982 looked like a 1981 Coupe de Ville looked just like a 1978. The body style didn't really change that much. So, 17 years old, I'm going to the car lot, buying the car cash. Because all the money I made from when I was like, I think I was working since I was 12 years old, 11. I had a newspaper route. I was saving money forever. I didn't need that much money. My dad just used to let me put it in the bank and save it.
Yeah.
I remember 17 years old, man, walked in and bought the car. Boom. Who else? You think kids today could do that? Shit. I even think I bought the car ahead of time, too. I remember I didn't even have my license yet. I just went and bought it because I knew I was getting it. Like I bought it a couple of months ahead of time. And, the greatest thing was you don't see this anymore either. You used to wax your car. Remember that shit? You go under I would go under an underpass and wax my car. You actually got a bond with your car.
Yeah.
You became bonded with it because you waxed it, you cleaned it.
Your buddy would come over and you drink beers and split a pizza, listen to the radio or the ball game, talk about women, So, what's Rosie doing Saturday night, and that was it.
So Robin wants to know what kind of car am I driving now? I'm driving a 2019, and I would have gotten rid of it already, but there's no mileage on it. I only got 5th because of the Carano. A 2019 Ford Fusion. I did great. It's a hybrid, right? I don't believe in battery cars or nothing. But the hybrid's good because I get about 35 miles to the gallon, and it's a pretty big car, a Ford Fusion. And I got such a discount on it because the government was giving like a $5,000 rebate to the dealership. And being that I sold cars, I knew where the bottom line was. So the sticker on the car was 30 grand. It was fully loaded, and I picked it up for 20. I got a $5,000 discount from the government, and then I chiseled them down 5 grand. So you got to, if you want to buy a car, you need me to go with you.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. A lot of guys are like, hey, how do I get ahead? How do I beat out the competition? In today's world, I'm like, the norm of what you and I used to do has now become the cheat code. Go out there and hustle. Nobody else is doing it. Nobody.
They don't even know what that is, hustling. I didn't even care about, at around 16, 17, I didn't even care about hanging out with my friends. It was, how much money can I make? But we were allowed to do jobs, too. Like, I remember I was 14 years old. 14. I quit in the second day, but I worked in McDonald's at 14 years old. Now, today, you can't do that because of insurance. They won't hire you. I'll never forget. I got hired, 14 years old. I'm in McDonald's. So I go in the kitchen. The first day, they're teaching me how to make Egg McMuffins and shit. So I do that. Then the next day, a lady manager didn't like me for no reason. Just didn't like me. She wanted to show me she was the boss. And she was yelling at me and everything. So I just took the apron off and threw it at her and walked out. Because I wasn't going to take no shit. I'm 14 years old. What are you going to do to me? I'm not going to live in the street. I don't need this job. I just did it just to do it. And I only did it because my mother got me the job. She knew the owner of the McDonald's, and she wanted me to work in there. I don't know why she wanted me to work in there. I didn't want to work in there. But I did that job for 2 days and quit. But just to show you, though, like, you couldn't work in a McDonald's today at 14. You had to have what was called your working papers. At 14 years old, you could go and get working papers. That means you were legally of age to work. Do you see any 14-year-olds working now? You know what they would call 14-year-olds working now? Slave labor. They would go, oh, look at that poor kid. They're making him work. What the fuck's wrong with a 14-year-old working? This is why we're in the shit that we're in. Because you're being brought up not to work. That's really what it's all about. I don't see 14-year-olds working. You know, even when I was a kid, I'll never forget, my father couldn't take me anymore because I was such a hustler, I would drive him crazy. I used to go buy toys, like cars, like Matchbox cars, all kinds of toys. And I would get the toys. I would go to Chinatown. I would take the ferry to Chinatown, go there and negotiate with men on toys. Like, oh, you want $1.50 a car? I'll give you $1. And we used to go back and forth and haggle. And then I would leave with I had a little fold-up thing that you would like a hand truck. I had a little fold-up hand truck. I put all the boxes of toys in my hand truck, took the ferry back, then took the bus back to my house. And I'm like 13 years old. Got in the house, and then I would go out and walk into places like an insurance office with like 10 people were there. And I would walk inside and go, hi, how you doing? I'm selling toys. Do you need? And I would just start walking around. I'm a little kid, so nobody got mad. And I would walk around, and all these people would come over and buy stuff from me. And I would do this like, I would just walk up and down like business streets and walk into offices. That's the shit we used to do. You do whatever you got to do. I used to enjoy it. I was making money.
We would go where the like the walking and biking trails where we would ride our bikes to wherever the walking trails were with, me and my buddy would get a backpack. We would each get a backpack full of water and like granola bars and like bananas and stuff. And we had a little folding miniature table. Okay. They used to make little, you remember this, Pops? They used to make little folding tables. It was like a 2-person card table. It was teeny tiny. Okay. We would set that up on the walking path or the biking path, and people would come by and we would sell people bottles of water.
Yeah. I remember this. Now, I don't know if you remember this. We used to go to supermarkets, big supermarkets, 3-4 of us. And we would stand outside the exit door. When the people came outside, we would say, oh, excuse me, man, do you need any help with your groceries? And most of the people would say, at least half would say, yeah, because they knew what we were doing. We were trying to make money. They would let us follow them to their car and take all the groceries out of their cart and put it in their trunk. And then they would give us like 50 cents, $1. And I go back and we had 4 of us, let's say, and we would rotate. And we would do this shit all day, like for 8 hours and make money, or 6 hours, on the weekend. You don't see kids doing this shit. They're too embarrassed to do it. Like, these are the things we did. My son,
or like you said, the cops would roll up and say, "Where's your permit for selling
right.
water?"
Oh, they would. Like, my son, listen to this shit. So my son was trying to take after me a little bit, right? So he's about 10 or 11. I think he's about 11. He's like in the 6th grade. And we go to Costco, and he goes to me, Dad, I love those nerd ropes. I go, all right. So I buy a box for him in Costco. We get home. He goes to school. He must have had he put maybe 2, 3, 4 nerd ropes in his pocket. And he sold 3 of them. Like, he ate one and he sold 3 for $1 each. And it costed me, I don't know, 40 cents each. So he goes, Dad, I can start a business. I go, what do you mean? He goes, I went to school with 4 nerd ropes for myself. I sold 3 of them. He goes, I'm going to go tomorrow with like 10 nerd ropes and start selling them in lunch. So he goes, boom, he sells 10 of them. The next day, he goes, Dad, we got to go back to Costco. I need more nerd ropes. So we go back to Costco, and I buy him nerd ropes and like 2 other candies. Like he goes to school. I swear to God, he fills up his bag with like, not too much. I told him, don't overdo it. He put like 24 pieces in his bag. He goes to school, boom, he sells them all. Now he's doing this every day. He's making like himself $20 a day because it probably costs like $4 or $5 for the candy, and he's selling like 25 pieces. He's doing this shit for like a month. It got so bad that he had a fucking line. And I told him that was your mistake. He had a line because he got greedy. He started selling more than 20, 25. He had a line going on his table like they were waiting to get to him to buy shit instead of going to the snack machine. So they stopped him from doing it after a while. They told him, oh, this is illegal. You can't do it. You're taking all the money away from our snack machine. So then he started selling it in the bathroom. Like, oh, you want nerd ropes? You got it. Because he had candy you couldn't get in school. So all the kids were going in the bathroom buying candy from him. And he was sitting in the bathroom like he was a drug dealer. And he did that for like a couple of weeks. And somebody ratted him out. And then, you know, the school's calling me up, making a big fucking deal out of nothing. And then I went up there and, you know, that was kind of the end of the candy business. But my kid for like 2 months was hustling. See, you're not allowed to hustle. Now, when I was a cop in the 80s, there were people selling shit right on the street, on the sidewalk with tables. Now, a lot of cops, believe it or not, would bust their balls. I never busted their balls. I let them sell. I want them to make a little. I don't ever begrudge a man of making an honest dollar. And the city just keeps coming out with ordinances to get rid of all of that because the stores start complaining. I'm paying rent. That fucking guy's outside selling my merchandise for half of what I pay for it. Because some people got stupid with it. You know, you don't stand in front of Gucci selling fake Gucci bags. You know, you don't do that, you know. So that's the problem. People take advantage of the situations also, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But I remember the good old days, man. When you were a kid, you could sell shit. I mean, if you had an idea, it was possible you could go do it. Today, you can't even get you can't even get a license to go sell something in the street, a vendor's license.
We had a
there's a freeze. You can't get them.
We had a double tape deck. Okay, you remember cassette tapes?
Yeah.
We had a double tape deck. So, well, like when the new album, whatever it was, when the new album came out, I would go up to the record store, buy it, make copies, and sell it at school. Yeah. Oh, you got, you know, same thing with cable. With cable TV. When cable TV came out, you know, VCRs were a thing. And I used to go up to the same thing. I used to go up to the record store. They sold the blank VHS tapes, and I would record, you know, hey, you got Star Wars? No, you want Star Wars? Cool, $5.
Yep.
You know, and I would record stuff off of HBO. I would record movies off of a fucking HBO.
Yep.
And you know, oh, you got Indiana Jones? You got that one? No, okay, here you go.
Yeah.
Same thing when you know, and then of course, like you said, it got too big and people caught on to it and ratted out.
I remember though when cable TV first came out, I forgot the name of the company. So how it worked was you got a box, and this box you would connect it to your TV, and you would get only 5 channels. It was like you would get HBO, Stars, I don't know the names of the channels at that time, but
right.
And that's all you got. And it cost whatever it was, $40 a month. It was 5 channels, 6 channels. It wasn't hundreds of channels. And that was awesome. We were like, oh my God, we get to watch movies. Shit, it was incredible. Now it's what's the big deal? You could stream anything for free online now, so it don't even matter. But yeah, those are the good old fucking days where you were able to hustle. There was always an angle. Your thing with the VHS tapes, I did that angle too. Even the CDs, you couldn't copy them though because they put some kind of thing, so you couldn't duplicate them. But what I used to do is I used to get a bootleg copy and copy it because there was no protection. And I'd be selling DVDs for $5. I remember buying tons of bootleg DVDs to watch movies for $5, but now you can stream.
When I was doing this stuff when I was in, even in the damn early 2000s.
Yeah.
See, those of you listening might not know this, but before Netflix was a streaming service, they used to mail DVDs to your house.
Yep.
And I would buy a tower of rewritable DVDs and I would get 10 at a time. That was Netflix's limit.
Yep.
I would get 10 at a time, and I would get 10 at a time. I would get the big hits, and I would burn them, and I would buy a tower of rewatable DVDs. I would get the empty cases, and I just put a piece of masking tape on there, and I would go to work. Oh, you got the new thing? No, same thing as I did in grade school.
And when I used to go to work, there was a guy selling them. I didn't bother doing it, but you did. But there was a guy who used to sell the movie. You get any movie you wanted, and it was a big deal. Like, oh, and you would go home and you tell your wife, "We got the movie," and you sit down and watch it. But things are different. I remember Netflix because Blockbuster. Blockbuster was the real deal.
Oh yeah.
You used to have to, and Netflix came around where you could get it mailed to your house. But I never liked Netflix. I used it a couple, but I never really liked it. And I was like, fuck this. And I remember you would get the movie and you have like a week to return it. I liked going to Blockbuster and seeing the movie box, looking at the box of the movie and just getting the movie right there. I like that like instant feeling, right? So I used to say Netflix, they'll be out of business in a couple of fucking years. I thought Blockbuster was going to be like gigantic, and they were for a while. Blockbuster was huge for a few, maybe 5 years, 10 years. But then all of a sudden, Netflix became the monster because of the online streaming, and Blockbuster went out of business.
Pops, let me put you on hold for about 90 seconds. Hold on.
Yeah. I'll tell my story about Blockbuster. So anyway, that's how it worked. Netflix, like, I didn't even think they would make money. I thought they were going to go out of business. The only thing that saved Netflix was when they went online with the streaming service, or else Netflix would have never been in there. Blockbuster, if it wasn't for streaming online, you still be going to Blockbuster to get your movies. But Blockbuster was a pain in the ass because you would go rent a movie and you had like 24 hours to return it. Like you had to bring it back the next day. And if you didn't, you got hit with a late fee. And then if 2-3 days passed by, you bring the movie back, you owe them like $10. And if happened to me a couple of times, you forgot you rented the movie, like shit happens, and you forgot to return it. And a month goes by and then you find it, you own the movie now because you couldn't even return it because the late fees and stuff was so high that you were better off just keeping it. And Netflix actually had your credit card where they would take like $50 out when you joined. And if you ever didn't pay them for a movie or whatever, they would charge your credit card. So I bought a couple of movies too. And that's why I hated Blockbuster. I used to have fights with them sometimes. I hated paying late fees, but shit happens, but I did like the idea. You would go there and you pick out a movie. Then if the movie wasn't in, you get all annoyed. Like, a brand new movie came out that they would buy like 25 copies, but everybody was like a wolf. So you had to be like, you had to be one of the first people to get the new movie. They were constantly, it was going out. So it was pretty cool though. I remember Netflix. People don't remember Netflix like that, where you could get mail-in DVDs. I can't believe that DVDs are still around. Like I would think by now they would be gone. I mean, we could all put movies on a zip drive, but DVDs are still around. I actually like them, but it's kind of like when you buy a Blu-ray DVD and you have the box and the case, you feel like you own something. Like, all right, I own this. You get a movie, download it on, even you buy it digital, you buy it, right? And you download it in your computer and you put it on a zip. You look at a zip drive, it's like, what do you own? You own shit. Like, it don't feel like you really got your money's worth. Like, at least the DVD you paid $20 for, you had a box, it was in the case, you looked at it, the box had the picture of the movie going around, and, it was like, it felt like you owned something. It was in your hand. What do you own? You own a little zip drive that has 20 fucking movies on it? You don't own shit. Like, it was just a different feeling, So, those are the good old days. Be kind and rewind. I remember that. They used to have stickers on your VHS movies. Be Kind and Rewind. Now, a VHS only has a certain amount of life. So what we used to do, a lot of us, I bought a machine that would just rewind my tapes because I didn't want to rewind them on my machine because that would wear my machine down. I only used to play my cassettes on my machine, let's say the $500 machine, and I had a $20 rewinder machine that I would rewind. And there were places that if you didn't rewind the movie, you would pay a penalty like $1. Like, that's how crazy they were with the rewinding. Because nothing's worse than you get a movie, you get home and you put it in, and you can't watch it. You got to rewind it. You know, it's got to be rewound. I like that, Robin. Be kind and rewind, man. Not too many people know what that is. That's a great one. Uncle Gunny would like that. Be kind and rewind. So, a lot of good things back in the day. I mean, I don't know what people are going to be able to say in the future about, like, if you're growing up now, like, oh, do you remember when we were kids? We only had to wear a mask. Now you got to wear an oxygen tank. Like, is that what they're going to be talking about? Like, I don't know. Maybe they're going to be talking about, hey, do you remember when we were kids? We used to eat real food, not soy green. I mean, like, what are you people growing up today going to be able to brag about? I don't know. Like, oh, when we were kids, we had Xbox Live, and you were actually able to be on there and curse at people. Now, you can't even curse at people on Xbox Live. You get canceled. Like, what are the young generation going to be bragging about in the future? About right now? Like, what could you brag about? Oh, well, when we were younger, if you said something bad about somebody, you got canceled. Now you go to jail. Like, is that what you're going to be able to brag about? Good luck. Good luck to the young generation. Good luck with the bullshit.
Good old days are over with, man.
No, could you imagine what are the young kids today growing up? Say you're 15, you're growing up in this day, and now you're 50 years old. What are you going to be able to tell your kids? Like, oh, well, when I was a kid, we only had to use a mask. Now you got to wear an oxygen tank. Like, what are they going to be able to say that's going to make us be jealous of what they grew up in? Like, oh, well, when I grew up, if you said a bad word to somebody, you got canceled. Now you go to jail. Like, what are they going to be able to brag about?
I don't know, man. I've seen a lot of young people just fold and cave over the little smallest things. Believe me, that's one thing I wanted to tell you this. That's one thing you'll see working the grocery store doing shopping is that you see people just, they don't, there's just no thought process.
Nope.
And
they don't have any thought process whatsoever.
Well, not only that, but I mean, just, I don't know what they're going to do with, if there's, God forbid, if there's shortages or inflation. Like if there's not something on the shelf, they sit and they start proclaiming like out loud to nobody, like whoever's the closest person. They'll be like, oh my God, I cannot believe they're out of this, and this is just ridiculous. They start having like a semi meltdown over the fact that they don't have like, no, but they got the store brand right here. I don't, but I don't, like they start behaving like a child, but like, I don't want that one. I want this brand. I want this. I want it. Oh, bro,
no,
it ain't that big of a deal.
Kids today is so lost. Like, I went into ShopRite.
These are adults I'm talking about, but I mean, young adults, but still.
That's what I'm talking about. Like 17-year-olds. So these two girls in ShopRite, they work for ShopRite. They got like the little apron on, and they're like seniors in high school. And they're unloading water into the shelves, but they're really not even working. They'll take one case, 4 pieces of water, 4 gallons of water, put it in the shelf, and then they'll stand there and they'll talk to each other for 5 minutes, right? So they're doing this shit and they're goofing around and they're really not doing their job, but I don't give a shit. So I'm in the aisle. I passed them. Then I had a question. Like I wanted to ask them where the toothpaste aisle is or whatever it may be. So I turn around and I walk towards them and I go, "Excuse me, I'm a store detective. Can I have your names? You're both fired." And they look at me. They didn't know what to do. Now, I didn't look like a store detective. I looked like a hobo that came out of the street. I mean, I didn't shave. I mean, I just looked terrible. But, like, I said it funny, too. Like, I didn't even do it serious. And they froze, man. They couldn't even react. They couldn't do anything. And then I got to go, "I'm only kidding with you." And they were like, "Ah." But, like, these kids today, they have no brain power. None. Zero. Zero brain power.
No.
They just can't. They can't figure shit out no more. They just can't figure shit out.
Yeah.
You know, if you did something like that to me when I was a kid, I would have laughed. I would have been like, "You're a store detective, and I'm the president of the United States."
Yeah, they can't they can't problem solve.
Right.
They can't problem solve. I mean, I'm in the grocery stores at least 30, 40 hours a week. Okay? Different stores, and it's a lot of the same behavior. And I see, like they can't make decisions on their own.
Right.
Like they'll be on the phone. They'll be on the phone and they'll be like, so what did you want to eat? They have this and they have this, and but they ain't got this, and they don't have this. So like what do you want to eat? Like, like, and they'll start naming prices like, okay, well, this brand is okay, what do you want me to get? Like they can't make any decisions on their own. There's no autonomy.
Nope.
What I see more, not really more, but what I see a good fair amount, of course, you only notice this if you're, red pilled, aware, and you're in the manosphere, is that you see a lot of men doing this, and like men my age or maybe a little bit older, they're on the phone and you could hear the wife, and they're like asking, they're like, okay, what do you want? Like they have this and they're naming all these products. I'm like, bro, just make a decision.
Right.
Like stop asking her what she wants. Just fucking buy something. Bruh, seriously. Like, like they have to call up the wife, and they're like, well, they're out of this. Well, what, you have this on your list. Like I was in Whole Foods. I'll give it away. I was in Whole Foods and I saw this guy on the phone, and he was just frozen. He's like, so what did you want me to get? They don't, like, you have on the list, you put on California olive oil. Like, did you mean like California the brand, or did you mean olive oil from California? And I could hear, because I'm close to this guy, I could hear. Now I could see that the guy was like maybe in his early 50s, and I could hear on the phone like maybe his girlfriend or wife was maybe in her 20s, right? So he's like completely simped out, and because I could tell by the tone in her voice, like her age. I could tell how old she was.
Right.
And I'm like, and I'm just shaking my head. And he got off the phone. She's just like berating him over the phone.
Right.
And he's like, oh, I'm sorry. Like just having a complete meltdown. And I'm like shaking my head in front of this guy. He gets off the phone and he looks at me and he's like, what? And I'm like, bro, don't even try to act tough. Don't even try to act like you're somebody, because I'll wipe the floor with your ass right here. Right. I even call and I'm like, you're on the phone with your 20-something-year-old wife, asking her what she wants instead of making her do the damn shopping like you should. But instead, you're calling her, scared out of your mind that you're going to get the wrong thing, knowing that if you bring the wrong thing home, that she's either going to send you back here and you're going to do it like a puppy dog. I'm giving this guy the third degree, and he just walks away. I'm like, yeah, that's what I thought. I just told you your life story. I don't know nothing about you, and I just I just opened a window to your life and told you what your life was. It's like he had this look on his face, like, how does this guy know? How does this guy know what, you know? It's crazy out there.
I'll tell you the truth though. Like, even if I was doing the shopping, because I like doing my own shopping, even when I was married, because I buy the shit I want. But I never worried about if they didn't have something that she told me to get, I just buy something else, or I would go home and say they didn't have it, and that's the end of the fucking story. I'm not calling her up to ask her, what do you want? I never once called her up and go, what do you want me to, even if I was saying it just to be nice, I never called up and go, oh, by the way, they don't got California olive oil. Do you want me to buy the other one? No, fuck you. I'll just buy the other one. And if you don't like it, fine, I'll eat it.
Right.
It didn't matter to me.
That's what I told him. I'm like, you know, you got to call and ask her what the fuck, because you know that if you get the wrong thing, that you're going to have to hear about it from her. Right. And you either come back here and get the correct thing,
like a puppy dog,
right? And I told him, and I said, and you'll do it too. You'll do as you're told, because you're scared out of your mind that you're going to lose her, even though she ain't shit, and you make all the money. And he walked away. He had this look on his face, like, how did this guy know everything about me without knowing who I am? I mean, he was just done.
If you have to be scared, though, in reality, about losing a woman, she ain't even worth keeping.
Oh man, don't get me started on that.
No, but reality.
You're right.
It goes the same for the woman. If the woman's got to worry about losing her man, he ain't worth her time either. Even both ways.
I disagree.
Well, that's I understand, because you're with the money that you take care of all the bills. But in this day,
no, it's not about the money. It's about being that guy.
Well,
you have to be. Men aren't as replaceable as women. Like, she has to know beyond a shadow of you asked me a long time ago how I had like a rotation of women.
But go ahead.
Right. You asked me, I'm giving it away to you. You asked me a long time ago
about that. You had a rotation. I know.
I had a rotation of women, all of them, and this went on for years, and all of them knew about each other, and they were all paying me or buying me gifts.
I know.
Okay.
But that's awesome.
And that's how you do it, because they have to know that they can't get another you. I can get another.
I agree with you, but what I'm saying is there's actually a woman out there also that are probably doing the same thing. Like, they know their shit don't stink, and they got four men.
I'm sure.
And like, if a woman's working, right, she makes a lot of money. There are men that don't make a lot of money that are kissing that woman's ass because she makes that money.
Well, yeah.
Because they can't replace that sugar mama. So it goes kind of, I'm not saying that you're wrong. Here's what I think. I think deep down, every woman wants a alpha. They don't want a pushover. They want a man.
Yes and no. Yes and no. The way I coach it and teach it is women actually prefer beta energy. They prefer beta energy because
I'm wrong. I'm wrong then.
Well, I mean, it's like this. No, it's like this. It's they like the pushover. They crave the alpha, but the alpha won't stay. Right. But the alpha won't buy. They won't buy them stuff. They won't suck up to them, and they won't. They'll constantly tell them no, and they'll constantly be under the threat of you're replaceable. And women don't like competition, and they don't like feeling replaceable.
But you don't think there's an alpha that can actually treat a woman correctly? Is that?
No, because it's not an alpha nature to do that.
Look, I consider myself pretty much an alpha, but when it comes to, like, if I had a wife and I'm married, I'm not gonna treat her like I'll fucking get rid of you tomorrow. Like, I mean, she's gonna know I ain't gonna put up with her shit.
Right.
But I'm not gonna mistreat her like in a way where I make her feel uncomfortable.
If she knows that she has to know that there's a threat. She has to know that you don't care and that you'll walk if she doesn't follow the program. Of course,
you could still show her that you love her, but she has to know that you're willing to fucking leave her.
Right.
Like that, I agree. Like, I was married and they knew, okay, he does love me, but if you fuck up, I'm out. I don't need you. I always felt, I always felt I could replace a woman, but I think women always feel they can replace a man too. So I think it's a two-way street now.
Yes
I'm
and
not
no.
saying you're wrong about being who you are, because most men aren't like that, and that's why guys like that are alphas, they're having a hard time. Some of them out there with women, because women want that pushover man, and I can never be the pushover.
Exactly. They like the pushover man because again, you know,
But
they like the pushover man because they know that they can extract resources from the pushover, from the beta, and every once in a while when the opportunity presents, oh, I'm going to go visit my mother, and they go out and they find Alpha Chad to go pound them out, and that's
yeah,
it.
yeah. Well, that's going on all over the place. You got all these beta men married, and their wives are going out banging the alphas.
Yeah.
Because
Yep.
when it comes to that part, I think the woman really want an alpha. When it comes to sexual.
Well, yeah, there are unicorns. I mean, again, the lady that I'm with, she's feminine and submissive, and that, and she's passed my very stringent vetting process.
I know.
And we have a lot of mutual respect for each other. So therefore she maintains the top spot. But if at any point in time, she knows at any point in time that if she were to disrespect me or not value my commitment, that it's over. And you could go do that, but it's over. I mean, there's no coming back from that.
But
so we don't do that to each other.
But women aren't submissive. Most women today are not submissive.
No,
and that goes back to religious beliefs too. But here's the big problem. I think when women were submissive, the man was really pulling the weight with the carrying the bills, right?
Well, it's like
now
this.
Women are pulling the weight.
Yeah, it's like this. Yeah, well, I mean, okay, and I'll cover that in a second, but it's like this. Like a lot of the big questions I get when I coach guys is that it's a lot of the same questions. And one of the most common questions is, how do I get a woman to submit to me? And I'm like, well, first of all, we got to start at the beginning. This is the most overlooked thing, that that we get tricked by the male ego, because I turn the tables on them with a question that they never thought about. How do I get a woman to submit to me? Hey, motherfucker, check this out. You got to give a woman something worth submitting to. You got to give her something worth submitting to.
Yep.
Again, you have to be that guy. You have to vet yourself. You have to know, you have to be all about yourself. You have to, because women watch quality women watch every single thing that you do. They see every single thing that you do. And if you lead with being a different person, and then they watch in every single thing that you do, and then later on they find out that you're not that person, or that they can shit test you and whittle you down into being, a weakling that won't stand up to them. Yeah, they're gonna step out on you. If they figure out, if you lead with being an alpha, and then they find out you're the sheep in wolf's clothing, you know what I'm saying? If they find out that you're not, yeah, it's over. It's over.
Yep, I agree.
What do women say when they divorce weak men? You're not the man that I married. You're not the man that you used to be. You know what I'm saying? Because the man has conceded and gave the woman too many concessions, and he lost himself, or he was somebody else. He was phony and fake and pretended to be something that he wasn't from the get-go to get her attention, and maybe to try to lock her down, but then somewhere along the way showed his true colors. And she found out, oh shit, this is not that guy. I thought that this was that guy, and he's not that guy.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I think the biggest problem, beside what you're saying, is if the woman A lot of women are making a lot more money than the man. So here you are, you're a guy, you make 40,000 a year, 800 a week, and you meet a woman and she's making 125,000 a year. She's a nurse, a registered nurse, making crazy money. It's hard for you to get that woman to submit when she's the one carrying the load.
Well,
like my brother is this example. My brother's wife basically pays the mortgage of the house because she makes double of what he made. And he pays like the electric, the gas bill. You know, he don't make as much as her. So she ends up being like kind of the boss in the house. And he puts up with it. He basically ignores it. You know, he don't like kiss her ass, but he ignores her being the boss, like kind of.
Right.
And I can't handle that, you know? So I think the man has to be financially more powerful than the woman too to pull this shit off.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I agree, 10,000%.
If the woman is paying the bills and you're going along for the ride, you got to expect her to be calling the shots.
Yeah.
And some men like that. I got friends, they're real good looking. They basically are bums almost. They don't work hard. They take bullshit jobs, and their wife's got a great job with all the benefits, paying all the bills, and it's like it's flipped. It's like she's the man and he's the woman.
Yeah, and that's I see more and more of that nowadays. Exactly what you said. It's a combination of what you and I are both saying. It's a combination of I can't get you know, alpha to commit. I want alpha, and no alpha man is going to see most. And I know what you said about the nurse, but most men, most quality men are not going to be in a relationship with a woman that's competitive. They're not going to compete at work and then come home and be in a relationship that's competitive. Oh, well, you know, I got my own money. I got my own degree. I got my own this. I got my own that. They're not going to deal with that.
No, most men do deal with that. That's the problem we have.
Well, okay, not
a smart guy doesn't.
You're right. Most men kind of will nowadays will deal with that, but I'm saying
a guy like
you're right. You got me. I didn't watch my words. Quality men won't deal with that.
Right. Like
quality men.
I want a woman that don't make as much money as me.
Right.
That's the bottom line.
They don't want a woman who's competitive, because women who are competitive, they want the highest caliber man that they can get, and high caliber men don't commit to competitive women. So they settle for, you know, the nurturing man, and you know, again, they just go out to Vegas and get a gigolo, or they get, you know.
I like that. The nurturing man, because that's what they are now. They're a bunch of nurturing men.
It's hold the truth hostage.
Yeah.
You know, hold the truth hostage says it best. He has this whole series on the pink pill male, which I've seen more than anything out there. The pink pill and the purple pill male is that the men just live and breathe to like their only existence in life is her happiness.
Right.
To where, like, even if the children, even when the children come along, the children are just used as chess pieces as a way to make her even more happy. You know, like they don't care that she goes on trips. They don't care that she's being pounded out. They don't care as long as they get to be with her, as long as she's happy and they get to see her smile, and she validates his existence just with a smile, and just by acknowledging that he's there, that he'll put up with it and deal with it.
Well, that's what you call a coward.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I can never be that guy. I wouldn't sleep at night. But those what you would call, what did you call them, the word? It was good. The nurturing man.
Yeah. Well,
they're the only ones that are usually still married, because the non-nurturing men like us, very hard to find women today that kind of submit to the man. Women are very independent now, more now than ever in the history of mankind. And that's by design.
Well, but at the same time,
You still can find what you're looking for, like you do. Yes.
at the same time, hold on. At the same time, with a lot of, the gender roles kind of switching, we're noticing the effects, like you're saying. With more women working and more, they're taking on more work, they're taking on higher positions. Well, now women's, they're getting the same problems nowadays that men have had for 80 years.
No, but
They're
think
getting
about
more.
this. Go ahead, keep going.
They're getting more debt, more stress, more drinking, more pills, more psychiatrists, more suicide, more self-deletion,
Yep.
more, more all of the things, more of the things that have been a plague that have been sold. We've been tricked, as we talked earlier in the podcast, that we've been sold this fantasy idea of what life should be, and now that thing has been repackaged and sold to the modern day woman, and now they're having the same results that the men have had for 80 plus years. More
Right.
consumer debt, more loans, more bad housing situations, more debt, more stress, more pills, more drinking, more this, more that.
Well, here's the biggest problem for women. Let's say you're in a relationship with a woman, you and your wife, right? And let's just say she submits to you. You're the man, she's the woman, but you both have to work to support the family, which is almost everywhere in America now. Woman and wife and husband are both working. Not so many stay-at-home moms.
Fair enough.
Now, if men made enough money, yes, their wife should stay home and raise the family. But let's just say husband and wife are working, and they have 2 kids. And the man's an alpha, and the woman is a submitter. So here's the deal. The woman goes to work, works 40 hours. Let's just say they both work 45, 50 hours a week, okay? They both come home. The difference is the woman still has to do the womanly chores. Clean the house, take care of the kids, do everything, where the
Right.
man doesn't have to do that. So he gets to sit down on the couch and watch fucking TV, even though, all right, he's got to throw out the garbage and do a few things. So the woman has created an overload on herself right now, because when she used to just sit home and clean the house and take care of the family, which is a job in itself, she no longer has that. Now,
Right.
she has to go to work and do that. And the man expects her to do that, to be the mother, the cleaner, the this, the that. And it's way too much for any woman. In reality, it's too much to work 45 hours a week and take care of a fucking family. Good luck, because I couldn't do it. I watch my kid for a couple of hours. He drives me fucking crazy. So the only solution is for the woman not to work that much. And the man has to work a little more and carry the load. But men, a lot of men too, have become selfish. They don't want to work more than they want. Fuck that. Let my wife go to work too. So you have to make a choice as a man. What do you want? Do you want to go work 60, 70 hours a week so your wife can stay home and raise your family and raise them correct? Or do you want to work 40 hours a week and have your wife go work 40, come home and try to do the womanly things and be fucking bugging out, and you end up divorced anyway? And because no woman can do both jobs. It's too much. If I told you had to go to work as a man and then come home, clean, cook, and take care of the family, you bow out of that deal. I would.
Well,
I don't want that fucking deal.
I mean, that is something that's happening today. But what I see when that does happen is that they actually do stuff like split the chores, share the
but the man
chores.
ain't happy doing that. That's the key.
Right,
Like,
right.
If you're an alpha, I ain't cleaning fucking clothes and dishes. So I would rather work an extra 20 hours a week and my wife work part-time 20 hours a week, and then the rest of her time clean, take care of the family, and do the dishes. I'm not doing it. I'd rather work than do womanly chores in the house. But the men today seem to be like, yeah, I'll help you clean. I'll help you do the dishes. I'll help you do the laundry. I'll help you vacuum. Why don't you just put a fucking apron on while you're at it? Just put a wig on and an apron and become a woman. Because I believe those are womanly chores. So to avoid my wife getting burnt out, I'm willing to work extra so she don't have to work.
But really, why is that? Why is it the woman works so much? Because again, they got sold this false ideal of you gotta have this house and this neighborhood and drive these cars, and they stack up all this consumer debt. And now, like you said, the kids come along and add to that debt, and now the debt gets even worse, and they're trying to, now the wife's got to work more, the husband's got to work more because of the consumer debt and the kids and the chores and everything. And and then they grow up, and this Christmas, and you got to have toy, and the whole bit, and vacations, and we got to go to our parents for Thanksgiving, and it becomes this big stressful mess.
Women are way bigger consumers than men. You know that.
Oh yeah.
That's a proven fact.
Right.
So
and that's what I'm saying.
That's another thing they want. The globalists want the woman to be the force in the workforce because they want them to buy more shit. Men, we're the type of guys like, we'll sit on the same couch for 15 years.
Yeah.
Women every 5 years want to change the couch because they just want a different color. They want a different look. Like, men don't give a fuck. I could sit on that same couch for 20 years as long as it don't break.
Yep.
That's the difference between men and women, and that's why the globalists have figured it out. Women are consumers.
Well, it's both people. I mean, again, like I said, we're both saying the same thing. Is that the women are being sold a recycled, a recycled mindset and way of behavior that men have been sold for the past 100 years. You gotta get, you gotta go to college. You gotta get a degree. You gotta get a job. You gotta get a credit card. You gotta get a loan. You gotta drive this car. You gotta buy this stuff. It's gonna make you happy. You gotta watch this show. It's gonna make you happy. You gotta buy these products. It's gonna make your life easier and happy. You gotta have this phone because you gotta be competitive, and you gotta buy the newest phone. And it's just constant marketing to both parties. And some people are seeing it now. So some people are waking up, thankfully, but for the most part, normie America is being heavily marketed to, and they're buying the BS still.
Right. Like, look at the phone is a perfect example, though. Remember when we had flip phones?
Oh, yeah.
So you had a flip phone, and basically it was used as a phone, not even really texting too much, just the phone. Now, if you walked into a job and you had a flip phone, they would laugh at you, the workers would go, yeah, look at him, look at that phone he's got. Because I only need a phone to make a phone call. I don't need a phone to live on it and look at fucking TikTok and then text my friends and do all this shit. When I'm at work, I'm there to make money.
Right.
I'm not there to play tiddlywinks on my phone and do all this bullshit. They're people, I'm telling you, no bullshit. I've been at work and I've seen young kids, and when I mean young, like in their 30s, come to work and forget their phone. At home, they could not fucking function. Yeah. They had to go home and get their phone. They had to go home. It was like they didn't have their crack. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you can't go a day without your phone? This is what they've created. And it's almost everyone. Even my sister. We're going to the Chinese restaurant to eat. So I start the car up. It was cold out that day. It got warm. So now we're going to the car. They both get in the car, and I had to go back in the house and get something. I come back out to the car. I'm telling you, they weren't in the car more than 1 minute. They're both on their fucking phones.
Yeah.
with their heads down, looking at their phones. It's like it hypnotizes them. And I get in the car and I go, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're both zombies on your phones. We're going to eat. We should be talking and going to... And they're like, oh, I like to do... My sister told me something stupid. I don't know what the fuck she said. I don't remember anymore. Oh, I'm just keeping myself busy. I'm bored. You're bored. You just got in the fucking car.
Yeah.
This is what we're dealing with, Gunny, man.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm going to end this because I got to do shit. I got to cook and eat.
Yeah, man. I gotta be on Tony's in a little bit anyway, so...
Yeah, so, everybody that's been watching, I appreciate you. Thank you for watching. Gunny, you have anything you want to tell anybody before we go?
No, brother, it was awesome. I love having these conversations, and hope everybody had a good time. Please like, share, and subscribe to Pops. Like, share, and subscribe to all your favorite content creators. And if anybody wants later, I know Ogut knows, but I'll be on Tony Bruno T21 Surfer at 9:05 Eastern Standard Time tonight. Tony Bruno T21 Surfer at 9:05 is going to be talking about
up there.
Right, yeah. We're going to be talking about burning bridges or building them is going to be the topic of conversation on Thursday night reality check. So meet us there at 9:05.
Keep her in the listeners. Just don't cook shit. They want us to stay on, but I wish I could. I'm starving, man. I feel my stomach rumbling. I got to eat. I didn't eat all day, which is good in a way. I want to cut my eating down because I got to lose some weight. But yeah, I enjoyed the show. This was a good conversation, Gunny. I'll probably see you on Tony's tonight. Maybe I'll stop in. But yeah, it's been great. And everybody, do me a favor. Tell one of your friends about me so they subscribe, because I'm starting to get annoyed. I want more subscribers. It's just a principle. I can't stand that I'm not growing. It annoys me. I think in general, at least I try to give you a decent product, But anyway, everyone, may the Almighty God bless you and your family, and Pops out.